Chapter 1. The Catch. The pods came in out of the dark like a city deciding to land. From the Lodestar's bridge they were nothing yet, a scatter of cold returns 3,000 kilometers out, each one a sealed mountain of frontier cargo thrown across the system on a mass driver's say-so weeks ago, and now falling toward Tornau Station at a speed that would have flattened a continent if anyone had been careless enough to let it. Nobody was careless. That was the whole astonishment of the thing. Captain Daniel Cross stood at the rail of his own command chair and watched the catcher chain do what it did, and he did not pretend, even to himself, that he was tired of watching it. The bridge smelled of real coffee. That was Cross's doing, and he was unrepentant about it. Printer coffee was a perfectly adequate hot brown liquid, and he bought beans with his own pay at every station civilized enough to stock them, and on catch mornings he had the galley send the pot up, because some things you did properly or not at all. The morning watch had learned to time their arrivals to it. Around him the bridge ran with the low sounds he could have named blindfolded. The tick of Imath Spord taking returns, the open engineering channel breathing static, and the far-off note of pumps 4 decks down. Somebody's chair creaking as its owner leaned back further than regulation intended. 8 months out of the yard, and the Lodestar still smelled faintly of new ship under the coffee, solvent and clean polymer. "Geometry's building," said Imath from operations. The Njal officer's voice was level, unhurried, a careful speaker laying each word where she wanted it. "Tornell has solutions on the first 40, confidence rising, the MIT is awake." "Let it cook," Cross said, and drank his coffee. On the forward display the catcher chain unfolded itself in light, a lattice of decelerator rings strung out along the Rivas line, each one a station in its own right, each one reaching out with fields no eye could see to take a falling mountain by the shoulders and talk it down. The pods answered. A return that had been screaming in on a flat ballistic line would touch the first ring and bend, lose a sliver of its murder, hand itself to the second ring gentler than before, and so on down the chain until the thing that had crossed a third of a system as a weapon arrived at Tornell's docks as freight, grain and coil stock and printer feed, the ordinary substance of a dozen colonies that would eat this winter because of it. Cross had grown up on this. His mother had gone from a drowned coast to a colony engineering berth in the span of one lifetime, and she had raised him to understand that the catch was not a machine, but a promise, the species reaching further than its grasp, and then, by main cleverness and a great deal of borrowed N-Hall physics, making the grasp catch up. Cross had been 9 the morning her birth confirmation came through. She had read the message 3 times standing up in the San Diego kitchen, storm shutters still down from the night before, and then set the screen face down on the counter and made his breakfast as if it were any other Tuesday, except that her hands would not settle, and she salted the eggs twice, and neither of them said one word about it. The eggs had been terrible. He had eaten every scrap. He had heard officers his own age call escort duty a babysitting run. He had never once been able to. "Ackerman," he said, "tell me we're not in anyone's way." His executive officer did not look up from the contingency board. Commander Ruth Ackerman ran a bridge the way other people checked a parachute, twice and again before the jump. "We're a kilometer off the chain's outer ring, holding station on the approach corridor," she said. "If a pod sneezes, we have 11 seconds and 1 good burn to be somewhere else. I've plotted the somewhere else. A beat. We are exactly as in the way as Geneva wants us to be, which is to say, visibly." "That's the job." "That's the job," Ackerman agreed, in the particular flat tone that meant she had opinions about the job and was saving them for a better audience. Cross let it go.
The Lodestar was a combine's corridor's worth of cargo from being needed for anything, and the bridge had the easy hum of a crew doing competent work in good order. Salazar lazed at the tactical and flight station with his eyes shut in a way that fooled nobody. The lieutenant could quote the range and bearing of every return on the plot, and had proved it twice this watch for the pure pleasure of doing it with his eyes closed. Vinter shadowed the helm beside him, with the over-careful posture of an ensign who still could not quite believe they let him touch it, hands hovering a centimeter off the board. Hartley's voice rose now and then from engineering on the open channel, dry and Mancunian and unhurried, conducting her morning argument with the port-side field coupling. "Status on that coupling, Hartley?" Cross asked, mostly to hear the answer. "Sulking, Captain." The channel did nothing to soften the flatness. "It ran half a degree warm overnight, and now it wants the whole deck to know about it. It'll live. Tell the lieutenant the port lifter remembers his last landing, even if he doesn't." "That lifter and I have an understanding," Salazar said, eyes still shut. "You have half of one, Lieutenant, and it isn't your half."
"Pod Cluster 2 entering the chain," Imeth said. "Tornell reports nominal. They're catching well today." "They catch well every day," Salazar said, not opening his eyes. "It's the most boring miracle in the galaxy." "Lieutenant," Cross said, mild. "I'm complimenting it, Captain." Salazar tipped his head toward the display without looking at it, the way a man gestures at weather he's stopped noticing. "There's nothing prettier than a thing that works. I just wish it let me fly something." "You'll fly us home, and you'll be grateful." "It is beautiful, though." Vinter said it to the forward display quietly, and then went red to the ears when the attention of the whole bridge came round on him, because the ensign had not entirely meant to say it out loud. "The chain. As a piece of work, I mean, sir." Salazar opened one eye. "He says it out loud." "Somebody on this bridge should," Cross said. "It is beautiful," Imeth said, from operations, without turning, in the way she had of agreeing with you more precisely than you had managed yourself. "It is also running ahead of its quarter schedule, which is rarer. Both are worth saying." Vinter sat a little straighter at the helm, and pretended very hard to be checking his board. Cross caught Ackerman not quite smiling at the contingency plot, which from the XO was a standing ovation. 2 decades into the alliance, into the boom, into the brightest stretch of road the species had ever walked, and this was what it looked like from the inside. People at stations, ribbing each other gently, doing the marvelous as if it were Tuesday. Cross pressed 2 fingers to the rail, an old habit, tapped once, and watched the chain take the next mountain by the shoulders. "Borrowed and built," his mother used to say. "Half of it the Null's, and half of it ours, and the marvel is that it holds." It held. It always held. It stopped holding at 09:14 ship time. The first sign was nothing, a return on the legacy band, low and local, the kind of squawk the corridor's old control net threw a dozen times an hour. Imeth's hands, which had been resting flat on her console, did not move, but her head came up a fraction. "Tornell Control just lost a pod off its solution," she said. "Lost how?" "Cleanly," which from Imeth was an alarm. "Pod 4-1 in Cluster 2. It was on the 3rd ring's books a moment ago, and now the ring believes it was never there. The pod is still coming, the ring is no longer reaching for it." Ackerman's voice cut across the bridge before Cross could open his mouth. "Steering collar," she said. "Somebody's put a collar on it." On the contingency board, a thread of red peeled away from the orderly green of the cargo stream. One return, 4,000 tons of frontier coil stock, walking off the path the catcher chain had spent 6 hours preparing for it, and onto a new one of its own. "Confirm." "Confirming." Hartley's voice came up from engineering, fast and dry and entirely without alarm, which was its own kind of alarm. "I've got a spoofed timing packet riding the legacy net. Somebody's feeding the chain a clock that says the pod's 20 meters left of where it is. The ring corrected for a pod that isn't there and let go of the one that is. That's not a fault, Captain. That's a hand." "Catch riders,"
Salazar said, and his boots came under his console, and the lays went out of him like a light switching. "They're skimming the catch." Cross saw it the way he saw most things, all at once and certain. Somewhere out past the chain, a salvage crew with a legacy credential, nobody had bothered to rotate out of the hardware, had reached into a working catcher and peeled a pod off the top, smooth as lifting a coin off a stack. In a minute they would have a tug on it and a long quiet vector toward Senon, and 4,000 tons of somebody's winter would evaporate from the books, written off as a miss, recovered under salvage rights by the very people the corridor had made, and then thrown away. It was theft so elegant it was nearly bloodless. Nearly. "Where does it go if we do nothing?" he said.
"Through Tornell's Hold 3 dock at about 9 kilometers a second," Ackerman said, without a flicker, "which is occupied. 210 people on the dock floor, give or take a shift change." She had already done the sum. She had done the sum before he asked, because that was what she was for, and the doing of it was the only mercy she allowed herself. Cross knew dock floors. Every escort captain did. You ate in their canteens between runs, you queued with the handlers for the same bad tea, you found out which supervisors would lend you a loader without making you sign for it. Hold 3 at shift change would be a wall of noise. Crews coming off rotation with their helmets under their arms, the oncoming watch bunched at the assignment board. 210 people thinking about lunch and leave and whose turn it was to call home. He set the mug down on the rail shelf with exaggerated care, as though the setting down were itself a procedure. So not bloodless. Not if the rider's clever clock was a hair off. Not if the caller fired wrong. Not if the elegant theft hit a snag at 9 kilometers a second with a station behind it. The riders would not mean to kill anyone. The pod would not care what anyone meant. "Salazar," Cross said, "can you touch it?" "I can touch it." The lieutenant's hands were already moving, and the swagger had gone somewhere very small and quiet, the way it did when the thing was real. "Point defense, low yield, off the leading face. I don't break it, I push it. A few centimeters a second, back toward the chain's envelope. Let the next ring grab it on the rebound. But Captain," and here he did look up, fast, because this part mattered, "I have to be inside the chain to make the angle. I have to put us between the pod and Tornall. If I miss with the station down range and us in front of it." There it was. The whole job, distilled to one sentence the way the job always was. A captain could protect his ship, or he could protect the catch, and the geometry would not let him do both. And the people who built the catch chain had never asked the people who flew the escorts what that felt like. Cross gave it the half-second it deserved and no more. "Get us in front of it," he said. "Ackerman, give Salazar the lane and give me the abort. Imeth, get Tornall off our backs. Tell Control to hold the third ring's correction and trust us. I don't want them reaching for that pod while Salazar's nudging it. We'll have two hands on the same mountain. Hartley." "Already pricing it," Hartley said. "If we go where the lieutenant wants to go and the pod doesn't cooperate, your abort burn costs more margin than I'd like to spend this far from a yard. You'll get it. You won't get it twice. Spend it like it's the last one." A pause, and then, drier. "Hull will take it. It's the margin I'm watching, not the ship." "Lane's yours, Lieutenant. Abort's plotted. 11 seconds to the wall." 11 seconds is a holiday. Salazar took the Lodestar into the chain. There was no sensation of it. The drive was null smooth. The inertials ate the burn. And on the bridge, the only sign that a fast cruiser had just thrown herself between a falling mountain and 210 people was the display tilting and the rings swelling huge across the forward view, frost-scarred plating, maintenance gantries folded against the spine, running lights strobing patient amber down a structure 1,100 meters across that no crude hull ever normally came near while it worked. Ackerman's voice ran on low and constant at Cross's right. Lane margins, abort geometry, a litany with no fear in it anywhere. "Ensign,"
The XO did not look over. "You're on the abort queue. If I call it, it goes to the lieutenant's board before you've finished hearing me. Nothing else exists in your world." "Aye, Commander." Vinter's voice came out half a tone high and steadied on the second word, and his hands stopped hovering and settled onto the board. A moment later, a small sound escaped the ensign anyway. Not fear, or not only fear. The sound a person makes when a thing they have read about their whole life turns out to be real and enormous and a meter from the hull. The boy had the good sense to swallow it. "Pod's tracking," Imeth said. "Tornell is holding the ring. They are not happy, Captain. Control wants it on the record that they object." "Record their objection. Tell them I'll buy them a drink." Cross's eyes were on the red thread and the green lattice and the gap between, which was closing. Nobody on the bridge was talking who did not have to. Somewhere below, faint through the deck, one of the point defense mounts trained round with a sound like a door easing shut. "Salazar?" "On the face. There." The point defense fired, a stitch of light too brief to be called a shot, more of a tap than a strike, a few grams of ablative breath against 4,000 tons, and the mountain, which had been walking off toward a station full of people, broke stride, just a fraction, just enough. The red thread on Ackerman's board bent, wavered, and began, with the vast reluctance of a thing that did not want to be told anything, to lean back toward the chain. "Ring 4 has it," Imeth said, and for the first time her voice carried something underneath the level, not relief exactly. The Enham did not do relief the way humans did, but something. "Ring 4 has it. The pod is back on the books. Tornell Control reports—" the smallest pause. "Tornell Control reports they are withdrawing their objection." The crew came off it raggedly, no two of them in the same instant. Salazar's whole frame dropped half an inch as the tension let go, and a laugh came out of him one note too loud for the joke he hadn't made. Vinter peeled his fingers off the helm board one at a time. On the open channel, Hartley blew out a breath and informed nobody in particular that the burn had cost more margin than she'd priced, and the bridge was not to make a habit of it. Cross's own hand ached. His 2 fingers were still pressed flat to the rail, white at the knuckle, and he made them let go. The loosening went through the bridge like a tide turning, and he allowed himself one beat of it. One, before the part of him that his mother had built said, "And the riders are still out there." "Still beautiful?" Salazar asked the helm without turning round. The helm took a moment over it. "From slightly further away, sir. Yes." Somebody laughed, possibly Ackerman, though nobody could afterwards have proved it. "Where are they?" Cross said. "Gone, mostly." Salazar had the tactical plot up, frustration already curdling the edges of his voice. 2 craft, fast and light, running for the dark the second their collar slipped. They knew exactly how long they had. They struck on the geometry that gave them an exit, and they took the exit. He highlighted a single return, peeling away at the edge of the plot. "One slower, riding heavy. Looks like they got a pod off, just not the one they wanted. We could run it down." It was tempting. It was always tempting, the clean justice of a chase, and the pull of it reached Cross the same way it plainly reached Salazar. He looked at the slower return, the one limping off toward Sennen with somebody's coil stock in its arms, and he thought about 210 people on a dock floor who would clock out tonight without ever knowing how close the winter had come, and he made the call the chair made. "No," he said, "we're an escort, not a hound. The catch is whole, the dock is whole, and chasing one light salvage boat across a corridor we don't have jurisdiction over is exactly the kind of incident Geneva sent us out here not to start." He turned from the plot. "Log it. Full sensor record. The spoofed packet, the legacy credential if Hartley can pull a signature off it. Somebody at Tornell is going to want to explain to me how a salvage crew that was struck off the contractor register 5 years ago still has a key to the front door." "You'll find," Ackerman said, in the tone of a woman who had read the corridor's filings on the way in, "that the answer is it would have cost money to change the locks." "It usually is." Cross dropped back into the chair, and the long muscles down his back reported, one by one, every minute he had spent standing braced without noticing. The chain had already gone back to its work, the rings reaching for Cluster 3, the pods coming in, the most boring miracle in the galaxy resuming its boredom, as if a mountain had not just been talked down for murder. Out past it all, too far yet to be more than a number on IMET's board, the big return sat where it always sat. The cargo train, the corridor's quarterly mountain, 11,000 pods marshaled into one ballistic mass and thrown weeks ago from a launcher half a system away, sliding toward Tornell on a schedule so reliable nobody on the bridge gave it a second glance. It would arrive when it arrived. The chain would catch it. The chain always caught it. Cross gave it the second glance you gave a sunrise. There, and good, and not worth a thought. And looked away. "Captain," Imeth said. Imeth had not moved. Her hands were flat on the console, very still, and her head was tilted the way it tilted when she was listening to something the rest of them had not heard yet. "Imeth." "A status check," she said. "Routine. The corridor's escort tugs report in on an automated schedule. Position, fuel, hull. Every 6 hours. The most ordinary traffic on the net. One of them is overdue." "Overdue how much?" 40 minutes. She said it the way she said everything, precisely, without weight, and the lack of weight was somehow the heaviest thing she could have given it. "It is nothing, Captain. Tugs miss a check-in. The net drops a packet. There are 100 reasons, and 99 of them are dull." She turned from her board at last and set her hands one over the other in her lap and looked at him. "I only note it because we caught a pod today that someone wanted gone, with a key that should not exist, on a corridor where a tug has gone quiet. I would rather note it now than wish I had." The bridge had gone still around them. Salazar's plot still glowed with the rider's vanished tracks. Ackerman had stopped writing. At the helm, Vinter looked from Imeth to the captain and back, too new to know whether this was a thing. Cross looked at the number on Imeth's board. 41 minutes now. And nothing in him answered, no premonition, no cold hand at the neck, only the ordinary captain's reflex to close a thing before it opened. "Flag it to Tornell. Ask them to raise their tug on a priority channel and tell me when it answers. And if it doesn't answer." Cross was already turning back to the catch, to the rings and the falling mountains and the bright ordinary work of the best job in human history. "Then we'll go and knock, politely. We're guests out here." The tug did not answer. Chapter 2. Printer Coffee. The Jolliffe came in under guard. Hartley carried the pan herself, a dented, blackened, never once printed pan that lived behind a tool locker in engineering where the galley could not interfere with it, and the Lodestar's wardroom came up off its chairs the way a dock crew comes up for an inbound pod. There was printed food on the long table already, plenty of it. The ship's printers could give you a fair roast, a passable curry, and a chocolate thing nobody in 2 years had managed to complain about. The pan was an event. Hartley cooked 4 times a year by her own count, when the kit had earned it, and apparently a catcher chain saved and a falling mountain talked down before lunch qualified. because she had abducted the pan the moment the forenoon watch ended, and here it was, rice the color of a brick sunset, smoke still rising off it, the burnt crust broken over the top like salvage, and the chief engineer standing over it with a serving spoon and the face of a woman defending a reactor. "Small portions," she said. "It has to go round, and Marco gets none until he apologizes." "I'm not apologizing for science." Lieutenant Salazar already had his plate out, which undercut the position somewhat. 3 days ago, in the mess, in front of witnesses, he had announced that the ship's printer could reproduce Hartley's Jolliffe molecule for molecule, and that not one person aboard would be able to tell the difference, and he had been living with the consequences ever since. "It's chemistry. Your tongue doesn't know where the molecules have been. It just knows molecules." "It's burnt rice, Marco." Hartley served Petro first, which was either respect for rank of a kind the ship's table recognized and the ship's articles didn't, or a doctor being armed. "The whole point is the bottom of the pan. A printer won't burn rice for you. It thinks burning is a fault. You'd have to lie to it." "So lie to it." "I did," Hartley said, "and let that hang just long enough. Bowl on your left." The recipe was older than the pan. Lagos by way of Manchester, halved and doubled, and fought over by message with 3 aunts who each owned the one true version. Hartley cooked it the way other people went home. The table settled into the hush that means a meal has produced a duel. Captain Daniel Cross, who had been letting the noise of his crew wash over him from the table's end with the contentment of a man whose day had gone right in every way the record would show, set down his fork, rolled the morning's long brace out of his shoulders, and gave the proceedings his full official attention. Petrov took charge of it, because of course Petrov took charge of it. 2 bowls, unmarked. The doctor swapped them behind her back twice with the bland sleight of hand of a woman who had spent 30 years getting children to take medication, and set them in front of Salazar like a verdict waiting to happen. "One of these is the pan," she said. "One of these is your printer's best lie. You get 1 spoon of each, and then you put your name on an answer, and we all live with you afterwards, whatever happens." "This is the easiest thing I'll do all week." Salazar took his 2 spoons with the unhurried showmanship he brought to atmospheric entry, eyes shut, the full performance. The wardroom leaned in. Vinter, down the table, had stopped chewing entirely. Even Imeth had turned from her conversation with the duty steward to observe, expression giving nothing away, though by Imeth's standards, turning round at all was a shout. Salazar pointed at the left-hand bowl. "That one's Hartley's. The smoke sits different." "The smoke sits different," Petrov repeated, to the room, the way you'd read out a confession. "It's a flying thing. You develop the palate." The left-hand bowl was the printer's. The wardroom would not let it go. It kept breaking out in pockets, somebody at the far end murmuring, "The smoke sits different," into their cup, and half the table going down again, while Salazar conducted his defense over the top of it, plate now full, because Hartley had decided humiliation and starvation together were excessive. "Statistically," he said, "somebody at this table was going to be wrong today. I took the hit for the room. That's leadership. Tell them, Captain." "I'm not sure I can improve on the record," Cross said. "Apologize to the pan," Petrov said. Salazar turned to the pan and laid a hand on the dented rim, solemn as a wreath-laying. "You're nothing like a printer. I see that now." "And that," Hartley said, "is the most sincere thing he said aboard this ship." Coffee was where the printers surrendered, and everyone knew it, and everyone drank the printed stuff anyway, every day, because it was hot, and it was there, and complaint had been worn down to ritual years ago. Today, though, was apparently an occasion. Salazar disappeared for 2 minutes and came back carrying a squat tin with a Cartagena freight mark on the lid, and the table's noise changed pitch entirely. "He's opening the tin," Vinter said, in the hushed tone of a man reporting a state event. "My grandmother," Salazar said, working the lid, "sends this 4 times a year by actual freight across half of settled space with a note that says the same thing every time. For the crew, not for emergencies. Coffee is not an emergency, it is a standard of living." He breathed the tin once like a sommelier and passed it down the table for the formalities. "She also sends instructions, which I follow, so nobody touch anything." The tin reached Cross third from last, and he breathed it the way you were supposed to, and was 9 years old before the breath was done. His mother had kept a tin like it, smaller, the lid gone soft at the hinge, the print worn to ghosts, on the highest shelf of the San Diego kitchen. And in all the years he lived under that shelf, it was never once opened. Her own mother's, bought in the last year anyone bought such things without thinking, and then saved harder, until the saving had outgrown anything coffee could deliver. "For a morning that earns it," she used to say, and no morning ever did, not the birth confirmation, not the launch, not the commendation she pretended she hadn't framed. As far as Cross knew, it existed still, sealed, on a colony shelf 29 years from the sea it was bought beside. The thought arrived now, whole and unasked for, with his crew laughing down both sides of the table. Every catch morning pot he'd bought with his own pay these 20 years had been him opening her tin for her. Cross passed it on, half a second late. Petrov clocked the half-second, the way she clocked everything aboard, and for once said nothing. "This is the man," observed Petrov to the table at large, "who told us Tuesday that printer coffee was, his words, basically fine." "That's different." "How is it different?" "Because that's coffee for being awake," Salazar said, with the air of a man explaining something self-evident to the slow. "And this is coffee for being alive. They're different liquids. The printer one's basically fine, for what it is, which is punishment." Delgado had been turning his empty cup in his hands and visibly losing his fight with the urge to be accurate, and now he lost it altogether. "It's not actually punishment, it's... Look, the problem is real. Coffee's a few hundred volatile compounds, and half of them only exist for about 20 minutes after the roast. The printer banks maybe 40 of them, the stable ones. So what you get is, it's a recording of a room instead of the room. Sorry, that's not quite... It's a good recording of a room." "Thank you, Sam," Petrov said. "The printer's coffee is the same every time," MF said from down the table, in the level, placed manner she brought to everything. "Identical, cup, to the limit of what I can taste. I had assumed this was the point of the machine. I have since been given to understand that it is the insult." The table broke up again. Imeth accepted this with a small inclination of the head, a performer acknowledging the cheap seats, and rose while the laughter still ran. She'd said it earlier, plainly, "I will take the window myself." The tug down the line was due its next scheduled report at 15:15, and she had appointed herself the person at the board when it came in. Nobody had argued, and Cross had not asked her to. That was the alliance, 2 decades in, a null officer leaving a good party early to watch for somebody else's tug, and a human crew so used to it they barely glanced up from the coffee. While Salazar's brew worked, his grandmother's method involved a counting procedure he refused to explain, and defended physically. Vinter got going about Bergen because someone had asked him whether Norway took coffee seriously, which was like asking whether Tornell took cargo seriously. "My grandfather had a boat," he said. "Father's side, fjord work mostly. The coffee on that boat, you boil the kettle, you throw the grounds straight in, no filter. When it's done, you give it a splash of seawater, so the grounds go down." He looked round at the expressions and nodded. "Yes, seawater. You drink it from the kettle cup with the grounds in your teeth. 4 in the morning, everything dark, lights on the water all the way down the fjord." He shrugged, suddenly aware of having the table, and finished anyway, because Winter always finished. "It was terrible coffee. It's still the best I ever had. The catch today, out the forward view, the rings, when the pods come down the line, all lit, it looked like that, like the fjord at 4 in the morning. I don't think anyone else was looking." "We were working, Bergen," Salazar said, but he said it kindly, and nobody disagreed about the rings. Cross sat with his crew around him and his cup waiting, and let the long, strange, righteous day settle over him. His mother used to say printed food was the kindest machine the species ever built. She'd queued for rations on a drowned coast as a girl, and had no patience all her life for people who were rude about miracles. He watched Salazar pour the real thing now, careful as a man defusing something. The species could throw a mountain across a third of a system and set it down on a dock like a glass of water, and the finest machine 2 civilizations could build still couldn't make a cup of coffee anyone at this table would finish twice. "You've checked the time 3 times since the rice," Petrov said, beside him, not looking at him, in the undertone she kept for things that weren't the table's business. "Tug on the corridor still dark, hasn't answered a hail since this morning. Tornell's been at it for 6 hours. Their control says it'll be the comm stack. The beacon's nominal. She's holding position like she's bolted to the sky. They're probably right. But her next window's at 3:15, and I'll be better company once it lands." Petrov turned her cup a quarter and let the silence carry whatever she might otherwise have said, and they gave the table's noise its way again. The real coffee went round in the small cups the wardroom kept for occasions, and Cross had got his halfway up, close enough to smell what the printer had been failing at for 20 years. "Captain," Imeth's voice on the wardroom panel, level as ever and pitched to cut. "The window has closed. There is no report. Tornell is on the priority channel." Cross put the cup down with the coffee still in it. Around the table, nobody waited to be asked. Salazar was up before the panel clicked off, 2 fast swallows standing. Ackerman, who had spent the meal at the table's far corner being dry at people and enjoying it in her own fashion, was already gone. First out of the room without appearing to hurry, which was a thing Cross had never once seen her fail to manage. By the time he reached the lift, the wardroom behind him was stacking plates and pulling duty jackets off chair backs, and Hartley had the pan sealed under foil like something that would keep.
The bridge ran low at the afternoon's ebb, 3 stations manned, and Imeth at operations, with the corridor plot up and a column of message traffic beside it, clearing the routine queue to keep the priority channel clean. Cross crossed to her station, and the last of the good day went off him like heat off a hull. "Tell me." "The 15:15 window closed empty," Imeth said. "No report, no carrier, no automated fault flag. A tug that misses a window for a comms failure normally tells you so in 6 other ways. The station-keeping beacon still reads nominal. She is holding position to the meter, every system that can speak for itself reporting in good order. The crew channels have been silent for over 12 hours. She turned from the board to face him. "That is 2 scheduled reports missed. Under the corridor's own rules, that ends the argument about comm stacks. Tornell Control has declared a welfare condition and formally requested immediate interception." A new pain came up at her gesture, the request itself, terse, time-stamped, repeated twice. "By the nearest capable vessel.
which is us, Captain, by a margin that is not close. Tornell keeps a corridor launch, but she is built for patching relays, not for legs. 3 crew aboard the tug, a master, a medic, and EVA specialist." The routine queue went on scrolling beside the request while she spoke. The corridor's ordinary housekeeping, a combine tariff schedule, a relay maintenance rota, an ISCA bulletin on a deep survey explorer overdue past its return window, a docking slot amendment for the inbound train. And then Imeth swept the column away to nothing, and there was only the tug. "Salazar," Cross said. "Plotting it." The lieutenant was at flight with the swagger left in the wardroom, hands moving. "She's parked at the dark end of the line, past the 3rd relay. Hard cruise, we're alongside before the morning watch turns. The drive's good for it. Hartley's already growling at me to spend it, so I'm spending it." "Helm relief, take your station." That was Vinter, sliding in at the board beside Salazar's with his jacket still half-fastened, trying not to look like a man who'd been hoping someone would say exactly that. The ensign brought the intercept up on his repeater and frowned at it and asked the question the rest of the bridge had been stepping around all evening. "If she's exactly where she should be, holding station to the meter, everything green, why has nobody touched a voice channel since this morning? The beacon's fine, so where's the crew?" "The beacon's a machine telling us about machines. It'd read fine over a graveyard." "That is the question, Ensign," Imeth said without turning, "and I would rather we stopped guessing at it and went and asked. Tornell is holding for an answer." Cross looked at the plot a moment longer, the green thread of the Rivas line streaming its mountains down toward the catch, the cargo train's fat return out at the margin where it always sat, and one small contact at the quiet end of everything, dark to every channel that needed a human hand on it, perfect on every channel that didn't. "Ensign Tornell? Yes. Lodestar accepts the welfare interception, underway within the half hour, alongside by morning. Salazar, the lane's yours when Ackerman releases stations." He turned and found his executive officer at his shoulder, the request already read on her own slate, her face already arranged into the expression that meant the next conversation was not for the bridge. "Commander." "A minute, Captain," Ackerman said, "before we're committed." The ready room was 2 paces deep, and Ackerman used both of them, slate down at her side, opening the way she opened when the order of it had been building since morning. "I want to be precise about who has asked us for what," she said. "The request is from Tornell Control. Control is an operations room, a dozen tired people and a tote board who want their tug crew breathing, and on a human level, I'd burn the drive for them myself. But the corridor is Sundgren Combine infrastructure, the tug is Combine property, and the Combine is not an operations room. The Combine is a boardroom, and no one in that boardroom has asked us anything." "Tornell's request is on the record," Cross said. "Their corridor, their rules, their declared welfare condition. We're the nearest capable hull. So far, this is the tidiest thing that's happened all day." "It's tidy right up until the hatch." Ackerman didn't move from the center of the room. "Our charter on this corridor is escort presence, visible, useful, and outside everyone's locks. Your phrase, more or less, and it's done us good service. The moment we put a boarding team through that tug, we are a Geneva warship opening Combine property on Combine infrastructure on the say-so of a shift supervisor. And there's a history, Captain, and I've read it. Geneva's run safety inspections into 3 frontier corridors in the past decade, every one of them about leverage and none of them about safety. And the Combine knows that arithmetic better than we do, because the Combine was the thing being leveraged. Whatever we find aboard, and especially if we find nothing, The version of this that reaches their boardroom isn't a rescue. She let the beat stand. We're the inspection they'll resent. Cross took it the way he took most hard things, without flinching and while already building. Here's what I love about this, and I mean it. You're right, every word. The history's real, the optics are real. Somebody in a combine office is going to read our boarding log with a highlighter. And if this goes the way these things can go, you and I will spend a season explaining ourselves to two governments. He came around the desk, unhurried, the room somehow on his side of the argument before the argument had finished happening. And there's a tug out there with 3 people on the books and 12 hours of silence on every channel a human being can work. And the only hall that can reach her before tomorrow is mine. You said it yourself this morning. We're guests out here. Well, when the neighbor's lights are on and nobody's answered the door all day, a guest who keeps walking isn't being polite, Commander. He's being useless. Guests knock. They don't let themselves in, Ackerman said. So we knock loudly and we let ourselves in carefully. Here's what I want. Counting it off, all forward motion now. Emeth sends the Combine's Corridor Directorate our intention tonight. Courtesy format, their own forms. Not asking permission, informing them. Your control asked, your rules govern. Your people may be in trouble. We are coming. If the boardroom wants to object, the objection can chase us down the line, and it'll be on their record that they objected to a welfare response. And you, the warmth landing square on her, entirely undeflected by the fact that it never worked on her, which was half of why he kept her, you write me a boarding protocol so clean a Combine lawyer could frame it. Every hatch logged, every locker photographed, nothing touched that the welfare condition doesn't reach. If we're going to be the inspection they resent, we'll be the most courteous inspection in the history of the frontier. Ackerman regarded him with the dry, level patience of a woman who had watched a very good argument be assembled around her objection rather than through it, and who would have respected it less if it hadn't been a very good argument. "I'll write it as though they're already suing us," she said. "They're probably already suing us. Then I'll enjoy the head start." At the hatch she paused, and the dryness gave perhaps a 16th of a turn. "And, Captain, if it were my 3 people on that tug, yours is the hull I'd want coming. That was never the objection." Ackerman was gone before he had to find anything to do with that. The Lodestar went down the Rivas line through the night with her drive spent generously, and the corridor's mountains falling past her in the dark, orderly, endless, indifferent. Emeth's courtesy message went out to the Combine's Corridor Directorate an hour into the burn, in their own format, every form field honored. Your control asked, your rules govern, your people may be in trouble, we are coming. The reply arrived 4 hours later, which, on a near real-time network, was a verdict in itself, and consisted of one line over a directorate seal. Received. The directorate is reviewing. Cross read it twice in the chair where he had not quite decided to spend the night, and could not make it mean anything except that somewhere down the line, and an office with better lighting than this, somebody had decided not to say thank you. "Reviewing," Salazar said, when the watch passed it round. 3 of their own people, and they're reviewing? It's one line, Lieutenant. People write one line at the end of a long shift. You'd have written 4, with names in. Cross let that one go where it wanted to go, because it was true, and because the alternative was agreeing on an open bridge that the corridor's owners had just told a rescue to mind its manners. Somewhere in the middle watch, a rating brought the captain coffee without being asked. Printer coffee. Salazar's grandmother's tin had gone back to his locker resealed, the rest of it keeping for a better morning than the one coming up the corridor at them. He drank the printed stuff to the bottom in the half-light with the corridor plot wheeling slowly in front of him, and it was hot, and it was there, and it tasted like being awake, which tonight was the whole of the job. Out at the plot's far end, the tug's beacon burned its small, steady green, position perfect, fuel nominal, hull sound, everything accounted for, except anyone alive to care. The Lodestar came up on the tug at the gray end of the morning watch, matching velocity at a courteous distance, while every hail they owned went out and came back, empty. The tug sat exactly where the corridor had left her, hull, drive cold, station-keeping thrusters breathing their small, precise breaths, holding her to the meter against the dark. Every running light she had was burning, green and white and patient, the way a vessel advertises to anyone watching that all is well aboard, and the forward cabin glass was lit warm from inside, and nothing moved across it, and nobody looked out. "Transponder answers everything we send," Imith said quietly. "Voice channels open at her end. The carrier is live." A pause, the smallest one. "There is simply no one on it." Cross looked at the lit windows of a ship where 3 people were supposed to be making coffee about now, and the long good day went somewhere very far down in him, and stayed there. "Commander Ackerman," he said, "take your team across and knock." Chapter 3. The Silent Tug. The lamps found nothing wrong with the tug, and that was the first wrong thing. Commander Ruth Ackerman tucked the boarding launch down the vessel's flank at a walking pace, 10 meters off, while Salazar's light traveled the plating ahead of them, and his voice kept the survey for the record. Hull whole, radiators clean, running lights lit and steady, drive cold but warm kept, an engine idled by a crew who meant to come back to it. Not a scorch, not a gouge, not a panel out of true. A working corridor tug holding its assigned slot on the approach lane with the patience of a parked car, more than a day after it had last said anything to anybody. "She's a showroom," Salazar said. "If I scratch her docking us on, the Combine bills Geneva, and Geneva bills me." "Then don't scratch her." Ackerman watched the airlock collar come up in the launch's forward glass, white and lit, like a porch lamp left on. "And mirror everything to the ledger as we go, Lieutenant. The survey, the entry, every compartment, every drawer we open. This is Combine property, and we are a Geneva hand on it. If anyone later wants to argue about what we found, they can argue with the record." "You think they'll argue?" "I think arguments are cheaper to prevent than to win." The outer door read their credentials, weighed them for the polite second the protocol allowed, and slid open. No cutting, no cranking, no coaxing a frozen mechanism through its last unwilling cycle. The lock cycled them through into a lit corridor full of breathable air at a comfortable 21 degrees. "It let us in like we'd booked ahead," Ackerman said. Delgado came through the seal behind her with his kit case in both arms and his helmet lamp doubling every shadow. "Pressure's nominal, atmosphere's nominal, scrubbers running their morning cycle like it's any morning." His eyes went down the corridor, the grab rails, the rotaboard, a small magnetic frame by the inner hatch holding a photograph of a gray and white dog. "I want to say this is good news. Statistically, it's good news. Intact ship, running life support. Call it a strong start, and I don't love how it tastes." "Keep your helmet sealed until the sweep's done," Ackerman said. "Salazar, compartments, forward to aft. Call them." Salazar went forward, one hand on the rail, the easy roll gone out of his walk, and something more careful in its place. His voice came down the corridor at intervals, flat and procedural. "Bridge clear. 2 stations, both secured." A minute. Quarters clear. 3 bunks. 1 slept in. 2 are squared away. Further off, half swallowed by the hum of the air plant. Galley clear. Commander, galley's clear, and I mean it's cleaner than ours. Ackerman walked the corridor to see for herself, because that was what she was for.
The galley was the size of a large cupboard and tidy as a chapel. 3 cups clipped in the rack above the basin, washed, handles dressed alike. A meal printer dark with its tray racked. On the fold-down table, a games board folded mid-match and clipped shut with the pieces inside, the way you do when the next shift is due and the argument can keep. No blood, no burn, no drawer hanging open, no chair out of place, nothing adrift on the deck. Whatever had emptied this vessel had not come through it. The crew had washed their cups, racked their board, and gone. And the tug had carried on without them, lights on, air warm, answering nobody. The crew quarters told the same thing smaller. 1 bunk slept in, its blanket thrown back in the shape of somebody who had meant to be back inside the hour. The other 2 squared away to a training school finish. A paperback, an actual paperback, swollen with handling, lay face down on the shelf by the second bunk, broken open at its place. Above the slept-in one, the gray and white dog again, younger here, mid-leap after something out of frame. Every object in the compartment was still arranged around the assumption that the people who owned them were coming back. Ackerman stood in the little space and let the facts assemble in front of her, because the alternative to facts was imagination, and imagination was already offering her things she declined to take. 3 people crewed a corridor tug: pilot, medic, EVA specialist. The Combine ran them lean and by the book. 6-hour check-ins, position, fuel, hull. Somewhere between one check-in and the next, all 3 had stepped out of a warm, working vessel and not come back, and left it so untroubled that it took a day and 2 missed check-ins for anyone to ask after them. "Commander," Salazar's voice from aft, and changed. "Tender bay." The bay told the first piece before anyone said a word. The cradle empty, arms open, umbilicals retracted and racked in good order, cycled clean, no debris, no scoring, nothing torn loose. The recovery tender, the small hard-shelled boat a corridor tug carries the way an ambulance carries a stretcher, was gone, and it had left like a boat whose crew means to be back for supper. "They launched," Salazar said. "All of them. Nobody flies a tender solo off a tug. It's a 3-hand boat." His light moved over the empty cradle and stopped. "Why would all 3 go?" "Because the book told them to," Ackerman said, and it came out flatter than she intended, with something underneath it she did not give him. "Let's find out what the book was answering." Delgado found the second piece in the suit room, and he stood looking at it a long moment before he called her in. 3 EVA berths against the bulkhead, the molded racks that hold a hard suit upright like a standing man. 2 suits home, checked in, plugs seated, telltales green, helmets racked above them at parade attention. The third berth empty. So was the locker beside it where a tether pack lived, the reel, the anchors, the 150 meters of line a specialist takes when the job is crossing open dark to something that cannot come to you. 1 suit, Delgado said, 1 tether rig. The other 2 never left the rack. He turned, and behind the visor his face had the look it took when numbers lined up into a shape he didn't like. "Commander, that's not an evacuation. You abandon ship, all 3 suits go, or none, and they ride the tender sealed. It's not a fight either. Nobody suits up 1 man for a fight. 1 suit and a tether pack is a job, a crossing. Somebody went outside, on a line, deliberately, to lay hands on something out there. A recovery." Ackerman looked at the 2 suits, standing their racks like witnesses.
Capsule recovery doctrine. A capsule declares distress, the tug answers, and the manual wants the full crew on the tender. Pilot to fly station, medic for whoever's inside, specialist to cross and open it. The tug holds empty on automation because the automation is rated for it, and a life rates higher than a parked tug. She had taught that page once to junior officers who complained it was overcautious. All three in the boat, by the book. Then where's the boat? That, she said, is the question the book doesn't have a chapter for. The bridge gave them the timing. A two-seat compartment, narrow and neat. The pilot's station still lit with the patient half-glow of a console waiting for a hand that had stepped away. Delgado slid into the second seat with the apologetic care of a man sitting in someone else's chair at someone else's table, and read the boards without touching anything except through his own slate, mirroring each screen to the record as it came up. Last scheduled check-in cleared at 0313 corridor reckoning. Clean transmission, all fields nominal, Tornel acknowledged receipt. That's the last time this vessel spoke. His hand moved, a navigation subboard came up. Here. At 0316, the pilot plotted a line-keeping correction, routine, the kind you make twice a watch. Plotted, solution checked, sitting in the queue, never committed. He looked at it the way other people look at a photograph of the dead. The burns still waiting for the keystroke. 3 seconds of work, and whoever sat where I'm sitting got up between the plot and the commit and never came back to send it. 0316, Ackerman said. And the check-in cleared at 0313? 3 minutes earlier, yes. So whatever called them off this bridge arrived in the window just after they'd told the corridor everything was fine. She let the arithmetic stand where they could both see it. 6 clean hours before anyone in the system would think to wonder. Whoever timed that did not get lucky. They waited for the check-in to clear. Delgado was quiet at beat. Then, the duty log's open. On the pilot's side, it was open when she got up. The entry sat on the screen the way the cups sat in the rack, ordinary and unbearable. Ackerman read it twice, once for the record, and once because she could not help it. Week 6 on the line. Put the relief request in again. 3rd time of asking. And if the rotation clerk at Tornel Ops reads these, you know it's the 3rd time. Strings behaving, collar telemetry low on 2 pods, noted for the yard. The cabin heater still... It stopped there. No full stop. Whatever the cabin heater still did or still refused to do, the corridor would never learn. Because at 0317, the timestamp sat in the margin of the comms board, not a handspan away. Something had come over the local net, and the pilot of this tug had stood up mid-word to answer it. 6 weeks out, asking to go home, keeping the string safe, complaining about the heater. Ackerman read it a 3rd time, which served no procedural purpose at all, then straightened up and put her voice back in order. What came in at 0317? What came in at 0317 was a mayday, and it took Delgado 20 minutes in the comms cache to take it apart. Distress squawk on the legacy band. The old local control net, ship to ship, same fabric the riders were riding yesterday. He had the waveform up on his slate and was narrating the data at it, fast, the words spending themselves the way they did when a result had its hooks in him. Personnel-rated transfer capsule, declaring an emergency, power failing, drifting off the lane, about 30 kilometers out, close, slow, dying, and squawking on the band every tug on this line is required to monitor. Beacon format, power signature, drift profile. It reads like a model answer, like someone wrote it out of the same manual the tug crew were following when they answered it. A capsule, Ackerman said. Crude. Declaring crude, declaring distress, And you don't get to not answer that. Nobody does. Not doctrine, not decency. A capsule cries on the local band, the nearest hall goes. That's the whole compact out here. Delgado's hand moved again, and a second pane came up beside the first, this one carrying the steadier, heavier formatting of the public record. Except, the transponder identity in that squawk, I ran it against the ledger. The capsule it claims to be existed. Tornell inventory, struck off 2 years ago after a hard landing, written down to scrap. The write-offs on the ledger, committed, signed, beyond argument. That hull stopped being a hull 26 months before it started crying for help 30 kilometers off this lane. He sat back a fraction. The ledger's clean, Commander. Nothing false was ever committed anywhere. The lie lived its whole life on the old net, where nothing has to prove itself, wearing the name of a dead capsule nobody ever retired from the legacy hardware. It would have cost money to change the locks, Ackerman said. You said that yesterday, about the writer's credential. I'll be saying it again. I expect to be saying it at the inquiry. Ackerman assembled the sequence end to end, out loud at dictation pace, for the record and for the two of them, because saying it plainly was the discipline that kept it from becoming a ghost story. At 03:13, the tug clears its check-in. At 03:16, the pilot is plotting a routine correction. At 03:17, a distress squawk arrives in the legacy band from what presents as a crewed capsule, close aboard and dying. The crew do exactly what the book demands, all 3 to the tender, because the book says a life takes the full crew. The launch log will give us the tender away by, Delgado said. 03:25, 8 minutes from squawk to launch. They were fast. That's a good crew.
That's a good crew, Ackerman agreed, and heard the past tense waiting in the wings of the sentence, and declined to give it the stage. The specialist suits up en route, goes across on the tether to a capsule that was never anything but bait. And somewhere in those minutes, while every pair of eyes and both rated pilots are 30 kilometers from home with their backs to the dark, someone takes the tender, suppresses its transponder, and goes. No shot fired, nothing broken. Nothing on any board in the corridor but a tug gone quiet. And tugs go quiet, the net drops packets, 100 dull reasons, so the silence buys them most of a day on top of the 6 they'd already banked. She looked down the line of consoles, the patient lights, the correction still queued for a keystroke. They didn't board this vessel because they didn't need to. They never came within 30 kilometers of it. They took the people and left the ship as the alibi.
Lured, Delgado said. The whole crew? With the rescue reflex? With the book. The word came out of her colder than the compartment warranted. She had buried a crew once, years and a uniform ago, on the word of a captain everyone had loved, who had been so certain and so persuasive about it that a risk walked aboard dressed as a plan, and nobody stood in the corridor to stop it. She had built her whole service since on the conviction that the book was the answer to such men, that doctrine, dull and tested and immune to charm, was what stood between a crew and their captain's best day. The 3 people off this tug had not been talked into anything by anybody. No charisma, no golden voice. They had done the dullest, most correct thing in the manual, fast and well, and the manual was what took them. Somewhere down this lane was a mind that had turned the best page in the book into a trap, and it frightened her in a place Captain Certainty had merely scarred. None of that went to Delgado. What went to Delgado was, what else? One thing. He hesitated, which Delgado did about people, and never about data, so it was the data making him hesitate. It's nothing. I want it minuted that I said it's nothing, then I want to say it anyway. I've been through the housekeeping logs. Power, thermal, sync. The tug disciplines its clock to Tornell's reference every cycle, automatic. And there's a duplicated timestamp in the sync record, the same second, down to the tick, 03:13:41, stamped on 2 entries from 2 events 3 hours apart. The morning sync and a mid-shift one, both wearing the same second, which can't happen. A clock can drift, a clock can jump, but the log writes forward. The same instant shouldn't get issued twice. Equipment fault?
Almost certainly. Legacy gear, old corridor, a sync stutter. That's the boring answer, and the boring answer's right 99 times in 100. He looked at the 2 identical numbers on his slate the way a man looks at a wasp in the room, not afraid exactly, but keeping its position current. It's not material. The timeline holds without it. I can't make it mean anything, and I'm not going to try. But I copied the raw record to my own slate before I closed the panel, Delgado said. Whole file, untouched. It's a wrong number, Commander. I don't leave wrong numbers behind in case they're lonely. Ackerman looked at him a moment, the youngest senior officer on the Lodestar, sitting in a missing woman's chair, refusing on principle to throw away 1 second of one log from one tired old tug, and some dry, exacting thing in her approved of him completely. "Minuted," she said. "It's nothing, and you're keeping it. Now get me the recorder." Cross took the report on the command link, and Ackerman gave it to him the way she gave him everything, in order, without color, the worst of it in the arithmetic rather than her voice. "So, they were taken alive," he said, when she had finished it. "Tell me how you get there." "Nothing here needed anyone dead, Captain. The lure was built to move the crew off the tug intact and together. That's its whole geometry. You don't write a forgery that careful and then do murder 30 kilometers from a vessel recording the band. They wanted 3 people and a tender, quietly, with 6 hours of running room. Until physical evidence says otherwise, I'm treating this as an abduction in progress, not a recovery of remains." Good. The word came down the link with weight on it. Then in the warmer register, the one that moved a conversation forward by assuming everyone in it was already walking. "Here's what I don't love, and you'll tell me you have it minuted already. Whoever built that Mayday knew Tornell scrap inventory well enough to wear it, knew the corridor's check-in rhythm to the minute, knew the recovery doctrine cold. That's not a salvage crew getting clever on the night. That's somebody with the station's books open in front of them." "It's minuted," Ackerman said. "The transponder identity, the tug's tasking, the relief request in the duty log, every thread on this vessel runs down the lane to Tornell. Whoever set the trap was reading Tornell paper when they did. Then Tornell's where we go and read it ourselves." A beat of link hiss, the small, honest lag of distance. "What do you need to finish there, Commander?" "Time. The voyage recorder's armored and deep stowed. Physical extraction, the better part of an hour, and I want a verified copy committed before that unit leaves this hull, not after. The recorder logs everything on the local band, continuously, raw, the squawk, the tender's last telemetry, and whatever came close enough to take the tender," Cross finished. "It saw their face. If anything saw their face, it did. Then it comes home with you, and so does its copy. One more thing." The warmth in his voice tightened into purpose without losing a degree. 3 people came off that tug. A pilot who's been asking to rotate home, you said. I want their names, Commander. Flag the request to Tornell Ops with the welfare notice. They go in my report as people, not births, and when we find them, I intend to know who I'm talking to. I'll have the names before we undock. I know you will. Lodestar out. Ackerman stayed a moment at the pilot station after the link closed. The console glow lay across the open duty log, the entry still unfinished, the cursor still waiting at the end of the cabin heater, still with the perfect patience of a machine that did not know it had been orphaned. Aft, Salazar and Delgado were breaking out the deck plates over the recorder bay, and Salazar said something that earned a short laugh, because the lieutenant could no more leave a silence alone than the tide could, and because crews were like that, and were right to be. Down the lane, too far to see, Tornell sat at the bottom of every thread on this vessel. Ackerman did not believe in premonitions. She believed in geometry, and the geometry said somebody on that station's books had known this tug's clock to the minute and its crew's decency to the page. A welfare check, Geneva had called it. The tug was in perfect welfare. It was the corridor that was lying. "Salazar," she called aft, in the voice that carried orders, "while that recorder comes out, keep one eye on the dark." "Both eyes, Commander. It's not that big a recorder." Ackerman keyed her slate, opened a fresh evidence folder, and titled it Tornell. Chapter 4. They Came Back. 3 cups, Sam. 3. Washed, clipped, handles dressed in a line like they're on parade. Salazar had his shoulder against the frame of the tug's galley hatch, carbine slung, boots planted on a dead crew's deck plates, and he was conducting the argument with one free hand because some arguments deserved conducting. "You know what was in my cabin when we shipped out of the yard? A sock. One sock, Sam, that I have genuinely never owned. These people lost a fight with nobody, and their galley could pass an admiral's inspection. It's indecent. It's like being burgled by your grandmother." "It's a three-hander." Delgado's voice came up the companionway from the recorder bay, flattened by the angle and by the extraction collet he was apparently talking around. "Everything's clipped or it's shrapnel the first time you burn hard. Also, and I'd like the record to show I said this with a tool in my mouth, stop talking to me. I'm keeping you company. You're keeping the boat company. I'm collateral." Salazar grinned at the cups and let the lieutenant on watch part of him keep doing what it had been doing all watch, which was walk the angles. Bow airlock, their own tender, soft-docked, powered, one good shove from home. Amidships, the nav bay where Ackerman was finishing the evidence accounting line by line, and where the navigation correction still sat uncommitted on the board, a sentence stopped in the middle of a word. Aft, Delgado, the recorder, and the suit rack with its one missing suit that the commander had read yesterday like a confession. The tug did everything a boat was supposed to do. It breathed, it lit its compartments, it kept its station with the patience of automation that had not been told to grieve. Salazar flew things for a living, and he had decided he did not like this one. Not because it was eerie, though it was, but because it had done everything right and lost anyway. And that was an outcome he didn't keep anywhere on his shelf. "How many cores, Mr. Delgado?" Ackerman from the nav bay. Not loud. The commander never needed loud. She had a voice that arrived, pre-filtered of everything that wasn't the question. 4 of 6. A clunk, a hiss of a seized fastener giving up. "The housing's crash-rated. It is designed, and I want to be fair to the engineers because they did a beautiful job, to stay exactly where it is while something terrible happens to the rest of the boat, which it is currently doing to me. Time. Call it 40 minutes, and I don't love 10 of them." Salazar pushed off the hatch frame, ambled 3 steps aft, and looked down the companionway at Delgado's boots sticking out of the recorder bay like the boat had half swallowed him. "Want a hand?" "I want a smaller predecessor. Whoever torqued these down in the yard had a personal grievance against the future." A light flickered over the boots. "Marco, genuine question. Why does a tug this size even rate a recorder this armored?" "Because the corridor is old and the insurance is older." Salazar said it without thinking, the way you say things your first flight instructor said. "Every hull that works a catch lane carries one. Pods come in at murder speeds. When something goes wrong out here, it goes wrong too fast for witnesses. So the boat is the witness." The link clicked. "Lodestar to away team."
IMETH, level as a spirit gauge, each word set down where she wanted it. We have a contact on the corridor net, 1,100 kilometers out and closing on the tug's line. It's transmitting a combine maintenance transponder. No maintenance is scheduled on this segment for 9 days, and its burn profile is heavy for a maintenance boat. Salazar stopped ambling. Away team copies? Ackerman had come out of the nav bay with her board under her arm, already moving aft, and the dryness in her voice had gone somewhere and left only the precision. Characterize heavy? Heavy as in armed, Commander, or heavy as in laden? The profile does not distinguish. The transponder is the older objection. A credential, not a schedule. A beat that IMETH measured and chose. The same objection as the catcher chain. Captain, Salazar said, because Cross would be on the link by now, and he was. I heard it. Even clipped, Cross's voice carried its warmth. The man couldn't help it. Salazar, Delgado needs 40 minutes, and I don't think we get them. Commander, your call to hold or button up, but if that contact so much as twitches off a maintenance line, I'm pulling you out with the job half done. Ackerman was at the recorder bay now, lamp up, looking at Delgado's boots as if she could audit them. Mr. Delgado, the 4 cores you have out, are they readable as they stand? Readable, yes. Complete, no. The buffer architecture, splits. Bag them, now. The remaining 2 come out if the clock allows and not otherwise. She turned her head a fraction toward the pickup. Captain, we hold. If they wanted the tug, they have had a day to take the tug. They are coming because we are aboard, or they are coming for what we are standing on. And either way, I would rather meet them with 4 cores in a satchel than 6 in a keel. Concur? Lodestar's repositioning. I'm putting us where their arithmetic gets ugly. 2 minutes. Contact has stopped transmitting, IMETH said. No one answered that. Down in the bay, Delgado bagged cores with the fast movements of a man who had stopped being funny. Contact is burning. Towards. The tug rang. Less a sound than an event, the hull had a single enormous bell note up through Salazar's boot soles and into his teeth, the deck kicking sideways a half centimeter, every clipped cup in the galley shivering in its rack. He knew the physics of it before the echo died, knew it the way you know a slammed door in your own house. Somewhere aft of the stern collar, a harpoon head the size of a man's torso had just married them. They've made fast, he said. They're coming aboard. The cutting frame went onto the stern service collar with a sound like a dentist's drill scaled for ships, and Salazar did the geometry and hated it because it was good. The riders had picked the one ring that put them between the away team and the tender, medium pause, team aft, tender forward, and the collar they were opening fed straight into the engineering frames, a spit from the recorder bay. You don't improvise that. Someone had drawn this plan who'd crewed boats like this one, who knew where the keel housing lived, who had done it before on hulls that never got to complain about it. 4 through the collar when it opens if their boat's the size the harpoon says. Ackerman had put herself at the junction with her sidearm out and her board down, her voice gone to the place it went when the contingencies took over. Mr. Delgado, you are behind the frame spar and you do not leave it. Lieutenant, the corridor is yours. If they vent a compartment, we fall back to the bow lock by the port run. If they cut the lights, we fall back anyway. If I say move, you move, and if you are still shooting when I say it, you move shooting. Copy all. The lays had gone out of him all at once and without ceremony, though some corner of him noted, even now, that his hands were happy. His hands were always happy once it stopped being theoretical. The simulator scores had never managed to put a number on that, and standing in a dead crew's corridor with a carbine settling into the shoulder, he was honest enough to know it wasn't virtue. The collar opened. They came through in a stack, fast and low, 4 of them in vacuum armor that had been 4 different colors in its previous lives, and the first thing Salazar understood was that they had done this before too. No spray, no shouting. Two went left for the engineering frames. One put a gas gun's muzzle around the ring and sent a burst of flechettes down the corridor at exactly the height a careless man's head would have been. And the fourth stayed in the collar mouth where the hard cover was and began very calmly to direct traffic with 2 fingers. Salazar put 3 rounds into the frame spar beside the gas gun to make its owner reconsider, and the fight arrived. A knife fight in a phone box, and both sides knew the phone box was the problem. A tug is a pressurized soap bubble with plumbing. Every wild shot is a vote to kill everyone impartially, so no one shot wild. That was the horrible intimacy of it. Short aimed exchanges, 2 rounds, 3, the cough of the gas guns and the sharper crack of his carbine. Everyone working the angles like surgeons, because the alternative was vacuum. The riders leapfrogged cover down the engineering run, patient, signaling on those 2 fingers, and Salazar gave ground a frame at a time and made them pay rent for every meter. And behind him he could hear Delgado breathing and Ackerman not breathing, and the satchel strap creak as Delgado cinched it tight.
"You're the Geneva gun," the voice came across the frames during a lull, pitched to carry. A woman's voice with the Frontier's flat vowels and no fear in it. The one in the collar mouth, the one with the fingers. "The cruiser's tactical. I watched you push that pod back onto the chain 3 days ago. Decent work." "I do requests," Salazar said. "Weddings, wakes. Send the box across and we're gone before your cruiser finishes its little maneuver. Nobody has to bleed over a dead boat's paperwork. See, it stopped being paperwork when you harpooned a crime scene to come back for it." Salazar shifted 2 frames left, light on his edges, talking to keep her talking, because every second of her voice was a second of Lodestar's burn. "That's the part I'd want back, if I were you. You had it clean. Empty tug, no bodies, a mystery for the insurance company. Then you came back. You know what that tells my commander? It tells her the box is worth a second trip. You've turned your own evidence into the most interesting object in the corridor. Then you know I can't leave without it." No heat. A working voice, doing sums. "Last offer, Geneva. We don't make bodies. It's a rule of the house, and I'd hate to break it for a flight recorder." 3 people came off this boat," Salazar said, and his own voice surprised him, the joke gone out of it. "Where are they?" She didn't answer at once. "Breathing, which is more courtesy than this corridor ever showed us. You want to talk about the boat's 3? Fine. 5 years ago, the Combine struck every recovery crew on this line off the contractor register in one afternoon. One afternoon. Crews that had worked the catch since before your cruiser had a keel. Licensed, bonded, us, the people they called when a pod went wide, and we went and got it in hulls we patched ourselves for salvage rates they set. Then the chain got clever enough that the misses got rare and we got expensive, and they wrote us off the books and kept our keys because changing the locks cost money." The gas gun coughed once. A flechette burst into the spar by his cheek like punctuation. "You lot left us the scraps and called us thieves when we ate them. So no, I won't be lectured on evidence by a Geneva gun standing on a Combine boat. Send the box across." And the light changed. It came through the tug's stern ports the way weather comes, a shadow the size of a civic building sliding across the stars, and the grin arrived before Salazar could stop it, because he knew that shadow's lines the way he knew his own hands. Lodestar had finished her maneuver. Out there in the dark, on the rider's carefully chosen exit vector, a fast cruiser now sat parked like a bad conscience, and as he watched, her point defense spoke once, a stitch of light, surgical, and the harpoon cable that married the rider boat to the tug parted somewhere in the middle and went whipping away in 2 dead pieces. Their geometry was rotten now, and everyone in the corridor knew it at the same moment. "Roan's compliments," said a voice on the rider's open band, dry as dust, "and finish it or wear it." The lieutenant decided at speed, and like a professional she spent nothing on anger. Her fingers moved, the riders peeled back by pairs, and the cutter swung, not at Salazar, at the keel, a powered jaw biting into the recorder housing where Delgado's 2 remaining cores still sat, and tore the crash-rated assembly free in a scream of fastenings the yard had meant to be eternal. The man carrying it was through the collar before the echo settled. Salazar broke cover for the angle, and the last rider's gas gun made the corridor a bad investment. He took the burst's outer edge across his left forearm, a hot wasp rake, blood before pain, and answered center mass hard enough to sit the man down in the collar mouth, where the lieutenant hauled him backward through the ring by his harness. At the lip of the collar she stopped, a beat, too, in the white light of her own lock, and she put her visor up. A hard face, 40-ish, sun-starved, a webbed old burn along one jaw that no clinic had ever been asked to tidy. She took her one good look at him down the length of the corridor, both of them marking the other down for again someday. And what he carried off that boat afterwards and couldn't put down was that there was no triumph in it and no hate either. Only a professional's tired arithmetic and something older under it. "Remember the face," she said. "We were the catch once." The collars shut. The rider boat cut the dead cable loose, tumbled clear on cold gas, lit its drive, and ran. Not on the vector Lodestar had poisoned, but on a new one, improvised, ugly, brilliant, threading the tug's own shadow so the cruiser's guns never had a line that didn't include the away team. The only cover in the sky was them, and she'd built her exit out of it. Salazar stood in the corridor with his arm bleeding and watched her go with unwilling admiration. "We have the legs," he said to the link. "Captain, we have the legs. I can put the tender. And the tug has my XO standing on it, and you're leaking." Cross, even now, sounded like a man declining a second drink. "Let them go, Lieutenant. We've met the neighbors. That's enough introductions for one day." Detrov's work on the forearm took 11 stitches worth of sealant and 1 raised eyebrow, which from the doctor was a full editorial. Salazar watched her hands move, and out of nowhere the thing in his head was a flat tin with a Cartagena freight mark on the lid. 4 times a year, his whole childhood and ever since, across half of settled space, on pods and strings and catcher chains that had been, until this week, no more his business than weather. And under all of it, in the years before the chain got clever, crews in patched hulls whose whole living was going out after the ones that went wide. Somebody's grandmother's coffee had come home in hands like the ones he'd just traded fire with. We were the catch once. The sealant went on cold, and the other thing stayed cold longer. Salazar reached the science bay with the dressing still warm to find the away team's haul laid out on the bench like a disappointing market stall. 4 buffer cores, 1 evidence satchel, and the absence, already outlined in everyone's mind, of the keel housing and its last 2 cores, gone to Senin or wherever patched hulls went to count their winnings. Here's what they took. Delgado had the cores cabled to his bench rig and a readout climbing the wall display. And he was doing what he did when the data had him, narrating it at the room, fast, like commentary on a match only he could see. The recorder buffers in sequence. I pulled oldest first because the oldest is the most armored against exactly the kind of day this boat had, which means what they got is the newest, the final 6 hours. The distress call that pulled the crew off, the close approach, the taking, everything that hangs the act on the people who did it. That's what was worth a harpoon. He looked up, and the commentary dropped half its speed. They took the 6 hours that convict them, and they left us the month that convicts somebody else. Ackerman stood at the end of the bench with her arms folded. "Show the lieutenant the month." "The month," Delgado scrolled. 31 days of escort logs. This tug's whole working life since its last yard visit was shepherding cargo out of Tornell Station, all of it flagged the same way. Transfer stock. Tornell originating, corridor routing, priority handling. And the handling instructions are... He hunted for the honest word, found it, apologized to it in advance. Wrong, for freight. No pulse scan, no transit inspection. Do not delay flags on inert cargo, which is like putting a police escort on a crate of gravel. Every instruction countersigned out of the same office.
He left the lineup on the display where everyone could read the routing stamp. The director's office, Tornell. And the boat noticed, Salazar said. He could read a log tree. Flying things came with paperwork.
The boat's captain noticed. Delgado pulled it up. A single transmitted query, 9 days old, the dead syntax of a tired professional. Request clarification. Escort requirement for inert transfer stock, ref handling flags. And beneath it, Tornell controls complete answer, in full. Handled, disregard. 9 days before the lure call. After that, the queries stop. The escorts don't. For a beat, the bay held still. 4 people looking at one word doing more work than a word should. Transfers. Salazar kept setting it next to the lieutenant's face, the burn scar and the tired arithmetic, 2 exhibits in a case no one had named yet. One more, Imeth said. The ops officer had come down from the bridge with a tablet she had not needed to bring in person, which meant she had chosen to. The Ryder craft's drive signature against the sensor record the captain ordered logged after the chain attack. It is the same vessel as the lead craft, the one that left the catch clean. They struck the chain and 3 days later came back for this recorder. Whatever the corridor's transfers are, the Ryders are inside that business far enough to know which evidence matters. We had her. Salazar heard the heat in his own voice and let it out anyway. Pretending it wasn't there had never once worked on this XO. Commander, 2 minutes of burn. The tender had the legs and I had her boat's profile cold. We won't get a cleaner look at where they den than the one we just let coast away. With 4 of them inside a pressurized hull, my science officer's hands full of the only evidence in the corridor, and you decorating the deck plates. Ackerman did not raise her voice. She never had to. The temperature did it for her. If the boat is the prize, you get your chase. If the people are the prize, you keep the people. The people were the prize, Lieutenant. Theirs and ours. She understood that faster than you did, which is why she's good, and why we'll see her again, and why next time I'd like you behind cover. A beat, the near joke arriving without a smile attached. You stopped a flechette berth with your forearm. I'd planned on you stopping it with a bulkhead. It was in front of Sam's head at the time. Then it was well spent. She turned to the display, to the routing stamp and the one-word answer and the month of transfers, and spoke again to all of them, and mostly to the captain on the open link. They came back. No one comes back under a cruiser's guns for a dead boat's recorder unless the recorder can hang someone. The riders' 6 hours hang the riders. The question worth this ship's time is the month that's left. Who at Tornell needed an escorted freight line nobody was allowed to inspect, and what, in the name of every regulation I have ever loved, is transfer stock? Then let's go and ask. Cross from the bridge, warm as ever and no longer sounding like it was effortless. Imeth, signal Tornell Station. Inform the director's office that Lodestar is inbound on a welfare investigation, 3 of their corridor crew unaccounted for, and that we look forward to the station's full cooperation. Salazar, when you're done bleeding, I'll want approach options. We're going visiting. They secured the tug for tow and broke station, and the silent boat with its 3 clipped cups fell astern into the dark it had kept so tidily. Ahead, down the long bright lattice of the Rivas line, Tornell Station sat in its web of rings and commerce, glowing like the golden age itself. Tornell Control acknowledged their course inside the minute, twice with impeccable courtesy. Both times it asked what state the recorder was in. Chapter 5. Tornell. Tornell Station arrived in pieces, first as traffic, then as light, and only at the very end as a place. The traffic began 2 hours out, drone tenders riding the approach lanes in stitched processions of running lights.
ore lighters dropping away toward the refinery ring, a null packet boat sliding past close enough to read the looping script along her hull, and between them the unglamorous swarm of a working port, crew ferries, water barges, a survey skiff with its arrays folded flat along its spine. Then the light, a smear on the forward display that grew edges, then towers, then terraces of window glow stacked 30 decks deep around the spine of the original catcher terminus, the bones of the first decelerator ring still standing inside the station's body like a founding church a town has built itself around and refused to pull down. "It's bigger than Bergen," Vinter said from the helm, in the voice of a man checking arithmetic he didn't quite believe. "The harbor, I mean, the lit part of it." "Everything's bigger than Bergen." Salazar had the approach plotted and nothing left to do with it. Tornell Control had assigned them a lane so slow and so safe that flying it was an insult to the word. "Half this lane is queue. We could walk in faster." "You could wave at the queue as we pass. Practice looking friendly." "I'm always friendly." "Practice anyway." Imeth worked the handoff with Tornell Control in her usual fashion, each word set down exactly where she wanted it, and the station answered in kind. Berthing, customs, a pressure and health declaration, the honest bureaucracy of a port that moved more tonnage in a day than some colonies saw in a year. A station with something to hide would have sounded no different. They never did. Hartley's voice arrived from engineering before the berthing numbers had finished settling. "Captain, while we're alongside, Tornell's yards carry the proper field couplings, the genuine article, not the printed pattern. 20 minutes of a dockhand's time, and the port side stops sulking for good. Buy for and declare for. We're guests." "Guests," said Hartley, with the grief the word deserved, and went off the channel to write her shopping list. "While she's down there, Captain, the galley's on the last of your beans. I checked, twice, purely out of concern. You drink my coffee 1 watch a week, Lieutenant. Buy your own." Cross watched Tornell come up and took honest inventory of what he was bringing into it. An empty tug, powered and pressurized, 1 EVA suit and its tether gone, an uncommitted nav correction dating the minute everything aboard had stopped, a salvage crew that put a harpoon through an airlock to get the recorder back, and on the partial they'd pulled out of it, surfacing between long stretches of ruin, 1 word in the tug's tasking records: transfers. What he wanted was for Tornell to explain all of it, and he didn't dress that up. He wanted a big, lit, prosperous station to hand him the boring answer, a tasking code, a comms fault, 3 tug crew red-faced and alive at some rest dock down the line. The corridor had been good to every human being he'd ever met. The age he served kept turning out to be exactly what it looked like, and he had no reason yet to think Tornell was where that broke. He also knew, the way you know a stone in your boot, that wanting a thing explained and having it explained are a long walk apart. "Fillings," Ackerman arrived at his shoulder with the air of a woman who had read all of them twice. "Tornell Station, Corridor Authority for the Sundgren Combine, Director Marius Strand presiding, throughput numbers that would make a center port commissioner weep into his license. Safety record clean on the open record." She measured the next part out like medicine. "Their grievance docket's gone quiet, though. A corridor this size generates complaints the way a hull generates scratches. Theirs stopped 6 weeks ago. Not slowed, stopped. Or they're happy. Or they're happy." Ackerman didn't rule it out. She delivered it like a coroner declining to rule out natural causes. The Lodestar took her berth between a grain hauler and a combine tender. The clamps came across, the gangway ran out. Directors, in Cross's experience, did not meet welfare checks at the airlock. They sent a deputy with a tablet and a schedule, and the schedule was the message. Marius Strand was standing at the lock when it opened.
The director was a broad gray man in a corridor authority jacket gone soft at the elbows, and he had the particular ruined neatness of someone who has been sleeping in his office and shaving in its washroom. Pressed collar, raw eyes. His handshake was a dock worker's. "Captain Cross, Marius Strand, I run the corridor," which mostly means I apologize for it. The smile that went with it was real and tired and aimed at everyone on the gangway, not just the rank. "Before anything else gets said, I owe you for hold 3. 210 people were on that floor when your pod went bad vector 4 days ago. I've met every one of them, and a fair number of their children. So understand where the asking starts, whatever you came to ask. This station owes your ship a debt, and anything on Tornal that opens for you." Cross liked him at once, fast and certain, the way he liked most people. He made the captain's adjustment of liking the man fast and keeping a column open in his own judgment, because liking people fast was his gift and his weakness both, and the weakness was what Ackerman was for. Strand walked them up through the concourse above hold 3 rather than around it, a man choosing the route past the thing he was thanking them for. The concourse was the golden age with its sleeves rolled, market stalls under the gallery glass selling things no printer had touched, frying dough and machine oil on the air, null stevedores working a manifest alongside human crews. Children pressed to the glass watching the rings flare as the afternoon's pods came down the chain and were talked one by one out of being mountains. Strand stopped without seeming to decide to, beside an exo-loader, to ask the driver how his daughter's surgery had gone. The doc knew him and didn't perform for him, and that was the part you couldn't fake. The dough smell did what dough smells do. Cross was 10 years old for 3 steps of the gallery, the embarkation hall, the morning his mother shipped them both up the well to her first orbital posting. A stall by the departure gates, selling fried honey twists to families holding one-way tickets. She'd bought him 2 and herself none, then eaten half of his second on the grounds that quality control was a family responsibility. He could taste it now, on a station she'd never seen, at the working end of the kind of line her whole life had been an argument for. And he caught himself smiling, 4 days into a welfare check with 3 people missing, and put the smile away, and resented the putting it away. "Your tug," Cross said, when the gallery had gone quieter around them. "Tell me about the crew." 3 of ours. Strand's pace didn't change, but his voice dropped its public register and went flat with worry. "And I'll say this first. My control room asked Geneva for the interception. Nobody here hides behind jurisdiction while 3 of our people are missing. I've taken a tender out to the line twice myself, and twice it came back with nothing I could give the families." Strand gave them the 3 names without consulting anything, and the lives along with them. The tender pilot, whose mother worked a refinery ring. The medic, 2 months short of rotating home. The EVA specialist, who held the corridor record for haul time, and, by Strand's account, never once mentioned it sober. He recited his own people the way you recite something you never sat down to learn, and Cross revised his opinion of directors. "What did you find aboard?" Strand asked. "The tug. Was there—" His hand moved, hunting for the shape of the question. "Sign of anything. Of anyone." "Powered, pressurized, orderly. No battle, no blood. A salvage craft came back for the recorder while my team was aboard and was rude about it." "The recorder." Strand stopped walking. "You have it?" "Part of it. And it showed—" "It's being read," Ackerman said, in a voice with no door in it. Strand caught himself.
the hunger naked on his face for a breath, then noticed and put away. "Forgive me. 3 of mine, Captain. You reach a point where you want the answer more than you want to seem patient." It was exactly the answer Cross would have given in his place, and meant. "Then help me with the other thing," Cross said. "The crew that came back for that recorder put a harpoon through my away team's airlock, and a lieutenant on the link who told my tactical officer that you lot left us the scraps. That's twice in 4 days I've crossed salvage crews holding corridor keys that should have died with their contracts 5 years ago. Help me with that." "I'll help you with it because it's true and it shames us." Strand turned to the gallery glass and the rings beyond it. "Those crews called our misses for as long as the line has run. Licensed, bonded, some of them wearing Combine commendations for recoveries that saved settlements. Then the new rings cut the miss rate to nothing, and the Combine struck the lot of them off the register in a single quarter. But the credentials live in the hardware, in the catcher modules, so a licensed crew can take local control of a ring during a network outage, a rescue feature. Pull it, and you replace legacy modules the whole length of the corridor. Replace the modules, and you stop the line. Stop the line." His hand closed. "I've asked for the retrofit in writing 4 times. I'll give you all 4 refusals. It would have cost money to change the locks, Captain, and the money was always needed somewhere honest." Cross didn't look at Ackerman. Ackerman, with great professionalism, examined the loader traffic below the glass and said nothing. "One more word then," Cross said. "It's on your tug's tasking records, and I'd like to hear what it means from you rather than from a damaged recorder. Transfers." The concourse went on around them. The dough smell, the children at the glass, the rings flaring one by one. And Strand looked at Cross with an expression that came and went before Cross could put a name to it. "Come upstairs, Captain," the director said. "That one needs coffee." The office was a working room, roster boards 3 deep on one wall, a window over the docks, and behind the desk a run of pictures from down corridor, a half-built habitat ring, a frost-paneled greenhouse dome, a school group grinning in front of a decommissioned catcher ring like climbers at a summit. The coffee came out of a real pot, and Strand poured it himself, without ceremony. The word, Director? The word. Strand sat and looked every hour of however long it had been since he'd slept in a bed. Catcher work is hard on people. Long shifts, heavy rotation, field cycling close to live rings. When the medics flag a crew, I move them off station. Rest postings, assessments, lighter duty down the corridor. It's a standing program older than my chair, and every order in it is signed and recorded. Your missing word is the dullest word I've got. I sign a transfer the way you sign a watch rotation, and the tug shepherds the movements as part of its tasking, which is why it's all over its records." He leaned in then, and the worn-out administration went out of him, and something more dangerous came up behind it. Warmth, aimed. "Let me tell you about a transfer, Captain, because you'll read the list tonight, and I'd rather you read it with a face on. Last spring, I had a refinery ring rigger, 20 years on the line, hands like a docking clamp, and her own daughter flagged her. The girl's a junior medic on my night shift. She put her mother's name on the list and then sat outside this door for an hour because she thought I'd take it badly that she'd flagged her own blood. I didn't take it badly. I moved the woman to a rest posting at the 8th station where the rings run slow, and the worst thing that happens in a shift is the kettle. She sends the daughter a message every Tuesday. I know that because the daughter still works my night shift and tells me." Strand spread his hands. "That's a transfer, Captain. That's the word you came up here to be frightened of. I sign that order 100 times a year, and the paper sits behind every one. Read all of it, and you'll be aboard a week." It was the kind of thing Cross wanted to hear, told the way he'd have wanted to hear it, and a voice that sounded a great deal like his mother's put up its hand in the back of his skull. When somebody tells you a story you like, look hardest at that one. She'd said it to him about salesmen and about himself. The rigger's daughter sitting outside the door for an hour was exactly the detail he'd have invented if he were inventing. How many this quarter?
More than usual. Strand said it before the question had finished landing and held Cross's eyes through it. "I'll save you catching me at it. A great deal more. We're behind quota and ahead of winter. I've been working crews harder than I like, and when you work crews harder, the medics flag more of them, and I won't run people past the flag. So, more transfers this quarter than any quarter since I took the chair. If that number looks strange in your report, write next to it that the other number was injuries." The honesty was disarming, and Cross let himself be disarmed about 3/4 of the way, which for him was restraint. The story had everything, humane, checkable, it explained the word and the volume both, and Strand had handed over the worst of it before being asked. A man brings all his answers to an interview in order for more than one reason. Only one of those reasons is having nothing to hide. "I'll want the records," Cross said. "You'll have 'em before you're back aboard. Orders, manifests, postings, medical flags, the lot, to your science officer. It's on the public ledger anyway. You could pull it without my blessing." Strand's mouth bent. "You may as well have the blessing." "And the tug crew?" "Find them." All the administration went out of the director's voice at once, and what was left was older and plainer. "Whatever you need from this station, fuel, berths, my own tenders, my own time, find them." Cross stood and asked the last one standing the way you ask a thing you want to land as an afterthought. "Director, is there anything on this line I should be worried about? Anything that belongs in a formal flag?" Strand rose too, slower, and crossed to the window over the docks, and Cross half thought the question had gone past him. Then, "Do you know what a formal flag does to a corridor, Captain? Geneva suspends the line pending review. The review is honest and careful and takes a season because honest and careful always does. Meanwhile," he nodded at the photographs, the dome, the half-built ring, the school group. "Meanwhile, protein feed, printer stock, medical consumables, every gram of it for every settlement down that line sits in a yard while careful people are careful." Strand turned around. "You can shut this corridor down cleanly. You only have to accept what it does to everyone who eats off it. That's not a threat. It's the arithmetic I do instead of sleeping. And there's a quarterly train already in flight, thrown weeks ago from half a system out. It doesn't stop, and it doesn't care who's having a jurisdictional disagreement when it arrives. The line will be standing and crewed and certified when that mountain gets here, because there's no version of this where it isn't." "That wasn't the question I asked." "No, it wasn't." He held Cross's eyes, tired and level. "Nothing on my line belongs in a flag, Captain. You'll have every record I own by tonight." At the office door, with the courtesies done and Ackerman already in the corridor, the director put out his hand once more and held the grip a beat past custom. "When you find them," he said, and stopped. Something moved behind the raw eyes and was gone. "Your tug crew, when you find them, this office, any hour, and I mean any." "Any hour," Cross said. Going down in the lift, watching the dock terraces rise past the glass, Cross found that he believed most of it. The man was real, the worry was real, and the program would be in the records, because nobody offered an audit they couldn't survive.
The trouble was that the part of him doing the believing was the part that wanted to.
Them, Ackerman said. They were in the ready room with the dock lights through the port and Strand's records already landing in Delgado's queue, orders, manifests, postings, flags, the lot, exactly as promised, delivered with a speed that was either transparency or rehearsal. Cross had his coffee untouched in front of him, which Ackerman would have read as a tell if she hadn't been busy producing none of her own. Them. At the door, when you find them. Then he corrected it to the tug crew. Ackerman stood at the port, hands behind her back. There are 3 of them, Captain. A man who knows the medic's rotation date and the pilot's mother's posting says the 3, or he says their names. Them is what you say when the number's higher and you're trying not to. Or it's what you say when you haven't slept in a week and your corridor's gone wrong around you. It's also that. He answered everything. Cross heard the energy come up in his voice and let it. Talking a thing through was how he walked the ground. Against his own Combine's interest, with documents, he flagged the volume before we'd seen the records with the cause attached. He gave us the audit unasked. Liars don't volunteer the audit, Commander. Good ones do. It's the cheapest place to hide, inside the paperwork ahead of the question. Ackerman turned from the port. Twice today I watched that man answer something before you asked it. Could be an honest man with nothing to lose, could be a careful one who's already had this conversation alone in his office at 3 in the morning, both parts. A beat. I'm not telling you he's dirty. I'm telling you the story's smooth, and a thing doesn't come out smooth. Somebody has to take the rough off it. Noted for the record? Noted between us, Ackerman said, for now. Cross took the coffee at last, found it cold, drank it anyway. Then we check. That's what all of it's for, Commander. Every movement on that corridor is committed to the ledger, provenance down to the gram, and no power on this station can make the record agree with a lie after the fact. It's not a slogan, it's engineering. If Strand's paper and the ledger tell the same story, he's the best man I've met this year, and I'll buy him a better pot. If they don't, Cross set the cup down. Delgado. Delgado's voice came up from the science bay with the link already open, because of course it was. The orders are real documents, Captain, signed, sequenced, boring in all the right places. So far, the paper agrees with the paper. Whether it agrees with the corridor is the harder question, and it's the one that matters. Every transfer Strand signed put bodies in a hull and moved it down the line, and moving mass leaves a wake. Thermal, consumables, the draw on a life support stack for however many people the manifest claims were aboard. The ledger kept all of it, because the ledger keeps everything. So I match his paper against the wake, and we find out whether the people he says he moved were ever in the boxes. The link breathed for a second. Give me a day. 2 if it gets interesting, and I think it's gonna get interesting. Take the 2. Captain. Emeth's voice now from the bridge, and Cross was moving before the second word because her levelness had a particular weight when she was choosing not to hurry. 2 items. Tornell Control has reassigned our berth, effective the morning shift. A better view, fewer neighbors, and a longer walk to anything that matters. The request was very courteous. She let that settle. And a ship has entered the corridor from down the line, decelerating hard. Combined Survey Warden class, private fleet, armed escort tonnage. She has filed a notice of interest regarding, I am quoting it, the good order of the corridor and the activities of visiting vessels. Something moved under the level voice. We are the only visiting vessel. Time to alongside? Mid-morning at her current burn. She isn't hiding it, Captain. She wants the burn seen. Cross came forward onto the bridge with Ackerman at his shoulder. Survey Warden. Salazar had the class profile up and was reading it the way other men read a rival's team sheet.
Decent legs, better guns than a surveyor needs, and anyone who burns like that into a queue lane either knows their margins to the meter or doesn't care about them. I'd like to know which before mid-morning. You'll get to ask. Politely. At the helm, Vinter watched the flare on the plot with an expression Cross knew well enough. The ensign had grown up on stories where ships arrived burning like that, and was learning in real time the difference between a story and a window. "Sir, are we in trouble?" "This is conversation, ensign. Trouble's further down the menu."
Cross took the rail and looked out past the berth lights and the green hauler and the terraces of Tornell stacked up bright and certain of themselves. The golden age at dinner. 10,000 windows of it, not one of them worried. Delgado was matching paper against the wake of it. The director was awake in his office, doing arithmetic instead of sleeping. Down the line, 3 people were missing, and a word was waiting to mean something. And over all of it, the corridor went on, catching mountains, because that was what it was for. Cross pressed 2 fingers to the rail and tapped, once. Out past it all, far down the dark of the Rivas line, the warden's deceleration flare burned steady. One hard new star, getting closer.
Chapter 6. Jurisdiction. The Combine captain did not say hello. "Lodestar, this is Captain Lenina Marchetti, Survey Warden, Sundgren Combine." The link came up on the forward display without a hail and without a chime, the way a door opens when the person on the other side owns the building. "You are conducting an investigative operation on Combine corridor infrastructure without Combine sanction. You will state your authority, your scope, and your departure date, in that order." Cross was out of the chair before she finished the second sentence, his coffee onto the rail shelf with a click. Standing gave him a moment to take her measure while she took his. Mid-40s, slate-gray warden's uniform with the corridor flash at the collar, worn soft, never new. A face weathered somewhere with too little sky. She sat dead center of her own frame, hands out of sight, and looked at him the way an assayer looks at ore. Not hostile, just unwilling to be told what a thing was worth before she'd weighed it herself. Her ship had come up the corridor overnight and gone silent an hour out. "Drives cold, arrays wide open," Emeth had said at the watch change, in the tone she kept for facts that were also warnings. "She has been listening to everything Tornell says and transmitting almost nothing. That is the discipline of someone who means to be the one asking." So Cross had expected the call. What he had not expected was to be standing on his own bridge feeling like a man pulled over for speeding, a heat at the back of his neck he had not felt since the academy, and that knowing better did nothing to cool. "Captain Marchetti, I'd say welcome to Tornell, but I suspect we're both guests here, so let me offer the next best thing. Everything we have in exactly the order you asked for it." Nothing moved in her face. At the tactical station, just inside the edge of Cross's vision, Salazar had become very interested in a perfectly nominal board. Cross went on anyway, because going on was what he did. "Authority, a welfare request from Tornell Control, logged and mirrored the morning their escort tug missed its second check-in. It's on the record and it names this ship. Your corridor asked for us, Captain. We didn't invite ourselves." One beat to let that arrive. "Scope, 3 people. A tender pilot, a medic, an EVA specialist. The crew of that tug which we boarded and found powered, pressurized, and empty, with 1 suit missing and a navigation correction nobody stayed aboard to commit. Departure, the day I can tell 3 families something true. I would love that day to be soon. A welfare request discharges when the vessel's found. You found it. Since then, you've interviewed my personnel, pulled my transfer records, and parked a Geneva warship off a working catcher. On my corridor, that has a different name." If the name is thorough, I'll wear it.
The name is Audit, and you have no sanction to run one.
Captain, 3 of your corridor's people are missing, off a boat that doesn't make sense, and Director Strand's own transfer list has 30 more names on it that nobody has yet shown me arriving anywhere. I'm not auditing your corridor. I'm counting people. The day the count adds up, you're rid of me. 30 Combine workers, Marchetti said, moved on Combine vessels under Combine law. That's a warden's file, not Geneva's. She let a silence stand where another speaker would have put emphasis. I've read every center safety review ever run out here. They all start the same. Something small, a missing crew, a bent manifest, a worried liaison. They all finish the same too. Licenses in a Geneva drawer, the corridor at half throughput, lawyers arguing for a year about whose safety it was. I know the opening moves, Captain. I've watched them 3 times. Rooms moved with Cross. They always had. It was the first true thing anyone said about him, and he had built a career on it the way other men built careers on gunnery scores. This one was tilting the other way, and partway into his answer, he caught himself doing what he did when that happened, building the case longer, building it warmer, talking like a man who could talk a house into existing. Then ought just do it, he said, and made himself stop there instead of 3 sentences later. I'll mirror our logs to your ship. Every interview, every record pull, every hour of sensor time, unedited, as we generate it. No requests, no delays. You'll know what we know the minute we know it. And the day the count adds up, you can write the closing line of the file yourself. I was going to require that. Not thank you, not even acknowledgement that something had been given. Behind Cross, Salazar made a sound he converted into a cough at the last viable instant. You'll have traffic instructions inside the hour. Work inside them and there's no incident. The day your welfare count turns into an inspection of my operations, I'm instructed to treat enforcement as enforcement, and I will. A tilt of the head, not quite courtesy. Marchetti out. The display went dark with Cross's next sentence still in his mouth, something he could not remember happening before in all the years he'd held a chair. Nobody on the bridge spoke. The morning sounds came back up one by one. The tick of Imtem's board taking returns. The open engineering channel breathing 4 decks of distance. Tornell traffic murmuring on the secondary. She seems nice, Salazar said to nobody in particular. Lieutenant, said Ackerman, without heat. I'm only saying, Commander, the captain offered her the entire ship, and she billed him for the delivery. At the helm, Vinter had been sitting on a question through the whole exchange, visibly, the way the young can't help. Cross nodded at him. Out with it, Ensign. Can she actually order us off the corridor, sir? No, Ackerman said. She can make staying expensive. There is a body of corridor law that runs to 11 volumes, and she will have a working command of all of it. We have a welfare request and good intentions. The XO's tone made it clear which of those she considered load-bearing. She told us 3 things, Captain, Imith said from operations. She had not turned. Her hands rested flat on either side of her board, and she spoke to the dark place where the link had been. She asked nothing she did not already know the answer to. She did not call to learn. She called so we would understand she does not need us in order to know. A held beat. There is a null word for officials like her. It does not translate as an insult. What does it translate as? Approximately, the one who is still there in winter. Cross looked at the dark display a moment longer. Ackerman, beside him, said nothing, which, from Ackerman, she did on purpose.
The traffic instructions arrived inside the hour, and they were beautiful. Cross read them twice in the ready room over the dregs of the morning pot. approach lanes for every class of small craft Lodestar carried, comm windows, a schedule of Combine personnel he could interview, and a shorter, sharper schedule of those he could not approach without a warden's observer present. Under every clause, a citation of corridor statute laid in like rivets. "She cites statute I had to look up," Ackerman said. From the XO, this was roughly a standing ovation. None of it improvised. These terms were in a drawer before her ship had our haul on its plot. She's been ready for a Geneva visit for years. And Hartley says the small craft lanes are insultingly good, drawn to our tender's handling envelope to the meter. She'd like to know how. "And I offered her everything we have," Cross said, "and she docked me points for offering." "You gave away your only concession before she asked." No softness in it. Softening was not a service the XO offered. "She'll have noticed you negotiate from warmth, and she'll price it in from now on. I would." Cross looked at his executive officer. "You admire her." "I can account for her." Ackerman built it the way she built everything, one conditional at a time. If a Sundran warship held station off one of our catchers and started pulling our crew files on a welfare theory, you'd do exactly what she's doing. Warmer, slower, but you'd do it. She's the only person in this corridor whose behavior I can derive from first principles. Strand's account gets smoother every time we touch it, which is not how true accounts behave. Ours has grown from 1 tug to 30 transfer files in 5 days. Hers is 1 sentence, keep the line running. I find that restful. Restful? Comparatively. Cross took his coffee to the viewport. Tornell filled half of it, a lit sprawl of spurs and habitat rings, the catcher chain strung out beyond like a necklace hung on the dark. And out past the chain, drives cold, arrays open, the wardenship listening. He should have been angrier than he was. He kept arriving at the same fact from new directions. He had argued his best case and moved her nothing. 20 years in uniform had taught him what to do when the warmth worked. About the person it bounced off, the manual said nothing, and he was learning at 38 that there had never been a second method underneath. One tool, and a long run of rooms where it had been enough. "Where's Delgado?" "Inside Tornell's transfer ledgers since yesterday. He says they're immaculately kept, the way other people say rehearsed." On the dock spur below the viewport, a loader train slid past with the patience of all heavy things, and Cross thought about a director who answered questions before they were quite asked. "There's something she keeps pricing that we don't, Captain." Ackerman came to the other side of the viewport, plainly seeing a different station. "We leave. Whatever we find or don't, Lodestar leaves this corridor, a month, a season, but we leave. Every dockhand we interview stays here afterwards, with Strand, with whatever we stirred up and didn't finish. Marchetti isn't protecting Strand. I doubt she can stand him. She's protecting everyone still here after we've gone home. You're right to push. You just haven't counted what the pushing costs the people we push past. She has. That's the whole job of a corridor warden. Count what things cost." Cross took that the way he took most hard things, which was standing up straighter. "Set up a meeting," he said. "Face to face. Her terms, her choice of ground." "She won't charm." "Everyone charms." "I'll pre-draft the incident report." It was as near to a joke as the XO came on duty, and Ackerman was at the hatch before Cross worked out it had also been a warning. Tornell's Hold 3 gallery ran the length of the dock floor, a ribbon of glass and rail above the largest enclosed space Cross had stood in since the academy. The smell came up through the ventilation seams, grain dust, hot metal, the Swedish solvent note of pallet wrap, and under it the dock canteen doing something heroic with onions. Pallet rows marched away under the lift cranes. Loader trains walked freight into lanes. A Nall stevedore gang worked the high gantries with the unhurried economy their people brought to everything. And somewhere below, a docker was whistling, badly, a tune Cross half knew and could not have named under oath.
210 people down there, give or take a shift change. The number had been living in his head since the day a falling mountain walked off its path with this dock behind it. Marchetti came on the hour, exactly, with one aide who stationed himself out of earshot. A glance priced the coffee service Cross had ordered, 2 cups, a real pot, set out on the rail table, and dismissed it as a tactic which, in fairness, it partly was. "You wanted a face?" she said, taking the rail. "This is it. Say the part that doesn't go on a link." Cross had walked up the gallery with an approach prepared. Looking at her, he set it down. "I can't make the tug make sense, Captain." That bought him a flicker, not warmth, attention. He went on plainly, the case without the salesmanship for once. 3 people don't vanish off a powered boat mid-shift. The suit count says one of them went across to something that called for help, and the tender went out by the book, and none of them came back, and nobody on this station blinks when I say so. And a transfer list is paper. Until somebody shows me 30 transferred workers arriving somewhere, a dock register, a medical intake, a mess chit, anything with a pulse behind it, the paper certifies nothing but itself. Show me that, and I'm gone inside the week, and my report will say this corridor ran exactly the way a corridor should. Marchetti studied the dock floor before she answered. Cross was beginning to recognize that as her version of weighing a thing. "Route it through the warden office," she said at last. "Arrival registers, intake records, cited, by the form. If the paper's good, the paper says so." "Thank you." "Not a favor. A clean audit clears a clean corridor." She turned from the rail and pointed down, one economical movement. "3rd row, the brindled pallets. Count them." Cross counted. 40-odd? 41. "The schedule says where every one of them sleeps tonight. That row is Halvard's End. 4,000 people, 1 biome under glass, no second supplier. Row behind it seed stock for 2 settlements your files probably call marginal." Her voice didn't lift. The numbers did the lifting. "A dozen settlements eat off this line. 3 eat off nothing else. Miss 1 quarter, 1 suspended license, 1 season of lawyers arguing jurisdiction, and Geneva files it as consolidation of the settlement program. Out here, we call it Halvard's End by winter." 12 blue tins. Cross had not thought of them in 30 years, and they came anyway, between one of her sentences and the next. 12 blue ration tins on the counter of the San Diego apartment, the spring the relief barges ran 9 days late after the second surge. His mother had lined them up each evening and moved one to the left when they ate, briskly, like inventory, and one night, thinking him asleep, she'd counted them again in the dark. He'd been 7. The barge floodlights coming up the drowned avenue were the most beautiful thing he had ever seen. Nobody who had stood in that kitchen ever needed marginal explained to them by an accountant. Cross came back to the gallery half a sentence behind her, which she noticed and did not remark on. "I'm not here to stop your corridor," he said. "No one ever is." Something moved behind the flatness then. Not warmth, pressure, a long way down. "You're the 3rd reasonable Geneva captain I've dealt with. Reasonable's the dangerous kind. When reasonable shuts a corridor down, the order comes with everyone's signature on it and nobody's name." Marchetti was right, and Cross knew it the moment she said it. He had counted 3 missing people and 30 unverified names. In 3 days at Tornell, he had not once counted the dock below, the brindled pallets, the 4,000 at the end of the line who would pay first and longest for any clumsy thing a Geneva hull did here, meaning well. She had counted nothing else since before her ship made the corridor. Both ledgers were true, and neither captain could afford to keep the others. "Then let me ask you something that goes in neither of our files." Cross said it quietly, and she did not say no. 30 people on a transfer list, 3 more off a tug. If it turns out the corridor's interest and those 33 people's interest are not the same thing, where does a warden stand? I don't work for Geneva, and I don't work for the people you think I work for. Marchetti came around to face him, and the frontier was suddenly close to the surface, the accent, the arithmetic, all of it. I grew up at the far end of a line like this one. Half-finished sky, water rationed, a corridor for a lifeline. Until I was 16, everything I ate and wore and breathed came down it, because somebody unglamorous kept it running inside a margin, Geneva audits from a comfortable distance. My brother still farms inside that margin. A fact among facts. I work for the line. The combine pays me to do it. Most days, those are the same job. And on the other days? Haven't been any yet. It came back level and half a beat too fast, the way an answer comes when it's been kept somewhere ready. Marchetti picked her gloves up off the rail, and whatever had been close to the surface went back down into the slate gray. Find your 3 people, she said. Be small, be quick, be as honest in your paper as you want Tornell to be in theirs. And Captain. She paused at the head of the gallery stair and gave him the only advice she would ever give him for free. When someone on this station finally tells you a story you like, look hardest at that one. Then she went, Aide following in behind, boot heels even on the deck plate, and Cross stayed at the rail with the freight coming down below him, and the strong suspicion that he'd lost a second room to the same woman in one day. It took him a moment to notice Strand. The director stood at the far end of the gallery where the glass met the executive lifts, flanked by 2 of his staff, conducting a conversation his eyes weren't attending. He was too far away to have heard a word, and that was the point, Cross realized, watching him. He didn't need to. What the whole gallery could see was the distance. 2 captains who'd stood a careful meter apart for half an hour and parted without a handshake. At the sight of Marchetti's party going down the stair, the worry Strand had worn since Lodestar made dock sat lighter on him, a man whose afternoon had improved. Catching Cross's eye across 50 meters, the director raised one hand in a courteous half-salute and turned back to his staff and his quotas. Cross pressed 2 fingers to the rail and tapped once. Marchetti had been sent up the corridor to watch a Geneva captain. The Geneva captain had spent 2 days trying to win over the warden, and the only man getting exactly what he wanted out of both of them was standing by the lifts, warm and worried and helpful, because as long as the 2 captains faced each other, neither one was facing Tornell. The coffee service stood where the steward had left it, both cups clean, the pot gone tepid. Cross poured one and drank it, standing, cold and bitter and his own fault, and set the cup down with the care of a man who's just changed his mind and means to keep it changed. Cross had the channel open before he reached the bottom of the stair. Change of approach, he told Ackerman, while the dock floor went on feeding a dozen settlements over his head, pallet by pallet, on a schedule with no patience for any of this. Everything through the warden office from here. Arrival registers, intake records, the lot, cited, by the form, mirrored to her ship before she asks. If Strand wants the 2 of us watching each other, we're going to disappoint him. A beat on the link, about the length of a raised eyebrow. I'll draft it, Ackerman said, and for once there was nothing conditional in it at all. Chapter 7. The Records Won't Reconcile. Nobody lied to the ledger, Delgado said. That's where I'm stuck. Nobody lied to the ledger because nobody can, and the lie is in there anyway. The briefing room wall carried 30 lines of freight record, green and orderly, everyone committed to the public seam ledger over the past 6 weeks. Delgado had slept 4 hours out of the last 48, and the words wanted to come fast, the way they did when a result refused to behave. Commander Ackerman was letting him run, which, from Ackerman, was very nearly a pause. Petrov had left breakfast outside the science office, half a ration loaf, a flask of tea, "Eat" across the wrapper, and marker pen. Delgado, who would have argued with a direct order, had obeyed the handwriting completely. The flask rode in his pocket against his hip. 30 consignments, he walked the column. Class C inert freight, single units, consigned 2 and 3 transfers down the corridor. Every entry's real. Authorship proven, provenance intact. Ask the ledger whether Tornell's been shipping cargo, and it says yes, and it's telling the truth. Then we don't have anything, Ackerman said. An honest record of legal freight. Where's the crime, Mr. Delgado? In what the freight weighs. He pulled entry 11 wide. Declared printer feed, 9.8 tons in a Class C frame. A frame that size loaded with printer feed runs 300 tons. That's what it's for. 9.8 is a 10 with a rattle in it. Part loads happen. The combine runs them when a settlement needs one thing fast. She wrote nothing. Odd isn't a crime either. Agreed. So I went to the one number nobody can fake. A second column unfolded. The catcher chain's handling record. You can lie to a customs clerk about what's in the box. You can't lie to the machine that has to catch it. The decel solution's built on true mass, and if the mass is wrong, the box lands as a crater. Declared and handled mass agree to the kilo on all 30. The masses are honest. It's the cargo class that's lying. 9.8 tons filling a 300-ton frame isn't printer feed. It's something light, hollow, built around empty space. A tank, an instrument package, a hull section under tow. Ackerman's stylus stayed down. You haven't got people yet. You've got an underloaded frame.
No, not yet. He brought up a third column, a long line holding one number. The escort tug we boarded shepherded one of these about 3 weeks before it went silent. The thermal track survived. Inert freight cold soaks. A day off the sling, it's near ambient and it stays there. Entry 17 sat at 19 degrees, hull skin, steady, every hour of the leg, regulated, in the dark, for days. He stopped, caught it. So something inside was holding heat at exactly the range a person finds comfortable. Ackerman looked at the column a moment. Or it had a cooked battery stack, or live cultures. Warm isn't people either on its own. On its own, no. It landed cleaner than he wanted. She was making him earn every step, and the earning was steadying him. Take the next leg. Tornell's outfitting bays drew carbon scrubber cartridges and oxygen candles on 12 dates inside the window, each a day or two ahead of a launch. Scrubbers and candles are life support. There's no other thing they are. Stores for a crude run? There were no crude runs logged, just these. A fourth column. He set it down and stepped back. And then the hulls. Every unit out here has an identity on the ledger back to its manufacturer commit. You always know what a thing is and where it's been, and nobody can rewrite it. These 30 are on Tornell's own equipment register, personnel-rated emergency transfer capsules. The manifests call them freight. The hulls remember what they are. Ackerman picked the stylus up. That was the tell. So, the mass, the heat, the consumables, and the hull all agree? They only agree on one reading, Commander. You can erase nothing from the ledger, and you can't rewrite a hull's birth record. The only move left is to mislabel the contents and bet nobody stands the columns side by side. The air handling ran on by itself a moment. Ackerman read the wall left to right, all 4 columns, with the unhurried attention of a woman checking a parachute. Alternatives, she said. Run them down. Biologicals, live freight, pharmaceuticals. All of those have their own manifest classes, and using them costs nothing and breaks no rule.
Declaring a personnel capsule as a personnel capsule is free. There's one reason to dress people as freight, and it's so nobody asks where the people went. Strand gave the captain a transfer list, 30 names, moved off station for retraining over 6 weeks. I ran the names against Tornell's exception archive. 26 of the 30 filed timing anomaly and catch window exception reports in the year before they went. One loader twice logged nausea during mistimed catches. The people who got transferred are the people who kept saying the clocks were wrong. Ackerman set the stylus down and looked at the wall. "Say it plainly," she said, "for the record."
The 30 consignments are personnel capsules manifested as inert freight. There are people in Tornell's freight stream, Commander. Delgado made himself finish it, or there were. And the receiving yards? Ackerman asked. Queries went out this morning. Lags about a day each way. If 30 capsules arrived down line and got unloaded into a retraining dormitory, I'm wrong about the worst of it and I'll buy the drinks. If they didn't arrive, Ackerman said, this station has been shipping its witnesses. She closed the page. The captain hears this tonight from you, exactly as you gave it to me. Not Tornell, not the combine ship, not the wardroom over dinner. She stood and at the hatch paused. You said 2 things wouldn't reconcile. That's one. The clocks or the other. Delgado looked at the wall. And I won't say a word about the clocks until I've stood in Tornell's gallery and made their chain defend itself. Then go and ask, under the welfare check, with their full cooperation. A beat, dry. If they object, the objection's evidence too.
The ring control gallery was Tornell's pride, and looked it. A long, curved room high over the dock sprawl, one wall glass, the catchboards running the chain's geometry in green threads, readable from across the room. Out beyond the glass, the rings sat in their long ellipse down the corridor's throat, and while Delgado watched, one took a falling mountain by the shoulders and talked 4,000 tons of somebody's winter down to a walking pace. Marchetti's ship rode dark off the third ring, asserting jurisdiction by existing. Nobody in the gallery gave either site a glance. 11 years I've run this floor, the operations chief said, and you can have anything you want, because the chain's got nothing to hide. A broad, gray-cropped woman with a fixer's hands, she keyed the archive open on a spare console. Mind, it's dull reading. Good machines are dull. The gallery smelled of solder and old tea. The dock floor's noise came up through the structure as a rhythm without a tune. Loaders, cranes, a foreman's whistle. Halfway down the room, 2 duty controllers ran a sweepstake on the next cluster's first catch, names chalked against milliseconds on the back of a locker, and the chief collected a stake off one of them as she passed without breaking stride. People frightened of their machine did not bet on its punctuality. Delgado took the spare console and sat down with 14 months of archive. The certified archive went back to the gallery's commissioning. Delgado started 14 months deep and worked forward, catch by catch, pulling one number per event, the residual, the gap between when the certified solution said an exchange would land and when it did. Dull reading, the chief had promised, and the first hour kept the promise. The residual scattered the way honest noise scatters, a hair early, a hair late, meaning nothing. Except the mean was walking. 14 months back, the residuals had centered under a millisecond. They centered past 4 now, all late, and the trend had no knee in it, no install date, no repair, no incident where a fault arrived. It just grew, smooth as compound interest. In Ring 3's log, he found a timestamp committed twice, the same second attested 2 ways, and his stomach dropped, because the Silent Tugs log had carried the identical disease and he had refused to round that one away. Rings 4 and 5 each held a position for the same pod at the same moment, and the 2 could not both be true.
He rebased against the station master clock. The trend stayed. Against the dock clocks, it stayed in a different coat. Against each ring's clock in turn. And the cold arrived properly then, because every reference he could test the corridor with was part of the corridor. No clean clock to stand on. Whichever one he trusted, the rest disagreed with it a little more every month.
He put both hands flat on the console edge and made himself go the other way, clinical, and wrote it in the smallest words he had. The certified catch solution, the one those rings were running right now on live freight over an occupied station, had error in it. Real, growing. He could prove it existed. He could not measure its size or say which way it pointed, because the rulers were suspects. On the back of a maintenance sheet, he sketched the curve freehand, one rising line, and then caught himself looking at it without doing anything else. 9 years back, over series, a section head 20 years his senior had leaned in at a curve like this one, smaller, politer, just as impossible, and said, kindly, "The instrument's 3 weeks out of the crate, Sam. Rebase it to the model." He had. That was what nobody knew when they called him stubborn now. He knew what bending felt like, because he had bent once, all the way, with relief. The relief of letting a senior man be right so a number could be wrong. 8 months on, the same anomaly turned up on 3 platforms that had never met his model. Nothing exploded. He had just learned, at 25, that under pressure he would round a true thing away, and built everything difficult about him since over that hole. He smoothed the sheet flat and read the curve again as numbers, not weather. The chief took the sheet when he showed her, read it the way an engineer reads a stranger's handwriting, and handed it back unbothered. "Band's 20 milliseconds either side," she said. "You're showing me 4. 4 that sat under 114 months ago, smooth, no knee. That's not a fault signature. Faults arrive. This grew. Every machine drifts. That's why there's a band, and a resync every night, and a gallery full of people watching the board." The chief tipped her chin at the archive. "Keep scrolling. You'll find we saw it before you did." Delgado had already found it. 41 timing anomaly exception reports in just over 2 years, raised from the dock floor and the calibration office, each one closed with the same disposition stamped at the foot. Within tolerance. Monitor. Who monitors? You're looking at her. We log it, we resync, we watch the band. It has never once left the band. She was hiding nothing. That was the trouble. She believed every word, and on her own numbers, she was entitled to. These filings come up under the calibration office's code. They stopped 6 weeks ago, mid-series, mid-shift. Your most persistent complainant went quiet the same week the transfers started. Then the office is short-handed, and you take that up with the director's people, because staffing's not mine. The chief crossed her arms, and for the first time something under the patience showed, not guilt, possession. "I'll save you a week, officer. Half of whatever you're hunting washes back to the governor mess. 5 weeks ago, somebody got into Ring 2's governor stack and tried to force a cascade shutdown. On my chain, with freight inbound. Security has her. Anything that's looked wrong since, start there. Not in my archive." Delgado laid the curve between them and set his finger on the left end. "Your trend predates that by more than a year." "Then it's where?" No heat. A woman who had answered inspectors before. "This corridor throws mountains and catches them every day on hardware the Combine's been promising to retrofit since before the 6th ring went up. The retrofit's 40 days dark. You know what 40 days dark costs the settlements down line. So you'll write your finding. It'll say replace the clocks, and under it you can put which winter's freight we miss while we do."
I don't write findings. I measure things. Plainer than was kind. Your certified solution's contaminated. I can prove that much from your own archive. The size of the error and the sign of it I can't get because every clock I'd test it with belongs to the system I'm testing. That's not an accusation. It's an uncertainty sitting under live catches. Within tolerance, the chief said, and monitored. Final, the way a bulkhead is final. That's not me stonewalling. That's what the word tolerance is for. The day that number leaves the band, I'll shut my own chain down and hand you the breaker. Until then, I've 400 catches a day to land. Delgado signed for a certified copy of the archive, provenance sealed, authorship attested, the ledger doing its work for whichever side eventually needed it, and on his way out stopped at the glass. A pod came down the chain, ring to ring, gentler at every handoff, and landed in Tornell's mitt 4 milliseconds proud of its solution, inside the band. Nobody in the gallery looked up, because nothing was wrong. Cross's day cabin smelled of real coffee, which aboard the Lodestar meant the captain wanted a conversation to go well. He poured 3 cups and put the first in Delgado's hands. The printer doesn't adequate coffee, and I'd rather drink the recycler output. Sit down, Delgado. Ruin my evening. Delgado ruined it. He gave it the way he'd given it to Ackerman, only shorter, because Cross got there ahead of him twice, and he let the captain do the arriving. The underloaded frames, the masses that couldn't lie to the catcher, the regulated heat, the life support stores, the halls that remembered they were capsules. Then the gallery, the walking trend, the rulers that were suspects. Ackerman sat through it without a word, her notes made. Cross listened with his hands around his cup and the warmth in his face banking lower as it went, like a man watching weather come in over water he'd swum his whole life. For a while, nobody spoke. Here's the version I want, Cross said at last. Strand's 20 years out on a frontier corridor. The quota pressure's real. The settlements are real. And when his people started getting sick, he moved them somewhere quieter, in capsules, because they're the safest hulls he's got, under a freight class because a personnel movement triggers a review, and the review stops the line that feeds 11 settlements. Foolish. Decent. Paperwork dodging. Nothing worse. He turned the cup once. Didn't drink. It dies in the same place every time. Declaring people as people is free. He paid for the lie. Set it up. Ran it 6 weeks. You don't buy a lie you don't need. He wasn't mislabeling cargo. He was mislabeling witnesses. And the transfer list is in his own hand, against 30 hulls his own register calls capsules. Whatever he meant, the record's made. He committed his own evidence file 1 entry at a time. Delgado opened his mouth on the speech he'd built about that in the gallery, the one place that never forgets, the columns nobody stood side by side. And Cross was already there, so he closed it again. It was always going to be finished the moment anyone looked, he said instead. The ledger caught him. It was waiting for someone to read it. And the clocks, Cross looked up. Honest size. Unknown, that's the problem. Delgado kept it clinical, the frightened mode, and knew Cross could probably tell the difference by now. Error in the certified solution, provable, growing 14 months at least. For the magnitude and the sign, I need a reference that isn't part of the corridor. Raw local measurements, taken by somebody careful. Tornell's got a calibration office that did exactly that. It went quiet 6 weeks ago. The people who measured it best are the people in the freight. Nobody argued, because the room had run out of other readings. Then the hatch chimed, and Imeth stepped through, with a slate and her own particular stillness.
Captain, Director Strand's office has transmitted a file. We did not request it. Imeth set the slate where all 3 could see. It is the security dossier for an act of sabotage 5 weeks ago, an intrusion into Ring 2's catcher governor. A station systems engineer, in custody,
charges pending. The transmission arrived 9 minutes after Officer Delgado's gallery session closed. I note the interval because someone wished us to have their explanation before we had asked them a question." Cross read the cover page without touching it, the way a man reads a hand of cards laid down face up. Every anomaly the Lodestar had pulled at for 3 days came pre-answered in one tidy folder. The clocks, her doing. The unrest on the dock floor, her doing. The bad luck and worse records. Sabotage, see incident file. An explanation with the wrapping still on it. "Nobody takes a wrench to a catcher governor for fun," Delgado said. "Either she wanted it broken or she wanted it stopped. Those are different crimes." "Then tomorrow we go and hear her," Cross said. Politely, Ackerman asked in the flat register that kept its own records. "We're guests out here." Cross said it the way he'd said it a week and a lifetime ago, and this time none of them smiled. The charge sheet ran to 4 pages. The name at the top was Noor Dewan. Long after the others had gone, Delgado stayed at the viewport with a cooling cup and the maintenance sheet folded in his pocket, watching Tornell's rings catch mountains in the dark. Green, each exchange landing a few milliseconds proud of its solution. Inside the band, inside the story the corridor told about itself. He watched 3 more come down, then went to read the charge sheet again, because an engineer who attacks a governor has usually met a number she couldn't make anyone else believe. Chapter 8. The One Who Waited. The catch came up through the floor of the holding deck the way weather comes through an old wall, and Noor Dewan no longer needed a clock to know it was arriving wrong. Noor lay on the fold bunk with her palm flat against the plating and counted. The 3rd ring's recycle ran a long shudder and then a short one, a mountain taken by the shoulders out in the dark and talked down to dock speed, and between the two there was a hair of lateness no one on this station would write down. 14 months ago she could not have felt it. 14 months of measuring had taught her body what the instruments were being told to forgive, and now she couldn't stop feeling it, the way you can't stop hearing a tap drip once you know the washer's gone. 15 days in this room, 3 meters by 2, a fold bunk, a light that dimmed but never died, solvent and the duty desk's burnt coffee under the door. And every cycle, the catch coming up through the floor, late by something smaller than she could prove. The door opened on the long shutter, and the Geneva captain came in already finished deciding. Noor read it on him before he sat down, the clean uniform, the warmth worn loose over him like a coat he never took off, and behind it the verdict, settled, comfortable. He had come down to the holding deck to look at a saboteur the way you go to look at a crack in a foundation, to confirm what you already know about the people who make cracks. "Miss Dewan." He brought the 2nd chair round the little table and sat, easy, unhurried, taking up the room as if it were glad of the company. "Daniel Cross, I have the Lodestar. Thank you for seeing me. There's a cuff rail on the table and the door locks from your side, but you're welcome." A flicker at the corner of his mouth. Genuine, she gave him that. He set a slate on the table and did not look at it. A man who had read the file and wanted her to know the questions were his own. "You tripped the governor on the catcher chain 22 days ago. Took the 3rd ring solutions offline from most of a shift." "I did." "And then you walked to the duty desk, logged a fault notice with your own credentials, and waited to be arrested." "The fault was real. I put it there, but it was real. There's a difference between sabotage and lying, Captain. I've only ever done the one." "That's a distinction I'm sure your advocate will enjoy." He leaned back.
The warmth stayed exactly where it was, and underneath it the questions started walking. "Here's where I am, Miss Dewan. 3 days down the Revis line, there's an escort tug, powered, pressurized, in good order, with nobody aboard her. 3 crew, a pilot, a medic, an EVA specialist. Somewhere between that tug and this station, there are salvage craft working the corridor's freight with credentials nobody bothered to kill. And on this station, there is one person who has confessed to attacking the catch. So my first question is the obvious one. Who runs them?" "Runs who?" "The riders, the crews on the legacy net." Nor laughed. One breath of it, with no joy in it anywhere. "You think I'm with the salvage crews?" "I think a movement that wants the corridor stopped, and a set of crews who profit every time the corridor stumbles, have interests that rhyme," Cross said. "I think the tug's crew were lured off her with a spoofed beacon, which takes the same access and the same appetite as spoofing a governor. And I think you know this corridor's freight better than anyone I've met on this station, including the people paid to know it. Tell me where I'm wrong." "Everywhere," Noor said. "In order. I've never set foot on a salvage hull. The riders steal grain, Captain. They're what your golden age scraped off its boot and then acted surprised when it kept walking. We don't work with them. We count them. That's what we do, the people you're reaching for the word terrorist about. We measure. We write the numbers down where they can't be burned. I tripped one governor once in 14 years, and I did it in the open with my name on it." "Why?" It was the first question he had asked that he didn't already have an answer to. Noor put her hands flat on the table, the coil shop burn scar pale across 2 knuckles, and made herself go slow, because this was the part she had waited 15 days to say to someone with a haul and a commission, and said fast it would sound like exactly what they all thought it was. "Because the chain's clocks are wrong," she said, "tiny and getting worse. The rings disagree with each other by amounts the spec says can't accumulate, and they accumulate. Position logs that can't all be true. Timestamps that print twice. Pods arriving outside their own catch windows by margins everyone rounds away. Dock crews coming off shift sick, vestibular, nausea, every time a cycle run's mistimed, and the medics logging it as fatigue because fatigue doesn't have to go in an incident report. I wrote it up for 14 months. Fault analyses, paired clock data, the sickness rosters, every channel this corridor has and 2 it doesn't. You know what came back down? 3 words, within tolerance, monitor. 14 months of measurement, 3 words. She held her voice level, which cost more than the words. A catcher takes hold of 4,000 tons and talks it down past a dock with 200 people on the floor. It does that on its clock. A stopped catcher isn't the danger, Captain. A stopped catcher's a wave off. The pods run long, get collected downstream. The quota bleeds. Nobody dies. The danger is a catcher that's certain and wrong. I couldn't make anyone stop the line, so I stopped it myself, 1 shift, so somebody above Strand's office would finally have to write down why. Cross hadn't moved while she spoke. She watched the verdict behind his easy face stay exactly where it was. "And did they?" he said. "They wrote down saboteur," Noor said. "It's a shorter word than the clocks are wrong." "The clocks." He said it without heat. "Miss Dewan, the chain's timing is audited, not by Strand, past him. The solutions are countersigned by instruments owned by 3 authorities who can't stand each other, which is the best kind of honesty there is. Every number you want me to doubt has been checked by systems built so nobody ever has to take anybody's word. And what you're offering me instead is your word, the word of a confessed saboteur,
15 days into a holding cell with every reason in the world to need the sabotage to have been right. Then don't take my word. Her voice came up a degree. She pulled it back down. Take the ledgers. Pull the freight manifests for this corridor. Public, permanent. You can't launder a committed record after the fact. That's the one mercy in the whole system. Weigh the declared masses against the catch solutions that flew. Look at the thermal lines. Look at what some of that inert freight has been drawing in life support week after week. Then come back and tell me this corridor is what its paperwork says.
Something went through the captain's face, fast, gone. Noor had spent 14 months learning to read instruments and 15 days with nothing to read but a door. He already knew. He'd pulled the manifests, or someone of his had, and they'd found it. And watching him decide not to say so, she understood with a long, cold drop what it meant for her. The more her claims checked out, the more certain he got that she was inside whatever this was. A liar would have been safer to him than a prophet. People, she said anyway, because it was true, and someone in a uniform was going to hear it said plainly at least once. They've been moving people, Captain. Workers. The ones who got sick. The ones who measured. The ones who asked. Names come off the shift rosters and the doors don't answer and the manifest says printer feed. I started counting quarters that went quiet on my corridor and I was still counting when they arrested me. Who's they? Strand's office, the corridor authority, whoever signs what Strand sends up. Her hands wanted to move, and she kept them flat. I don't know how high. I never claimed to know how high. That's the difference between us and what you think we are. We don't claim past the data. The tug, Mr. Wan. The ease had worn through at last to the metal underneath. 3 people. A pilot, a medic, an EVA specialist. Real, alive somewhere or not, and findable or not in the next few days. That's who I can still help. Names of rider crews, berths, who fences what they lift, who sold them the credentials, anything in that line, and I'm your best friend on this station. More about clocks, and he stood, unhurried, collecting the slate he had never once looked at, is not going to find them. He was leaving. He had the manifests and the freight under his hand, and he was going to walk it back up to whatever audited, countersigned, certified answer Geneva's instruments gave him. And the answer would be wrong, because the thing under everything was the clocks, and no one who mattered had ever once... Captain! Noor was on her feet. She had not decided to stand. Listen to me. The line is killing them. It's killing them slowly, and everyone on this station is being paid to call it weather. You think I'm not the bad guy here. They know. They've always known. You'll see. When it's too late, you'll... The door was open. The duty officer stood between them, one hand raised toward Noor, and the captain was through it without hurrying, like a man leaving a room where nothing happened. You'll see, Noor said to the door. The lock cycled. The catch came up through the floor, long shutter, short, late, by a hair. She sat down on the bunk and heard it back, the last spill of it, the pitch. They know, they've always known, heard it land in exactly the place his theory had been waiting for it. 14 months of paired clocks and sickness rosters, and when it finally mattered, it came out of her in the voice of a street corner prophet. They didn't even have to do anything to you. Pressure was enough. It turned truth into the sound of madness on the way out of your mouth, and the system had more pressure than anyone had truth. Reuben wound his grandmother's watch every morning before tea. That was what Noor's mind kept choosing, 15 days into the light that never died. Not his face, which frightened her by going approximate when she reached for it, but the watch, a mechanical absurdity 1.5 centuries old, wound at the kitchen ledge with 3 turns and a half turn back, the kettle working itself up behind him.
Only honest clock on Tornell, he liked to say. Deadpan, a calibration engineer's joke that took 14 months to stop being funny. Doesn't talk to the net, can't be told anything. 22 years married, 11 of them on this station. A man who tapped catch intervals on the table edge without knowing he did it, who couldn't pass a fault log the way other people can't pass a mirror. Senior Calibration's chains timing spine across his desk, and the drift had come to him before it ever came to her. She'd found his worksheets one night, months of them, paired baselines across all 5 rings, the error walking up the columns like damp up a wall. He had taken it through channels. Of course he had. He was Reuben. Filed his analysis up through Strand's office with his name and his seniority and 11 years of being the man whose numbers no one questioned, and it came back with the same 3 words hers did. And he had. This was the part she'd gone round and round on the bunk, like a flaw she couldn't isolate. He had accepted that. Not believed it. Accepted it. The system corrects, Nor. That's what it's for. You give it the data, and you give it time. Your system is the thing being corrected, she'd said. Their galley, 3 months ago, his worksheets between them on the table where she'd put them down, like a confession on his behalf. She'd asked him for the baselines. The movement could publish what no channel would carry. Numbers with that much patience behind them couldn't be laughed off the way a pamphlet could. He looked at her the way he looked at a censor feeding garbage, with love, which made it worse, and said no. Said, the moment I hand my work to your people, it stops being measurement and starts being ammunition, and they'll bury it twice as deep with the source attached. They'll do to 14 months of my life what they're about to do to yours. Both of them right, both of them wrong. 22 years, and that was the trade they had got good at. The last thing she had said to him was not good night, and was not goodbye. The last thing she had said to him, standing in the galley doorway with his worksheets shaking slightly in her hand, was, then you'll be the man who proved it and said nothing. When it kills somebody, I'll tell them you knew. 9 days later, she put the governor into fault and walked to the duty desk and gave them her name. He came down to the holding deck once, in the first week. The duty officer said her husband was outside, and Noor lay on the bunk with her palm on the plating and said no. Said it like a fault notice, logged and final, because she was furious and because she was ashamed, and the 2 had braided so tight she couldn't tell anymore which one was load-bearing. There would be time. That was the arithmetic she'd done, on the other side of everything. Time, after, to take the cruel sentence back. 6 days later, the duty officer, a different one, young, kind in the useless way, not meeting her eyes, told her that her husband had accepted a temporary transfer off station, effective the previous shift, no forwarding posting listed. Reuben Dewan did not take transfers. He'd turned down 2 promotions in 11 years because the chain's baselines were his, and he trusted no one else to carry them. And the station knew it. Everyone knew it, the way they knew his watch and his table tapping and his tea. And still the sentence had 2 readings, and she couldn't close out either. The first, they'd taken him, the man whose numbers proved the thing, quietly in a crate with a forged manifest, the way they'd taken the sick and the counting. The second, the one that came at her in the dead hours when the light hummed, that he'd stood in their galley with her last sentence still in the air, and signed whatever paper put him furthest from the sound of it, that no one had needed to take him at all. She had not named either reading, not even to herself, not in 15 days. Naming was claiming past the data. Somewhere, in a crate in the dark, or in a bunk on a transport with his back to the stars and his ring in his kit bag, 3 turns and a half turn back, the only honest clock on Tornell kept its time for nobody.
The captain came back the next station morning, alone, and nor knew before he sat down that something had changed, because he came in folded, no ease worn out front, no performance. He looked like a man who'd been up most of a night being talked to by numbers. "Your arrest was logged 22 days ago," Cross said. He sat, no slate this time. "The transfer order, with your husband's name on it, was committed to the ledger 8 days after that. I checked the dates myself. Whatever you did to that governor, you did it before anyone touched Reuben Dewan. I came to say I'd checked." So he knew. Of course he knew. One surname on one small station, a science officer, and a sleepless night. Nor sat still and let the two halves arrive in their order, that he'd bothered to check, more than this station had done in 15 days, and that the checking meant he'd gone down the other road first, the one where she wrecked a catcher over a marriage and had needed the ledger to rule it out. Even his fairness ran on receipts. Fine. So did hers. "That's the one thing about me you can verify," she said. "I notice you came back for it." "I came back for calibration." He put his forearms on the table, closer than yesterday, quieter. "Strand's chief handed my science officer 14 years of certified timing audits, all clean, all countersigned. My officer says the certification's sound and the solution underneath it has been interfered with. He can prove contamination, can't yet tell me the size of the error or even its direction, which makes the audits worse than useless. A clean signature on a number nobody can stand behind. So I asked who'd actually kept the chain honest, hands-on, all these years, and the chief said the calibration office was between seniors, and looked at the floor. Cross's jaw set, briefly. 11 years of baselines, Mr. Wan. Where are they? Gone to audit. Strand's office pulled Reuben's working set within a day of his transfer order, for review. Ask the chief where the copies went, and watch the floor get interesting again. She leaned in. But understand what you'd have even if you found them. 14 months ago, I'd have told you those baselines could rederive the whole chain's truth from cold. Now, they took the man, then they took the numbers. What's left'll be partial, or locked, or both. There are no clean answers left on this station, Captain. Only contaminated ones, and the discipline to work out which contamination still has the truth in it. That's a saboteur's epistemology. It's an engineer's. The saboteur part was one shift in 14 years. You keep filing me under the wrong week. The flicker at his mouth again and gone, because what came next he'd carried in with him, decided in advance, a thing he believed she was owed. "We found the freight," Cross said, "before you told us. 30 capsules across 6 weeks, manifested inert, drawing life support, personnel rated. And the last movement out of this station went down the line under an escort tug I found 3 days ago, powered and empty." He held her eyes, and there was something next to gentleness in it. "I can't tell you he was in it. The manifests don't carry names. That's the point of the lie. But you've counted what I've counted, and you were always going to do the sum the moment I said it, so I'd rather you did it in front of me than alone in here at 2 in the morning. The room went very far away and came back. The long shudder ran through the floor and the short one. 30. She'd got to 19 quiet doors before they arrested her, and the counting had kept going without her, and somewhere in the back columns of it, manifested as 1,100 kilos of something that did not breathe, was a man who tapped catch intervals on table edges. The first reading, then. The crate, the dark. Relief arrived before the horror, arrived as the horror, the two in one body, because a crate in the dark meant he hadn't signed the paper,
meant her last sentence to him hadn't been the reason he left. And what kind of wife, what kind of creature, took that trade? Mr. Wan. His grandmother's watch, Nor heard herself say. He'll have it on him. He'd have wound it. Not data, not anything. A woman in a cell telling a Geneva captain about a kettle and 3 turns and a half turn back. She's shutting off, both hands flat on the table. Slowly. What do you want from me, Captain? The same thing you want. The error. Its size and its sign. My science officer gets one end of it from the contaminated solution. Your husband's baselines, whatever's left of them, are the other end. And you sat across his table for 22 years, and you are, by the testimony of everyone on this station who'll say 2 sentences about you, the second best timing mind on this chain. Help my officer reconstruct what Strand's office hasn't already shredded. A breath. It won't touch your charges. I can't make it. The Combine has jurisdiction, and a warden captain with no reason to do me favors. And you did what you did. That part stays true no matter what else turns out to be. I know what I did, Noor said. I've never once asked anyone to subtract it. No, he said, you haven't. It's the most believable thing about you. He stood, and the thing she'd sworn on the bunk in the dead hours she would not do, the thing that turned an engineer into a wife and a witness into a victim, came up her throat anyway, past every discipline she had.
Captain, her voice stayed level. Her hands did not. When you find them, they won't have names, you said. Manifests, numbers, 30 crates of printer feed that breathes. When you find the lie with him inside it, and she made herself finish it plainly, no pitch, no profit. Go to that one first. Cross stood with his hand on the chair back and did not pretend she hadn't said it. I'll look for all of them, he said, in whatever order the physics gives me. You'd want that too on any other day of your life. It's why the second best timing mind on this chain put a governor into fault. At the door he half turned, and the verdict behind his face was not where she'd left it. Something had moved in there overnight, a small mass off its predicted line. The clocks are countersigned by every instrument 3 authorities own, Ms. Dewan. I can't set that aside on testimony, yours or a thief's, or anyone's whose numbers I can't run myself. That's not contempt. That's how anything out here stays true. But the freight was real. He knocked twice on the door for the duty officer. One thing at a time. Then the door and the lock and the room, 3 meters by 2. Noor sat down on the bunk. The catch came up through the floor in its time. Long shudder, short, and on the short beat, the hair of wrongness no countersignature in human space would admit to. One thing at a time. He'd go to the official numbers when it mattered, this captain. She'd watched it settle in him. The freight he could believe, because his own instruments had said it first. The clocks he'd leave to the audits, because the alternative was a saboteur's word against the architecture of everything he trusted. And he was a good man, and good men go down with the architecture. She put her palm flat on the plating and counted anyway. Habit. Data. Somebody on this station should still be measuring when the rounding ran out. 15 days she had been the one who waited, and the waiting had a name now, and the name was out, walking the corridor in a Geneva captain's keeping, manifested as 1,100 kilos of freight that breathed. Let it be the crate, Noor thought, palm to the floor, counting, and was ashamed of the prayer to the center of herself, and prayed it anyway.
Chapter 9. Senin Below. Delgado had turned the wardroom table into a map of a lie. He'd built it out of printouts, paper, on a ship that could render anything onto any surface, because Delgado trusted no record that could be told what to show. And the lie ran the table's length in tidy columns. 30 cargo movements out of Tornell Station across 6 weeks. Every one declared, manifested, committed to the public ledger in permanent ink, where anyone in human space could read it for the next 1,000 years. Galley mugs weighted the corners, and the air system kept trying to read the evidence and turn the pages. Salazar, arriving, had asked whether a forest died for this. "Paper can't be told what to show by anyone who outranks me," Delgado had said, not looking up, and the lieutenant had gone to the bulkhead with the chastened air of a man answered more seriously than he'd asked. The wardroom still smelled of the morning's bread, somebody's long war with the food printer, carried on by other means, and the homeliness of it sat strangely against the columns. "Take me to the far end, Cross," said. "The part where they arrive." "That's the gap, Captain." Delgado put a finger on the last column, gently, as though the paper might startle. 30 destination berths across 4 receiving stations. I queried all 4, public traffic records, nothing massaged on the way to me, not one arrival logged, and not one shortfall claim raised either, which is the part I'd underline. A station promised freight that doesn't come raises a claim inside a day because somebody's paying for the gap. Nobody raised anything. Nobody downstream was ever expecting these capsules. The destinations were never anything but ink. "Clerical," Cross said. The 4th time in 3 days he'd reached for the smallest available explanation, and he made himself finish it anyway, because the thing deserved to be killed in front of witnesses. A template that misapplied 30 times, an office that copies its own mistake. A template that only ever touched the 30 movements with the wrong mass. Delgado said it, the way he said everything. Fast and hedged, the hedges sanded off only at the end. "I've come at it from 5 directions hoping to be wrong in 1. Declared inert, but the thermal signatures run hot, every one. By the margin, a sealed, occupied capsule runs hot. Life support draw logged at 0, and the power budgets disagree. Call it 98%. The 2 is me being honest. These are people. They were people 6 weeks ago when the first one left, and the manifests have been lying about it on the most truthful instrument our species ever built." 5 of them stood around the evidence, Delgado over his columns, Emeth opposite with her hands flat on the table, Ackerman at Cross's right with her own board face down, Salazar at the bulkhead with his arms crossed, not lounging for once. Beyond the hall, Tornell's catcher chain went on catching mountains, and Director Marius Strand went on declining the Lodestar's calls through 3 layers of corridor administration, having discovered, since Delgado's first query, an inexhaustible schedule. Cross looked at the columns and felt the old certainty reach for the story it wanted. 1 bad man, 1 frightened office, a single rot to cut out of the corridor his mother had raised him on. He caught himself reaching. That was new. A week ago he wouldn't have. She had crossed from a drowned coast to a colony engineering berth on infrastructure exactly like this. Emigrant berths, supply lines, somebody else's solved trajectories. The manifest had told the truth about her. Her boarding chit had lived under a magnet on the San Diego kitchen wall for a year before they flew, corridor orange, her name printed twice, once for the ship and once for the far end. The far end had been expecting her. Somebody had been paid to care whether she arrived. That was the entire promise when you wrote it down. The system knows you're in it. 30 people had been dropped out of that one line and kept moving anyway, freight to everyone's job it was to know better. "All right," he said. 30 people went into the freight stream and never came out the other end. So where does the stream actually go? Where does freight that never arrives go to be sold? Imeth let a beat pass first, the way she did before anything she considered serious. Every rider strike I have reconstructed ends the same way. The strike, the exit geometry, a long vector down the well. The craft that escaped us on the first day ran heavy on it. The legacy relays the riders use thread through an obsolete sling complex on the moon Senin, and Senin's salvage markets are where this corridor's losses turn up with the serial plates ground off. That is not intelligence. Tornell's own dockhands will say it to anyone who buys the drinks. It is a drainage map. Everything this corridor loses runs downhill, and the bottom of the hill is Senin. Delgado nodded before she finished, the fast nod he gave to data that had reached his own answer independently, the nearest thing to applause in his inventory. "I watched the heavy one go day one, slow and smug, straight down the well. I did say we could run it down." "You did, and we'd have caught one light boat and taught every crew on the corridor to run quieter." Cross said it without heat. Salazar tipped his head, took the point, kept his grievance.
And the tug crew. Imeth's hand stayed flat. 3 people, a pilot, a medic, an EVA specialist. The riders did not destroy the tender they were taken in. Salazar opened a hand, conceding the argument, reserving the right to have liked his version better. Cross looked round the table once. "We go down." Salazar, descent corridors by end of watch. Imeth, the town, who runs it, who eats where, what a Geneva uniform costs us at each door. Delgado, keep pulling the thread. I want all 6 weeks reconstructed before my boots are in the dust. The table broke up around its orders. Salazar gathered 3 of Delgado's columns to take to the flight station, was made to sign for them, and signed with a flourish so enormous it earned a quarter of a smile from Delgado. Ackerman gathered her board and did not stand. "Then I'll want an hour of your time before we burn, Captain," she said. "You'll have it." Marchetti did not waste breath on a greeting. Her face arrived on the ready room link already mid-thought, the frontier light of her own bridge behind her, and the first thing she said was, "My ops officer tells me you've shaped an orbit for Senin." "Your ops officer's good," Cross said. "We have. I'd rather you heard the why from me than the shape of it from your plot." "I've had the shape for an hour. Go on then, the why." Cross gave it to her straight, because charm had bounced off this woman once already, and he had the bruise to prove it. 30 workers moved off Tornell's rolls into capsules manifested inert, mass, heat, and life support draw that said occupied on a ledger that couldn't be unsaid. 3 tug crew taken with their tender, every vector pointing down the same well. Marchetti listened on the record. No expression, no interruption. A captain letting the evidence finish before she decided what it was. "And you're sure enough of all that," she said, "to land a Geneva warship on frontier ground?" "I'm sure enough of it that I can't not." "Then let me tell you what you're landing on, since your files won't." Marchetti leaned in slightly, the first movement she'd spent. "Senin isn't lawless the way Geneva uses the word. It's where this corridor's discards went to live when the licenses were revoked and the work was automated out from under them. People on that moon built the machines you've been admiring all week and were called criminals the day the machines stopped needing them. A center cruiser making armed planetfall is every story they already tell their children, arriving in their own sky on schedule. You won't be conducting an investigation. You'll be confirming 30 years of grievance in one descent. Cross let that one land whole, because deflecting it would have proved her point.
"You're right about what the hull says on the side," he said. "I can't repaint it between here and the pad. What I can do is mind what we are under it. We've heard that from Geneva before. Safety inspections have a way of finding whatever the center needed found. And salvage charters have a way of expiring the day the work gets automated. We can trade histories all watch, Captain. The capsules don't gain by it. You'd rather the people in them wait on a jurisdictional working group. I'd rather you understood that you can be right about the capsules and still be the worst thing that's happened to that town in a decade." Her voice didn't lift. The levelness carried the threat for her. "And understand my position, since you're collecting positions. Senin isn't mine to give you. The Combine's name is on a charter nobody's enforced in 20 years. My writ runs the corridor, not the moon. I won't authorize the landing. I haven't the authority, and if I had it, I wouldn't spend it on this. And I can't stop you, short of firing on a Geneva hull, which you are not yet worth." "Yet," Cross said. "Yet, not a flicker. So here's what happens instead. I'll be behind you the whole way down, and the whole time you're on the ground, 1,000 kilometers back, weapons cold, recorders running. If it goes the way you hope, the Combine's witness watched Geneva pull 30 of our corridor's people out of a hole, and the record says so. If you start something down there you can't finish, there'll be someone close enough to count the casings, and the record will say that too." The most hostile offer of an escort Cross had ever received, and he was unreasonably glad of it. One ship watching was a witness, and a witness changed what every frightened person on that moon could believe about how the day would end. "Then I'll fly polite," he said. "One thing before you go. The 30 in the capsules are your corridor's people, Tornell hands, riggers, a calibration engineer. Whatever your orders say about me, I'd take it kindly if your gunnery solutions remembered who's in the freight." Something moved behind Marchetti's level expression, not warmth, an entry being made somewhere in a ledger of her own. "My solutions remember everything," she said, and cut the link. Cross sat with the dark screen and found he was smiling, not at a win, because it hadn't been one, but at the bracing fact of the woman. 2 captains and a corridor between them, and the closest thing to good faith he'd been offered all week had arrived dressed as a threat. Out here, apparently, that was what the genuine article looked like. Ackerman came to the ready room with her board under her arm and her hour already organized. Cross had known her long enough to read the order of it. She would give him the objection whole, professionally, in the structure she'd built it in, and would not soften the architecture to spare him. 4 points, she said. 1. Descent. Unsurveyed corridors, dust season coming up the southern hemisphere, an approach over excavated launch trenches that throw thermals our charts don't model. Salazar's brilliant. Brilliance is not survey data. 2. The ground. A settlement with cause, the riders' guns somewhere inside it, no way to tell which doors they're behind. 3. Politics. No jurisdiction, no support within days, a Combine warship at our back whose orders neither of us has read. 4. The alternative. We hold orbit, commit the evidence, let Geneva and the Combine Grand Tournelle between them. It costs nothing but time. Time is the one currency the capsules don't hold, Cross said. You heard Delgado's draw figures. I did, and I notice I believe them, which is why this is an objection and not a refusal. Ackerman set the board on his desk, still face down. But I want one more thing said because I can't write it into a risk assessment. If I ask you what the hurry is, I'll get the capsules, and the capsules are real. I also think you've been at a dead run since the engineer's interview. You decided what Noor Dewan was before she spoke. The evidence has sided with her ever since, and a man who feels he owes a debt makes fast choices. I can't put a number on the difference between urgency and penance, so I'm saying it out loud instead. Sennon's primary sat in the viewport, a thumbnail of banded amber, and Cross looked at it longer than the navigation warranted. The flare of temper came up his throat fast enough to tell him she'd hit something load-bearing, and what came out was colder than the room deserved. "Is that the end of the 4 points, Commander?" "It is." "Then we burn at the top of the watch." Ackerman didn't flinch and didn't push. She turned the board over, and the document on it was already drafted, formal header, corridor reference, time-stamped before she had walked in. Of course it was. She had written the objection before she came to make it, because the making was for him, and the writing was for the record. "My dissent logged to the official record. All 4 points. It'll be in the ship's commit with the watch change." Good. The word came out before he'd decided on it, and he meant it. He pulled the board across the desk, read the 4 points in her bare, exact prose. She had quoted his own line about tables and sensors accurately as the argument she was overruled by, and signed beneath the dissent rather than beside it. Append that the captain read it in full and ordered the dissent anyway. Your record shouldn't have to do its own arguing 10 years from now. "It never does, Captain." Ackerman retrieved the board and stood. At the hatch she paused, not turning, and offered the only softness in her inventory, which was accuracy. "For what it's worth, I think you'll find them on Sennon." The hatch closed behind her. Cross stayed at the desk with the thing she'd named urgency or penance, and it refused, like everything else this week, to resolve into the version he wanted. Nor Dewan had been wrong about nothing except how to be believed. He could go down for 30 people in capsules, or to be the man the golden age was supposed to make of him, or to repay a woman he'd insulted with his certainty, and he could not have said in what proportion. He took the discomfort down to the bridge with him. It seemed important not to leave it behind. The bridge had the low hum of a ship gathering itself. Salazar had the descent corridors built across the forward display, 3 thin ribbons threading the storm forecasts. Vinter sat the helm relief station with the over-straight back of a man determined to be useful to history. On the open engineering channel, Hartley was telling someone exactly what she thought of dust. "Scoops are throttled and the intake screens are doubled," she said, to the bridge at large. "The drive will mind that atmosphere a lot less than the intakes will. Fly it like it's gravel, Lieutenant, because it is." "It's not the gravel, it's the wind over the trenches." Salazar's hands moved along the middle ribbon, trimming it. "The complex throws thermals like a forge. Corridor 2, we lied the storm shoulder, come in over the dead sling and let the trench wind hand us to the pad. It'll be loud and it'll be ugly and it'll work. And mind the port lifter on the flare. It remembers your last landing." "That lifter and I have come to terms." "You keep saying that. It keeps sulking." "And once we're down, nobody so much as breathes near my intakes with anything abrasive in hand. 8 months of new ship, Lieutenant. I intend to keep it that way." "You'll be scraping Sennon out of those intakes for a year," Salazar said, cheerfully. "I heard that." At the helm relief, Vinter mirrored the trim onto his own repeater as it built, hands a centimeter off the board, flying the corridor down in miniature where it cost nothing. "Has anyone ever landed a cruiser there?" Vinter asked. The question nobody senior would have spent, in the Bergen plain way that made it land as navigation rather than nerves. "Nobody's landed anything there twice," Salazar said, and grinned, and the grin was mostly real. "Marchetti's ship has taken trail position," Isameth said. 500 kilometers and holding, weapons cold, recorders, I would assume, very much hot." "Let her record." She turned from her board and gave him the rest of what he had asked for. "The town, Captain, since we have a quarter hour of orbit left to spend on it. No mayor. There's a market council and there's whoever runs the rider crews, and which of the two is in charge depends on the day and possibly the weather. A Genevan uniform buys silence at most doors and a price at a few. I would land light on ceremony. These were contractors before they were discards. They respect competence and have a long memory for being talked down to. A beat, the length she gave to things that she'd decided were also true. There is a stew the market cooks in old catch buffer drums. Tornell's dockhands graded above their own canteen, and they are not a generous jury. If the day allows it, buy a bowl and finish it. It will say more for us than anything on our shoulders.
Then nobody talks down. Cross said it to the whole bridge and meant it as an order. We're guests who weren't invited. We act like the kind you let in anyway. And if they shoot at us? Vinter asked, and reddened, and held his post. Nobody laughed. It was the question half the bridge had wanted asked. Then Salazar earns his pay twice in one day, but they won't open with shooting. Cross watched the descent ribbons firm up as the storm forecast updated. A town like that doesn't survive 20 years of being written off by being stupid. They'll want to know what we're worth first. So would I. Cross came down to the command chair, but didn't sit. Far up the Rivas line, beyond anyone's attention, the quarterly cargo train slid on toward Tornell through its 11,000 solved trajectories, the corridor's great clock keeping its own appointment. The forward display rolled, and Senon came up under them out of the dark, half a world and half made, weather engines stitching cloud across a hemisphere that hadn't enough sky yet, the old sling complex lying across a continent like a scar that had learned to glow. At the heel of it, stubborn and lit, the lights of a town the corridor had thrown away and that had declined, on the available evidence, to die. Greenhouse strings ran out from it like roots feeling for water, and down the long axis of the nearest launch trench somebody had hung lights, not navigation lights, strung lights, put up for the pleasure of the thing. At the helm relief, Vinter had stopped pretending not to look. People had built that too. The thought arrived with no permission and lodged where his certainty used to keep its spares. Cross pressed 2 fingers to the rail, tapped once. "Take us down," he said. Chapter 10. Dust and Sky. The storm reached up for them at 40 kilometers, and Salazar started talking. "Okay, there. See the brown line on the terminator? That's not cloud, that's the dirt up and walking. Whole moon's having a day." His hands rode the yoke loose, light, a little bit showing off. "Third of an atmosphere down there, and every gram of it's in a mood. We go in over the dawn line, down the long axis, let the trench grab us at 8 clicks. Watch the color pop. This is the good bit. This is the bit you frame." The lieutenant talked when the flying was easy, the way other men whistled, and the crew had learned to let it run. "Ground picture," Cross said from the rail. "Poor, Captain." Imeth had the long scan feed split across her board, and she laid the bad news down one careful word at a time, as she laid down all news. "The sling complex reads as a single object. The town reads as part of the complex. There is iron in the soil, and the storm has lifted a great deal of the soil. Below 12 kilometers, I can promise you a trench exists. I cannot promise you where its walls are." "Eyes, that's all I need," Salazar said. "I got 2 good ones and a third I keep for special occasions." Nobody bit. Vinter half smiled at the board out of loyalty. The rest of the bridge had work. "Eyes," Hartley's voice came up the open channel from engineering, dry as the moon below, "are going to want to file a complaint. That dust'll paint us nose to tail and take the optics with it. Fine as flour, and it sticks like gossip. Intakes are sealed, drive doesn't care, but low down you'll be flying on the radar.
and the radar'll be lying to you about anything metal, which is the whole town. So I won't look at the town. Abort line is 200 meters. Ackerman did not look up from the contingency board. She had built the descent the way she built everything, backwards from the failure. Below 200, if you lose the trench, you don't hunt for it. You put us back in the sky and we go around the long way. I've plotted the go-around. I'd rather not be proud of it. 200, copy. Salazar tipped his head toward the forward display, where Senning turned under its dirty halo. Half a world of rust and half a world of unfinished weather. Good number, Commander. Not gonna spend it. That's why I plotted it. Cross came off the rail and stood where Salazar could see him without turning, a thing the captain did and probably thought nobody clocked. Here's what I love about this plan. Every other officer on this ship described it to me as a controlled emergency. The man actually flying it just called it the good bit. 'Cause it is the good bit. Salazar rolled his shoulders, loose. Captain, people pay money for weather like this. People pay money to watch it from inside a bar. The lightness went out of Cross by a degree. It had been leaving him in degrees since Tornal. Put us down whole, Lieutenant. Everything on that moon we came for is breakable. A new voice arrived on the legacy band then, local and unhurried and not friendly. A man's voice, older, with the flattened vowels of somebody who had been talking over machinery his whole life. Geneva ship, this is Sennin ground. We see ya. We don't run an approach service. We don't keep your weather minima, and nobody here asked for you. Wind hissed on the open channel. Trench 4's apron is flat and nobody's dug it up yet. Find your own dirt. The channel closed. Vinter, shadowing the helm with both hands in his lap like a man at someone else's piano, looked from the speaker to Salazar. Is it always like that? Bergen? That's them being nice. Salazar grinned at the planet. They gave us a trench number. Round here, that's a hug. 60 seconds to interface, Imeth said. Helm's mine. Hold your coffee. And because the flying was still easy, he kept narrating. Bright, fast, a tour guide with 45 lives under his hands. Top of the weather, 31. Feel that little knock? That's the storm saying hi. Long axis, nose up a touch, let the hole do the braking. There's the dawn line. Look at it, gold and dirt, both at once. That's okay. Crosswinds up. That's the trench breathing at us. That's good. That means Imeth put the trench where she said. 12 clicks, color change. Watch it. Watch. There. Brown to red. That's the deep soil. That's old Sennin down there. 8, and the trench has us in 3, 2... The shear hit them at the trench lip like a shoulder in a doorway. The Lodestar dropped her right wing in 40 meters of altitude in the same heartbeat, and the forward view went blind. Not dark, which a pilot can use, but a bright, opaque orange, the whole sky lit and shut at once, the storm swallowing the dawn it had been wearing. The radar bloomed with false returns, the buried bones of the sling complex rising through the soil like a drowned fleet. Somewhere down there ran a trench 100 meters deep and 400 wide, the only straight thing on the moon. Salazar stopped talking. The watch took the silence the way it took a reading. Vinter's knuckles whitened on his knees. Cross stood beside the chair he was not sitting in. Even Hartley said nothing on the open channel, and Hartley charged by the word. Salazar flew. The trench came up at him out of the radar lies, one true line at a time, and he took each line as it proved itself and reached for the next. Wing level, nose into the wind, 11 degrees of crab. The cruiser sliding sideways through the orange, with her bow on one horizon and her belly traveling toward another. The trench's southern wall showed as a hard shadow in the ground return. Gone, back, gone. And he put the shadow on his left shoulder and held the offset, not chasing it, letting the average run true when no single sweep did. 400 meters. The wind dropped its shoulder, the deck shoved up. He gave back the height it stole and not a meter more. 300. The dust thinned for half a breath, and there it was, the apron at the head of Trench 4, a kilometer of poured stone, with the dead driver rails running off into the murk, dead straight, dead level, the bones of a machine that had once thrown mountains and now caught only weather. Then the dust closed over it again. 220. Salazar made the call before the thinking finished, and the thinking caught up and agreed. Half a breath had been enough. He had the apron in his head now, the rails bearing, the wind's lie. He brought the Lodestar over the threshold blind, flared her on the radar altimeter and the seat of his trousers, and set a fast cruiser onto Senon so softly that the only proof of arrival was the dust stopping its sideways run across the screens and beginning, slowly, to fall. Nobody spoke. Salazar let his hands come off the yoke, finger by finger. "Down," he said, to the checklist, because the checklist required it. Cross put a hand on the back of the flight station, not quite on the lieutenant's shoulder, and left it there while the drive spooled itself toward quiet. "Lieutenant," the captain said, "when we get home, I am going to buy you a drink the size of that trench." 200 meters, Captain," Ackerman said from the contingency board, flat as the apron stone, which from Ackerman was applause. He kept 20 of 'em in hand. 20 to spare, Hartley's voice came up the channel, dry again now there was something to be dry about. "And a hull painted like a market stall. You're all cleaning it, I'm putting it in writing." Vinter laughed, medium pause, too loud, too young, the fear coming out the only door it had, medium pause, and Salazar caught the boy's eye and tipped his chin. "That's allowed." Then he keyed the legacy band, and his voice went out level and a little rough. The patter burned off it. "Senon ground? Lodestar, we found our own dirt." The storm took 40 minutes to die, and it died all at once, like a crowd losing interest. Salazar watched it go from the forward stations with the post-flight checks running under his hands, and the moon came out of the orange a piece at a time. The apron scoured clean in long ribs, then the rails, 2 ruled lines running northwest until the curve of the world took them, each broad as a road and polished bare down the center line where the town crossed them. Then the trench, falling away beyond the apron's edge, its far wall terraced with scaffold and pipework, and then the town. The briefing had said settlement, and the word had built a huddle of tarpaulins in his head. The truth stood up out of the ground and made the word ridiculous. The catch riders had built into the catcher hardware itself. A rank of decommissioned decelerator rings ran along the ridge above the trench, each one 80 meters of dead alloy that had once talked falling mountains down out of the sky, and the riders had floored them and walled them, and stacked homes inside them 3 and 4 stories high. A row of vast amber-lit wheels with washing strung across their spokes, aerials on their crowns, and stairways zigzagging down their faces to the market below. Smoke leaned all one way in the dying wind. Past it, the lights kept going, ragged streets of them, reaching back along the ridge until they thinned into the dark. "That's not a camp," Venter said quietly, beside him. "That's a city." "That's somebody's hometown," Salazar said, and heard how it came out, and didn't take it back. Imeth spoke from operations without turning. Vehicles, 6 coming up the apron road from the market. Crawlers, 30 to 40 people, the vehicles accepted, most of them armed, none of them hurrying. "They watched us land in that," Salazar said. "They know we're not going anywhere." Cross read it from the rail. The rings, the rails, the crawlers trailing dust up the apron road, and Salazar watched him do the sum he always did, the one with people on both sides of it. High above, too far to matter and too plain to miss, Marchetti's wardenship hung in the lowest orbit the Combine's caution would permit. She had shadowed them down to the top of the weather and declined the rest. The objection continued by other means. "Ackerman, you have the ship. Nobody touches the guns. Nobody even looks at the guns affectionately. He turned. Imeth, Salazar, you're with me. Sidearms, holstered, peace-strapped. We are the politest people on this moon. Captain, you're about to be outnumbered roughly 40-3 on the home ground of people who shoot at cargo for a living.
We were outnumbered the moment we committed to the descent, Cross said. Now we're just close enough to be polite about it. The warmth was there, with work under it. They could have let the storm kill us and saved everybody the conversation. They gave us a trench number instead. I'm reading that as an invitation. Then mind the catering, Ackerman said, in the tone of a woman who had already counted the exits. The ramp went down into air that smelled of scorched flint and, more faintly, of frying oil, the storm's leavings and the towns mixing at the boundary. The grit went on falling, fine as talc, settling on shoulders and rails and the backs of hands. Salazar came down the ramp half a step behind Cross and to his right, where his eyes could work, and the crawlers rolled to a stop 30 meters out in a loose arc that a man with his training could not help but read. Not a firing line, but the kind of formation that could become one without anybody having to walk far. The riders dismounted unhurried. Working clothes, storm-scoured, weapons worn the way tools are worn, which was somehow worse than brandishing. A man came forward out of the arc, 60 maybe, gray-beard cropped short, a face like the apron stone, and stopped at a talking distance he chose himself. "Which one of you is the captain?" "I am. Daniel Cross." No hand offered. A nod calibrated to the missing handshake. ISV Lodestar. "We know what you are." The gray-bearded man looked past him, up the ramp, along the cruiser's flank where the dust had painted her, storm-side, a streaked ochre, and something in the look was older than hostility, a professional reading a hull. Riders had crewed catchers once, all of them or their parents. A falling ship and a falling pod obeyed the same arithmetic, and the man was pricing the landing the way Hartley priced a burn. Then his eyes came back and went to Salazar and stayed there a moment. "You flew that down in the blow?" "That's the job," Salazar said. It was not a compliment, and it had a compliment buried in it somewhere, deep. The man turned back to Cross. "Rowan knows you're down. The town's open. Buy what you like, eat where you like. Nobody'll trouble you that you don't trouble first. The pads and the trench works aren't open, and I'd keep clear of the ring stairs after dark. Not everybody up there has heard the word." He said the next part flat, like a freight notice. "Rowan will send for you when he's ready, not before. You don't go to him." "And the people we came about?" Cross said. Even now, even here, the warmth in it. 3 tug crew and others. The gray-bearded man looked at him for a long beat, and the wind moved the grit around their boots. "Rowan will send for you when he's ready," the man said again, and walked back to his crawler. The walk to the town's edge ran a kilometer down the apron road, and Salazar did 2 jobs at once, cataloging sight lines and exits and the riders' loose spacings on the flanks, and falling against every regulation written for the place itself. The market started before the buildings did. Stalls had come out with the storm's end all at once, a town exhaling, awnings cranking open, crates on shoulders, a generator coughing and then settling to work. The smells arrived in order of ambition: hot metal, bread, frying oil and pepper something, sharp enough to cross 30 meters of thin cold air and find a Tampa boy whose whole family cooked, and for 3 steps the apron road ran straight through the mercado his cousin still argued about, and he set the thought down,
like a tool. The people watched them and did not stop working. Human mostly, Enhal here and there among the stalls, sleeves rolled, at home. One of them building gray root vegetables into a pyramid with the care of a mason, and Imeth watched the stacking with an expression Salazar had no name for, and didn't invent one. Geneva uniforms collected stairs the way the hull had collected dust, evenly on every surface. Nobody spat, nobody smiled. A woman pricing salvage coil counted loops of cable through her hands the whole time her eyes were on them, and never lost the count. And there were children. That part the briefing had left out, and it rearranged everything else. A pack of them, 8 or 10 years old, played some shrieking wall ball game against a driver rail housing, a machine built to throw mountains into orbit, used for a backstop. And the eldest kept score in chalk on metal that could have powered a city. Under the rings, in the amber shadows, a washing line ran from a decelerator vane to a kitchen window, and a man stood beneath it teaching a girl to splice cable, the storm already a finished thing they'd stopped discussing. "It's beautiful," Vinter would have said out loud if they'd brought him. Salazar said the version he had instead, inward, in his own dialect. "It works." The town had no business existing. Wrong moon, wrong air, built from the carcass of a machine its owners had been thrown away with, and it stood there anyway with its washing out, and you couldn't argue with a thing that worked. Then the bill arrived, the way bills did. These were the people skimming the catch. Some of the men on the flanking crawlers had, odds on, run the geometry that emptied a tug and put 30 human beings into a freight stream's cold arithmetic. He held the two halves side by side, the wall ball and the harpoons, and they would not blend, and he kept walking with both of them unblended in him, because the only other option was to throw one away, and he was starting to think that throwing half away was how everybody out here had got into this. At the edge of town, where the apron road gave up and turned to streets, the escort peeled in and stopped them, easy as a hand on a shoulder. The gray-bearded man pointed out a long, low building off the road's end, old catcher plant by its bones, lamplight and new windows. "Wait there. There's food, better than what your ship prints." He said Prince like a regrettable surname. A child's voice came from above and to the left. A girl was sitting up on a catcher ring strut where the climbing of it should have been impossible, 12 years old at the outside, boots swinging, and she had clearly been waiting some time to deliver her finding to the right official. She looked straight at Salazar and pointed her chin out at the apron, where the Lodestar sat small and ochre-streaked and very far from home under the clearing sky. "You floated it," she said, "half the apron. Roan's pilots put it down on the first third every time, and worse." The escort did not laugh, which somehow stamped every word of it as the town's official position. Salazar looked up at the girl, at the boots, the chin, the strut she should not have been able to climb, and the grin arrived on its own, the first since the trench lip. "In worse," he said, "than that." "That was a Tuesday blow," the girl said, with the bottomless contempt of the local, and was gone up the strut like a rumor. Cross was watching him when Salazar turned back, and the captain had the beginnings of an expression that on a smaller man would have been a smirk. "Lieutenant, you all right?" "Captain," Salazar said, "I want to see one of their pilots fly." "You came to arrest them." "I can want 2 things." Inside the lamplit building, bench tables, real cooking, the escort settling by the door with the patience of men paid by the day. A broad woman with flour to her elbows looked the 3 uniforms over from the serving hatch, decided something, and put bowls down without being asked or paid. A stew with actual bones in it, bread with a crust that cracked. Salazar ate the way his mother had raised him to eat in someone else's house, attentive and grateful and meaning it. Imeth tried the bread, weighed it like a treaty clause, took a second piece. The woman at the hatch saw, and the room moved half a degree in their favor. Small currency, and out here, the only kind that's spent. Through the new window, Senin's torn spy was mending, the last dust falling gold where the low sun caught it. A town built in the gap between dust and sky, and up the ridge, in a wheel that once caught mountains, a man the whole town called Rhone was deciding how long to let a Geneva captain sit and feel exactly how far his flag reached. It reached, Salazar thought, watching the riders by the door watch him back, about to the edge of that apron. From here on, everything they got, somebody here would have to choose to give them.
Chapter 11. The Town. The market ran along the bed of the second trench under a sky that was not finished, engineered clouds sliding toward the crater wall, and between the banks of it long blades of bare black going deep blue where the atmosphere plant had reached. Dust from yesterday's storm hung gold in the low light. Iameth walked the stall lines at the town's own speed, slower than a ship's and harder to fake, and read the place as she had been taught to read any room before she was taught anything else, by its weights and by its children. The children told her the most. They ran the gantries over the old launch trench unwatched, swung out on cables rated for 40-ton loads, dropped the last 3 meters in the soft gravity, and hit the dust laughing. A town lets its children range as far as the town is safe. By that measure, the trench market, built into the ribs of a decommissioned catcher ring, roofed in salvaged hull plate, strung with grow lamps, was among the safest places she had stood in a year of escort duty. She watched where they did not go. The children owned the trench, but the high end of it, where the rails climbed toward the breach, and there, their game stopped at an invisible line and turned back without a child seeming to decide it. No fence marked the place. No adult had called them off. In an hour, she had seen no parent so much as glance up the trench. A human officer would read children at play and move on, because a human counts what a town says about itself, and a town said nothing about that line. But a town's edges live in its children before they live in anyone's mouth. And these children had drawn a new one this week. The dust at the turnback was scuffed fresh over older, fainter passage, a boundary that had moved down the trench and was moving still. The town did not yet know what it knew. The children knew it in their feet. For the landing party, the market was the most hostile place on the moon. Nobody had touched them. Nobody would. The town was too well run for that. The hostility was quieter. Prices tripled when the uniforms approached a table. A stall woman found urgent business in her back crates as they drew level. Conversations did not stop. That would have been a kind of respect, but shifted, trade to weather as the gray went past, and back to trade behind them. 3 rows over, on a table marked General Salvage, sat a pallet of printer feed cartridges still wearing their corridor manifest tags, seals cut, provenance in plain sight. The man behind the table watched Iameth with an open, almost friendly interest. He wanted the cartridges seen. The seeing was the message. We know what you are, and this is ours now. And what do you propose to do about it? Captain Cross was at a glass seller's stall, doing the thing he did.
Because I have genuinely never seen anything like it, the captain was saying, turning a fist-sized knot of trench glass against the light. It deserved the praise. Slag off the old lawn trails, melted and folded by a machine built to throw mountains, gone the color of deep water with a seam of copper through its heart. What do you call this one? Glass.
The seller was a big man with launch burn scars up one forearm and the delivery of someone who had decided 40 years ago what he thought of Geneva and saw no reason to revisit it. It's beautiful work. It's 40. The board behind the stall said 12. Cross paid the 40 without a flicker, took the glass, and said, "Cheapest lesson I'll get today," which earned him nothing from the seller and a half-turn of heads down the row, the town pricing the exchange as it priced everything. He found Imeth at the end of the row by a rack of pod collar magnets sorted by throw weight and stood beside her looking out at the market he had spent 2 hours failing to open. The crew pair he had brought down waited at the trench mouth, conspicuously unarmed, conspicuously patient. "In 20 years of service," the captain said, "I have never met a room I couldn't open. This is not a room, Captain. It is a town. Towns keep accounts longer than rooms do." She watched the boy who had been shadowing them since the second stall row. 10, perhaps 11, dust-colored hair, a gap where a tooth should be, pretend to inspect a bin of cable shackles. And you are not the first man from the center to admire their glass. The last several admired it, wrote their reports, and left. They are waiting for you to leave. "I can't leave. 3 of my corridor's people are in this town somewhere." "I know. That is why you should walk the High Line this afternoon, where everyone can watch you, and let me work the trench alone." Cross looked at her. To his credit, and she kept a private ledger of the captain's credits, because the warmth made it easy to miss how much of him was deliberate. He did not ask whether she was sure, or whether it was safe, or any of the questions that came down in the end to, "Are you enough without me?" dressed politely. "You think they'll talk to you?" "I think they will not talk to that." She nodded at the uniform he wore, at both their uniforms. "I am a long way from my own people, in a town that knows what it is to be a long way from the road. That is a conversation the uniform cannot stop. Also, Captain, you are the most conspicuous object on this moon. Go and be looked at. Spent well, it is an asset." The captain laughed, the real one, short, not the working one, and went to be looked at. The boy lasted 3 more stall rows before curiosity beat tradecraft. "You're off the warship," he said, falling into step at her elbow as though the matter had been arranged in advance. "The one that came down whole in the storm. The wash off your drive moved somebody's shed 1/2 meter. They went out and measured it." "His father should send the measurement to my ship. Our pilot collects compliments." Imeth kept walking at the town's pace. "And it is not a warship. It is an escort cruiser. It's got guns. It has guns the way you have boots, for where the ground is bad." The boy found this acceptable. He took the gantry stairs in one bound, hit the rail, swung, and landed in front of her, walking backwards now, examining her face with the frank attention children spend and adults only ever count out in glances. "We got Nall here, 6 of them, 7 if you count old Sarah's lodger, but we never got one in your clothes." "We are merely slow to lie down." He grinned, gap and all, and stayed with her past racks of collar segments and ring bearings that had once decelerated freight and now would be roof beams and water tanks and a swing for somebody's daughter, narrating the town as its children knew it, who made the good loaves, which gantry gave the longest drop, where the riders drank. Twice he said the name Rowan, the way town children say the name of bad weather. Imeth asked him nothing. Questions were a currency this town had stopped accepting from Geneva long ago, and every adult on the row was watching the boy's tour, and the watching was the actual conversation. She lets the boy talk. She does not milk him. Stall by stall, the town's guard came down a degree. The salvage woman's table stood at the trench's south end under a plaque that stopped Imeth where she walked. An enameled corridor license, the old style. Rivas Corridor Recovery. Bonded salvage. the bond number still legible, polished the way other houses polish icons. The woman beneath it was 60 and built like her own gantry crane. And on the table, between coil stock and a tray of drive bearings, lay a folded EVA tether pack. Escort service gray under the dust, drogue spent, the corridor registry stencil half scrubbed from the shoulder strap. The boarding inventory from the silent tug had listed 1 suit and 1 tether pack missing. Emeth had read that inventory 4 times on the run-in from Tornell. She picked the pack up with both hands. How much? The woman looked at her steadily, not at the uniform, at her. You know what that is. Yes. Came in on consignment 10 days back. I don't ask whose boat brings what. I am not asking whose boat. I am asking how much.
The woman named a price that was high, but not an insult, and Emeth paid it without argument, and that moved her further than the patient hour had. The woman turned the payment tab over as if it might be counterfeit, then spoke in a different register, the professional one, 16 years of reading gear behind it. Whoever came off that pack came off it walking. Drogues fired controlled, the burn's even. Harness isn't cut. Buckles are worked, not forced. You can tell the difference if it was ever your trade. It was your trade. 16 years. Her eyes went up to the plaque without her head moving. When a pod missed the mitt, and pods missed, whatever the bulletin said, somebody ran it down before it went over to the far dark and stayed there. That was us. Licensed, bonded, taxed. They taxed us. That's how legal we were. Then the new chain went in, the misses stopped, and a miss that doesn't happen doesn't need a recovery boat. Struck the trade off the register 5 years back. The letter came over the net with the freight notices. 16 years, and the road never slowed long enough to say it out loud. What did they offer for the boats? Scrap rate? She smiled, and there was no anger left in it, which was worse than anger. My boat is 6 houses on the 3rd terrace now. Roof plate. Go and knock on her. She answers better than the combine did. She looked at the pack in Emeth's hands. Careful who watches you carry that. They are already watching. Emeth folded the pack flat. The man it belongs to is owed it back, and I intend to pay the debt. That is the entire policy of my afternoon. Something crossed the woman's face, and she moved Emeth from one column into another, and said nothing else. But when Emeth walked on, she did not find urgent business in her crates, and along the row, the town's spine came down a degree. Old Sierra's stall stood where the trench widened at the foot of the dead sling, the launcher's rails climbing the crater wall, kilometers of them, scoured bright by storms, and going nowhere now, the largest stillness Emeth had seen on a human world. Sierra was Null, old the way Emeth's grandmother's line had been old, and she stood behind a pod fairing that was now a griddle, turning loaves with her fingers. They greeted each other without words first, a stillness offered and a stillness returned, the courtesy of not rushing existence, and the market noise went on around them without touching them. The boy, who had seen Sierra do this with her lodger 100 times, waited it out with his hands jammed in his pockets, proud of knowing better than to interrupt. Sit, Sarah said, in English for the boy. Eat. You have walked on stone all day with your spine straight, and the town watching you do it, and everyone is tired. Emeth sat. The meal was bread off the griddle and a stew of trench-grown beans and greens with dry lake fish through it, the first food in 6 weeks that had never seen the inside of a printer. And she ate it honestly while the light climbed the dead rails and the boy demolished a loaf beside her and 3 stalls pretended not to watch a Null in Geneva gray eat Sarah's cooking like family. They spoke Null for a while, in the proper order, the weather above, the food between them,
the dead. Sira had come out with the second wave of builders, 50 years on boats and trenches, and stayed when the sling went quiet because the town had needed a baker more than the road needed her. Her line's grief names ran long. She said them plainly. Imeth gave her own, the market table version, and Sira did not remark on how short it was, which was a kindness with an edge on it. It was Sira who opened the door at the end, unprompted, the griddle hissing between them. A boy came off the gantries 8 days back. Arm snapped clean. She flipped the loaf. It set straight. First straight set this town has had in 2 years. Who said it? A man who learned it in a service school. Gentle hands, terrible jokes. He counts his splints back into the kit when he is done, every one, like a man still on somebody's inventory. Sira's eyes came up, old and yellow-green and unconfused about what she was doing. She walked him down under watch when there is doctoring, and walk him back up to the breach after. The other two carry crates up there and eat what everyone eats. Roan is not feeding 3 extra mouths out of kindness, but he is feeding them. The breach, the boy had pointed it out from the gantry stairs without being asked. The old sling's loading head, far up the trench where the rails dived into the crater wall, a fortress of machine housings with lamplight in its seams, where the mountains used to be chambered before they were thrown. Why tell me? Not a challenge, the plain question, because precision was the only coin she had that this woman would take. Sira turned the last loaf and was silent long enough that the market sounds came back in. Because you sat down, she said, and because something changed up at the breach this last week. The rider crews came home off the stream and went silent. Not flush silent, not caught silent. Silent like men who opened a crate they wished they had left shut. 8 days. The boundary and the children's feet had begun moving down the trench about then. Imeth had read the change without its cause, and here was the cause, arriving by a road the children's mothers would not travel for another week. She turned the loaf in her fingers and let the thought go down with the bread.
"This town has paid for the road once already," Sarah said. She wrapped 2 loaves in cloth and pushed them across the faring plate, refusing payment with a flat hand before it was offered. "I would like whatever sits up that trench gone before it asks us to pay again. Take your captain and relieve Roan of it." Cross sat on a supply crate at the foot of the Lodestar's ramp when she came up out of the trench shadow, the ship rising behind him with storm dust streaked along her flank, the 2 crew on perimeter watch, keeping their eyes politely on the middle distance. Imeth handed him the cloth bundle before she made her report, because the order of things mattered. The captain unwrapped it, looked at the bread, and ate it with his eyes shut. "Okay," he said, mouth full. "Whatever you spent on this, log it to the ship." "It was a gift. That is the point of it, and I will get to the point of it." She laid the afternoon out in order. The tether pack, drogue fired clean and harness uncut. A man taken walking, not lost. The medic with the gentle hands and the inventoried splints, walked down under guard and walked back. The other 2 on crates at the breach, fed from the common pot. All 3 of the tug's crew alive, 10 days into a captivity that ran on watch rotas, not cruelty. Cross stopped eating somewhere in the middle of it. By the end he was on his feet. All 3? All 3. Sourced from 2 people with no reason to coordinate a lie and every reason to say nothing at all. She let him have it. The captain's whole body had changed, the warmth coming back up through him like power through a cold board, and then took it away, because that too was her station. "Captain, before you plan tomorrow on the strength of an afternoon, hear what the town is. It is not what Tornell's filings say."
Tornell's filings say it's a salvage den that harbors catch riders. Tornell's filings are written by the people who made it. She looked back down the trench at the grow lamps coming on against the early dark, the dead rails climbing the crater wall. This town threw the corridor into the sky, Captain. The first decade of it went up off those rails. Then the road outgrew its sling, the work went elsewhere, and the licenses went with it. The recovery trade struck off the register by a letter that arrived with the freight notices. The woman who sold me the tether pack keeps her old bond plaque polished above her stall the way my line keeps grief names. She faced him. The grievance is earned and the crimes are real, both true at once, and the town knows the corridor will only ever admit one of them. Stand in that market tomorrow and ask these people to choose between their grievance and our law, and they will choose the grievance in front of their children. So do not ask. Cross was silent. The trench glass he had overpaid for sat on the crate beside him, copper seam catching the work lights, and his thumb moved along at once. "You're telling me how to talk to Rowan." "I am telling you how not to. Do not charm him. He has watched the center smile at this town for 20 years, and every smile cost it something, and he will have a price list for yours before you finish it. Ask him plainly for our 3 people, and let him name his price, and be ready for the price to be strange." "Strange how?" "I do not know. That is the honest answer." She set her hands flat, one over the other. "Only that whatever Roan keeps at the breach has become heavy, heavy enough to silence the men who brought it home. A man under a heavy thing will sometimes sell it cheap to whoever convinces him they can carry the weight away." The captain studied her and arrived at the other question, the off-duty one. What a town of the road's discarded people had been like to walk through all day, for an officer who had left her own people to serve on the road. One of the deliberate things in Cross was knowing when his warmth would be a trespass. The question crossed his face. He put it away. "Good work today, Lieutenant Commander," he said. "The whole rank, every syllable level and exact. A gift in her own coin, and they both knew it." The summons came at full dark, at a run. The boy arrived out of the trench shadow with his arms pumping and pulled up inside the perimeter lights as though lines painted by Geneva could not conceivably apply to him. Which, the watch crew's hands easing off their slung carbines, turned out to be operationally correct. He bent over his knees, blowing hard, and held up a finger for patience. The message was to be delivered intact, or not at all. "Roan says," he straightened and screwed his face into formality, "the captain walks up the trench road at sunup, open hands, just him and one more, and Roan will hear—" The boy's brow furrowed with the effort of it. "What Geneva sounds like when it's the one that wants something." Behind them, the ship breathed coolant into the dark. "He gave me a half mark to say it right," the boy added to Imeth, dropping the formality like a tool he was done with. "Did I say it right?" "Word for word," Imeth said gravely. And the boy's grin opened the gap in his teeth, and he was gone, 3 bounds, and the dark took him. Cross looked down the trench, where the market's grow lamps were going out row by row, an orderly town putting itself to bed around its visitors. He knew where to send the message. He's known all day. He has known since the storm. Imeth came to stand beside her captain at the edge of the lights. Far down the row, on a gantry over the dead rails, one of the watchers who had paced them all afternoon raised a hand to her, unhurried, almost courteous, and ambled away into the town. Every stall we touched made a report by nightfall, and Roan has all of it, that you overpaid an angry man and took the lesson with the glass. that I bought back a debt without arguing the price, that we asked the town for nothing it could not afford to give. The market was an interview. The town conducted it for him. We appeared to have passed. Cross laughed. Short, real, no comfort in it. And if we hadn't? Then the boy would have run the other way. High overhead, where the unfinished sky still showed its blades of open black, a fast gray point crossed the gap between clouds, west to east, on schedule. The Combine wardenship holding her patrol orbit, watching the moon, that watched the town, that watched the trench. Captain Marchetti keeping her own account. And far up the valley, where the rails dived into the crater wall, the breach lit its lamps, not one by one, the way a working camp wakes, but all at once, every seam of it blazing across the dark trench like a house that had decided at last to stop pretending nobody was home. "Sun up, 10, Cross said. "Sun up. Open hands." Imeth turned for the ramp. "Bring the glass."
Chapter 12. Maddox. The loading hall of the Dead Sling had been built to chamber mountains, and the size of it arrived all at once in the chest, the way deep water arrives. Cross stepped out of the sun-up and into a dark that took 10 paces to learn. The rails came in through the western wall at shoulder height, 4 of them, each thicker than the Lodestar's keel, running dead level down a hall long enough to lose its far end in lamp haze, and between them sat the cradle, the great open jaw that had once taken a 4,000-ton pod every 40 minutes and fed it to the moon's long throw. It had not moved in 2 decades. Somebody kept it greased anyway. The place smelled of old grease and stone-cold iron, and through that, wood smoke and stew and engine solvent, a fortress that had become a house without agreeing to stop being a fortress. Riders watched them come, not many and unarmed. That was the message. We do not need to point anything at you. 2 men on the gantry over the 3rd rail, a woman repacking a collar harness who never looked up and missed nothing, a boy of maybe 16 on the cradle's lip, boots hanging into the jaw where the mountains used to go. Nobody escorted them. The escort was the walk itself, the cold working in through Cross's collar and his lungs laboring on the half-made air. The atmosphere plant had not finished its work this high, and every breath was a transaction. Imeth walked at his left shoulder, 1 pace back, at the town's speed. The man at the far end of the hall stood at a long table cut from a pod fairing and did not turn around. "Mind the 3rd rail housing on your left, Captain," he called while they were still 50 meters out, a voice broken in by 16 years over open comms and machinery. "There's a step down where the inspection plate's gone. We lose a visitor a year to it." Cross stepped over the gap without breaking stride. "Appreciated." "You'll forgive me not turning around yet." Metal clicked on metal under his hand. "I wanted to hear how a Geneva captain walks when he doesn't think it counts. Wardens stamp, inspectors drift, Combine men walk like the floor is invoiced." "And me?" "You walk like a man who's been told not to perform." He turned and grinned. "Which means somebody clever got to you before I did. Morning, Lieutenant Commander." "Morning," Imeth said. Rowan Maddox was a head shorter than the legend the town had built around the name, and twice as solid. A recovery man's build, all shoulder and forearm, gray scrubbing through a week of beard, and eyes that priced things, the only feature of him that never joined the grin. The jacket did the talking. Old bond service cut, mended at both elbows, and along the breast and upper sleeve the cloth showed darker shapes, sharp-edged, where patches had been unpicked. A license badge, a corridor crest, the long bar of a contractor's bond number. The jacket could have been replaced any time these 5 years,
and had not, and Cross was meant to read it. "Rowan Maddox," the man said. "The warrants say Rowan. The town says Roan. Use whichever tells me who you came as." "Maddox, then," Cross said. "There we are." Maddox swept a hand at the table. 2 metal cups, a pot on a heater coil, a bench dragged up on the visitor's side. "Sit. The tea's terrible, but it's terrible and hot, and you drank Sarah's stew so the town knows you're not precious." The tea was terrible and scalding, and Cross was glad of it. The cold had got into the long bones of his hands. He took the lump of trench glass out of his pocket and set it on the table between them, the copper seam catching the lamplight, and said nothing about it. Maddox looked at it. "Word came up the hill you paid 40 for that," he said. "Board said 12. "Board said 12, Cross agreed. "He charges 40 when he thinks a man can afford to learn." Maddox turned the glass with one finger, seam to the light, and pushed it back across the table. "Keep it. The town's already spent your 40. He sat back. "All right, Captain. You've walked my road and drunk my tea. Say your piece." Every instinct Cross owned leaned into the moment, a tide against a sea wall. The room was openable. He could hear where the hinges were, the grievance, the pride, the jacket with its ghosts. Emeth had told him not to, and Emeth had been right about every meter of this moon. He put the instinct down. It went down protesting. 11 days ago, somebody took 3 of my quarter's people off a tug at the edge of the cargo stream. Pilot, medic, EVA specialist. They're alive. They're up this trench, and they've been fed from your pot, which I haven't forgotten. I've come to take them home. Name your price." Maddox studied him. The grin stayed. The eyes worked. "That's the speech? I was promised the famous thing. The captain who opens rooms, the man who talked tonal control into watching a cruiser fly down a working catcher's throat. He spread his arms at the hull, the rails, the watching riders. Go on, open it." "Whoever told you about the famous thing also told you it wouldn't work up here, or you'd never have let me up the road." Maddox laughed, a real one, short and rough, and the boy on the cradle lip grinned in the dark, the way the young grin when the old surprise them. "I like you better than your file. The file reads like a man made out of brochures." The laugh banked itself. What stayed was harder. 3 of yours. You came for 3. 3 is what was taken. 3 is what was missed, Maddox said, and stood, and every rider down the hall was attending without one of them having moved. "Bring your tea. Come and meet the rest of your corridor's bookkeeping." The refuge rooms opened off the hall's south wall, where the sling crews had once slept out storm cycles between throws. Low ceilings, rock-cut, warm at last, rider blankets on frame bunks, and a stew pot going on a griddle descended from Syrah's. The smell was stew and antiseptic, and too many people in too little air. 15 of them. Cross stopped in the doorway and made himself do the arithmetic slowly, because the arithmetic was everything. 3 in escort coveralls, corridor gray, a woman with a pilot's patches asleep sitting up, a rangy man nearest the door with an EVA undersuit's wear marks at his neck, hands wrapped round a cup as if it were a tether. The 3rd, splint kit squared away on a shelf above his bunk, every one counted back in, came to his feet at the sight of the uniform. "Captain," the medic said, "you'll want to not shake my hand. I've been rationing the soap." The joke fell over itself and lay there, terrible, and the man's eyes were wet, and Cross crossed the room and shook his hand anyway, and the grip went on a long time on both sides. The other 12 wore tonal issue, dock coveralls, station orange gone gray at the knees, names in machine print on the breast. Cross walked the bunk line, and the names came up at him one by one, names he had last seen in machine print of a different kind, on a transfer ledger in Strand's outer office, against berths on ships that did not exist. A woman with dock handler's calluses sat cross-legged, mending a writer's glove because her hands needed somewhere to be. Two men played cards with a guard half their age, who'd plainly been losing to them for days and did not mind. At the end of the row, standing, a Null, tall and very still, the first to have seen the uniforms come in, and the only one who had not moved at all. Imeth and the Null worker looked at each other across the room. Neither spoke. Something passed anyway, formal as a salute, and older. Imeth inclined her head, and the worker returned it, and nobody hurried it. His mother had spent 6 years on the relocation lists before her birth came through. Cross had grown up under the arithmetic of lists, whose names came up that season and whose did not. The man downstairs who repaired dehumidifiers and said nothing when the postings cycled past him again. 30 years and a corridor away, in a rock room on a moon his own corridor had thrown away, Cross looked at a list cut from 30 names to 12, and the old arithmetic stood up in him with its teeth showing. "Midday," Maddox said from the doorway, low for once. "They walk down the trench road at midday, and the town watches your people carry them out. That's part of the price, so hear it properly. This moon's going to see Geneva uniforms taking people out of crates for once. Some will need stretchers. 11 days is a long time, and the cold gets into people."
Cross came back to the door. The medic had sat down again. The woman with the calluses had not looked up from her mending. The pilot slept on, sitting up, the sleep of someone who had learned to take it where it stood. 30 names came off Tornell's rolls in 6 weeks, Cross said. 12 are in this room. Where are my other 18, Maddox? "Come back to the table," Maddox said. The exhibit was waiting for them by the cradle, set square where the lamplight fell. "Look at it, then ask me what you propose to do about it." A capsule. Personnel rated, transfer class, person length and a little more, open on 2 trestles with its lid racked alongside. White composite gone gray at the handling points. A scrubber unit at the head end, telltales dark. Restraint webbing folded back with a neatness that said the folding had been done after, by someone who'd needed somewhere to put their hands. Riveted to the foot, the consignment plate, Tornell's stamp, the Rivas routing string, a mass declaration a shade under 1,100 kilos, and the 2 words the whole thing balanced on: inert freight. 11 days ago we worked the edge of the stream, Maddox said. He stood at the capsule's head, not touching it. Clean job. We drew the tug's crew off with a distress squawk. Your 3 behind that wall will tell you the rest. You'll hear it from them and not from me. We took 12 crates aboard and collared 18 more onto a wide return arc to sweep on the second pass. That's the trade. Take what you can carry, park what you can't. And the corridor writes it off as a miss because writing it off is cheaper than catching us. "And then?" Cross said. "And then, 5 days out, one of my riggers cut a seal to see what grade of machine spares Tornell was shipping in personnel-rated shells. There was a woman inside, alive, breathing scrubber air in the dark with her arms crossed on her chest, folded the way the loading cradle folds them, like the manifest had already buried her. The hall stayed very quiet. Down its length, the harness woman had stopped repacking. We cut every seal we had aboard inside the hour. 12 crates, 12 breathing people, and a paper trail that says machine spares. My crews haven't slept right since, and this town brews tea and watches the trench road and waits to hear what I've decided we've become." The grin was gone, and what stayed was the thing the grin existed to manage.
So, your 18 are on the ark, my collars, my throne numbers, and they swing back inside a fortnight. The crates keep their people alive a good while. Even a man hiding bodies on a manifest buys the shell that breathes. But the margins on the weak units are not a fortnight. Somebody has to take them off soon, and it cannot be me. Why not? Cross said. You put them there. It landed. Cross had meant it to. It was the first thing he had said with an edge on it, and he watched Maddox take the hit and decide, visibly, not to pretend it hadn't reached him. Yes, I parked 18 crates of what I believed was coil stock, because thieving's the work this corridor left me, and I'll carry the part that's mine. He came around the capsule, and the lamplight moved on the unpicked ghosts on his jacket. 20 years ago, there were 9 bonded recovery houses on this moon, licensed, taxed. A pod misbemit, we ran it down before it went over to the far dark. My father did it. I did it. We buried 4 men doing it, and the corridor sent flowers. Then the new chain went in, the missus stopped, and they offered us scrap rate and a letter. Automated the work, revoked the salvage rights, called us criminals when we wouldn't have the decency to die of it. His voice never rose. It kept its weight low, like cargo. So, I parked 18 people in the dark by accident, doing a thief's job. The man who sealed them into freight and signed them off as inert mass did it on purpose, at a desk, twice a week for 6 weeks. Don't stand in my house and weigh me against him. I'm not weighing you against him. I'm weighing 18 lives against a fortnight. Why am I standing here, Maddox? You've had 11 days. A flare on the corridor net, an anonymous drop to the wardens. Tornell could have had that ARC data a week ago. Tornell is the one who created them. He left it there, beside the open capsule. Hand them back to the man who buried them and trust him to dig them up in front of witnesses? The wardens work the Combine's corridor at the Combine's pleasure. Marchetti's straight, straighter than her orders, but her orders come from the same desks that signed that plate. And if my boats lift 18 government workers off an ark, that's not a rescue. That's the biggest hostage take in the corridor's history, and this town pays for it 30 years. The eyes fixed on him. But a Geneva cruiser that flies down a working catcher's throat to save a dock shift it's never met, that lands whole on my moon and walks up my road with open hands because a thing is his corridor's people. You're the one man in the Revis line who can make the kind of noise nobody can bury. The flattery was load-bearing and worked anyway a little. Pride saying, he has read you and is playing you. Curiosity saying, yes, and every fact he's stacked is checkable, so what does he actually want? Then give me the arc. Collar codes, throw vectors, your timing. My ship can be on the first capsule in 2 days. I'll give you better than the arc. I'll give you the thing you'll like a great deal less. He took it off his belt, where it had been riding in plain sight all morning. A data wafer in a salvage yellow housing, scuffed, thumb length. He set it on the capsule's rim, above the consignment plate, and Cross would have bet the Lodestar's coffee stores the placement was rehearsed. 2 things on it. First, what we threw and when, every collar, by our clock. Check it against your own scans and the marks on your tug, it'll hold. Second, the grin came back, with the blade out of it, the number that turns our clock into Tornell's. Because here's the part you're really not going to like. The corridor's clocks are wrong. The quiet ran the length of the hall. It's a shorter word than the clocks are wrong. Noor Dewan, in a holding room on Tornell, hands flat on a table, watching him not believe her. Cross kept his face where it was and knew Maddox had read it anyway. You've heard it before. Well, now you've heard it twice. Tornell's timing solution is audited, certified, countersigned, published to the ledger every cycle. Every instrument in the corridor swears by it. Swears to it. Different thing. How do you suppose this trade has lived 5 years? Not on legacy keys. Keys get you in. They don't tell you when to strike. We live in the gap between where the corridor says a thing is and where it actually is. And we measure that gap the way your people measure fuel. 3 years ago it was a flicker. Now, he held up thumb and forefinger, a sliver of lamplight between them. Half a second, and growing. Tornell's master clock is walking, and every certified solution in the Revis line walks with it. Run that arc on the audited numbers, and you'll steer your beautiful ship to 18 points in empty space and bring home 18 crates of exactly what the manifest always said. Show me how you measured it. No. It was the first flat no of the morning, and Maddox did not dress it. That's not a price I'm naming. That's the wall. Knowing this corridor better than the corridor does is the trade, and the trade feeds this town. It's the one thing that Combine never managed to repossess, and I'm not handing it to Geneva wrapped round a good deed. You get the number. You don't get the how. A number with no provenance is not a number, Imeth said. It was the first time she had spoken since the doorway, and attention swung down the hall to her, slow and massive, like the cradle turning. It is a wager. And there she is, Maddox said, with real pleasure. I wondered what you were saving it for. He weighed the wafer on his palm, looking at her. It's a wager either way, Lieutenant Commander. Your captain rides out and stakes 18 lives on somebody's clock, mine or theirs. One of those clocks was certified by the man who created your people alive. The other belongs to a thief. He set the wafer back down by the plate that said inert freight. I know which I'd trust, but then I'm the thief.
A rider came down off the gantry stairs while the terms were still settling, heavy-set, a collar spanner slung across his back. 3 days of an argument in his face, crossing the hall at the pace of a man who had decided on the way down that this was the moment. Roan? He stopped short of the table, the look going from the wafer to the refuge doorway and back. A word. You're having it. In front of company. Go on. You're handing Geneva the crates, the paper, the number? The rigger jerked his chin at the wall the captives were behind. Those 12 are worth more than the lot. Tornell'll trade the moon to keep that manifest buried. Warden's off our backs, salvage rights back. We hold them, we negotiate, and for once this trench gets paid what it's owed instead of... We are not ransoming people you found nailed into freight. Maddox came off the capsule fast, the courtesy going out of him so completely the boy on the cradle lip flinched. Say it again, out loud in front of a Geneva officer who logs every word. Go on, Devon, tell the captain your sums. They're not your people to give back. The rigger's voice cracked, ugly with it. Petar's house wants them held. Half the gantry does. You don't get to... Petar's house. Maddox said it like he'd bitten something. Petar's house couldn't run a collar arc without... He stopped. He'd said the name to the room, and the room had it now, and Cross watched him hear that a half-second too late, the one beat in the whole morning where the man's face did something it had not chosen. The hand he put up was for himself as much as the rigger. We've thrown 90 crates off that chain in 5 years and never once kept a breathing thing. The day we start, we're the word they always wanted for us, and no license in the universe takes it back off. That's the sum. Then, lower, hearing himself, go and check the boat. The rigger did not move. His eyes went across, a long yoke with none of Maddox's play in it, then to the refuge doorway, the calculation written plain across his face.
He turned and walked back down the hall, unhurried, in no man's custody, and the sound of his boots stayed audible an unreasonably long time. Maddox watched him go, and only when the gantry stairs had taken him did the grin come back, a shade too quickly, doing repair work. Not everyone here does sums the way I do. His palm pressed to the capsule rim, briefly, steadying on it, which is one more reason for you to be quick. Then name the rest of it, Cross said. You've handed me 15 people, a fraud you could have sold, and a correction worth more than the cargo. I've bought enough glass on this moon to know what underpriced means. What do you want? Gone, Maddox said. Cross waited. That's the price. Maddox spread his hands, the morning's courtesy back. Take your people. Take the crate and its plate. The ledger wrote the lie down for everyone, permanent ink, and all you do is stand somewhere loud and read it out. Take my number, then take that ship off my moon by tomorrow night. Go and do the thing only you can do, and don't be in my way again. Not on the stream, not in the trench, not in my sky. Out of your way where? Cross said. Define the lane I'm staying out of. Everywhere, Maddox said, and gave him nothing else at all. Cross looked at the open capsule, the webbing folded back by hands that had needed the folding. The reed sat true, the staged exhibit, the jacket, the crews that hadn't slept since the stream. And under it, too faint to act on, too present to dismiss, the sense of a man tidying every piece off the table with both hands, generously, so that something else could be set down later. 11 days ago, I was a thief. I do it well and I sleep. But the day one of those crates goes quiet out there with my collar on it, I'm the other thing, and there's no license or bond or grievance that makes that salvage. He picked a wafer up and held it out, offered, hand to hand, so taking it had to be a chosen act with a witness. Get them off my ark. Cross took it. It weighed nothing and went into his pocket against the trench glass. Outside, the morning had got on with itself. The light was down off the crater wall and into the trench proper, gold on the rail line scoured kilometers. Far below, the market's roof plate threw the sun back in pieces, and the town was making its noises. A crawler turning over, a hammer, children. High over the unfinished sky's open seam, the warden's ship went west to east on her schedule, a gray stitch across the gap. Marchetti, keeping her account. The next day assembled itself as Cross walked. Midday, the handover, the town watching. By dusk, the recovered aboard, Petrov's sickbay full, the capsule and its plate in the hold like the unexploded thing it was. By tomorrow night, gone. Then the ark and the wager. You did not charm him, Imeth said. No. Cross kept his eyes on the road, which asked for it, going down. Cut for crawlers, not boots, and the soft gravity made liars of both. He charmed me. I'm still working out how much of it I paid for. He told the truth wherever the truth also served him, which was everywhere we could check. I counted one place he went round something rather than through it, and it was not the measurement, it was the price. Her hands were folded behind her back, her voice as level as the rails. Gone is not a price, gone is a clearing of the way. For what? I do not know. Neither, I think, does anyone who will tell us. 3 paces, the town's pace. He gave away every card in his hand this morning, except the ones we did not know to ask after. And one he did not mean to play at all. A name to a logging officer, the half-second his face got away from him.
"A man that careful is not relieved of his weight, Captain. He is rebalanced." Cross stopped where the road switchbacked above the dead rails, the gold length of the trench laid out below, the market waking, the gantries with their swinging children, the breach at his back going dark seam by seam. He had walked up with one question and was walking down with all of it. The people, the proof, the plate, the number, pressed on him in a single morning by a thief, in exchange for the one thing a Geneva captain could give away without signing anything: absence. "Midday," he said, and started down. Somewhere overhead, on a long, cold arc that no two clocks in the corridor agreed on, 18 crates of inert freight came round the dark, breathing.
Chapter 13. What the Stream Split. The riders delivered the empty capsule at first light, slung under a salvage crane older than the man driving it, and by mid-morning it stood lashed down in the Lodestar's forward hold, with the dust of the trench road still on it, lying to anyone who cared to read the tag. Delgado read the tag 4 times. "Inert freight," said the consignment plate, wired to the forward lifting lug, exactly where Tornell's outbound office had hung it. Class C. Printer feed stock. Under that, a mass declaration accurate to the kilogram, honest because the chain that catches a box kills people when the mass lies, and a receiving yard 2 transfers down the corridor that had never been told to expect anything and had never asked. The plate was embossed and official, and would have gone past every inspector in the corridor, because the office an inspector rang to verify it was the office that had written it. Half a meter away, riveted to the shell at commissioning and provenanced on the public ledger back to the hour of its manufacture, the capsule's own plate said what the capsule was: Personnel-Rated Emergency Transfer Unit, Tornell Station Equipment Register, Certified for Occupied Flight, Inspected on schedule, under the calibration office's signature. 2 plates, 1 hull, half a meter of air between them, and the whole of Director Strand's 6 weeks lived in that gap. The interior was worse, and Delgado did it properly, because it was evidence, and evidence got his whole attention, even when his whole attention wanted to be elsewhere. The acceleration couch was worn where a body had ridden it. A scrubber cartridge had been changed by hand mid-flight, the spent one stowed, the spare bracketed by somebody who understood brackets. A drinking line had been teased out of the service loop and taped down within reach of a person lying strapped in the dark. Whoever at Tornell had rigged these hulls had done it with care, and the care was a confession. Above the headrest, where the dome came down close over a rider's face, the shell carried a ring of shallow dents, regular, spaced, each the size of the heel of a fist. Delgado photographed them, measured them, committed the record to the ship's evidence store with authorship attested, and then stood with one hand flat on the cold shell, because a body needs somewhere to put a thing like that, and his had nowhere better. The rest of Maddox's payment stood along the hold wall, in rider crates that still smelled of the breach, gun oil, trench dust, bean stew. Data cores cut out of boat systems with more speed than kindness. The consist documentation off the taken tender, ripped open by people in a hurry a fortnight ago and never put back in order. And one case Delgado had opened up at the breach and then shut again gently, the way you close a door on someone sleeping. A field calibration kit, instrument grade, every probe seated in cut foam. Tornell Calibration Office stenciled on the lid, and tucked down the side of the foam a working log in a hand he knew from 14 months of archived signatures, its final entry stopping in the middle of a line. Reuben Dewan's measurements, in a box, in a thief's warehouse, on a moon at the wrong end of the corridor. Delgado had carried the case down the trench road himself and had not let the crane take it. Delgado had run the morning's arithmetic more times than arithmetic this simple needed. 30 workers had left Tornell as freight. 12 were coming down the trench road today, alive, every one of them. And with them the tug's 3, the pilot and the medic and the EVA specialist the corridor had written off. One opened capsule stood in this hold, empty, lying about itself in embossed capitals, the most honest object in the Rivas corridor, which left 18 sealed halls out in the dark, on a trajectory no one alive could yet write down, with air inside them and people inside the air. 12, 3, 1, 18. Delgado wrote it nowhere, and it stayed written anyway. The people came down at noon. The trench road from the breach ran switchbacks down the crater wall, and the riders carried the stretchers themselves. Maddox's crews, 4 to a stretcher in their patched gear, changing shoulders at the turns without being asked. The procession moving at the town's pace under a sky half-engineered cloud and half-bare black. The town came out for it, not as a crowd, as a market that had stopped pretending to trade. Stall keepers stood out from under their salvaged plate roofs. The splice women paused with the tether line across their knees. Up on the gantries, the children sat in a row with their legs hanging over 40 meters of soft gravity air, and nobody told them to come down. Not everyone came down. Far up the valley, a knot of figures stood out on the breach's high gantry and watched the procession the way the town had watched the uniforms on the first day, pricing it. Delgado clocked them and went back to his list. The list did to him what he'd been afraid it would. For 3 days, the 30 had been data, entries he could recite in his sleep. Mass and thermal and consumables draw, 26 of them flagged as reporting parties in an exception archive nobody had read until he read it. Now they came down a trench road in the light. Entry 9 was a dock loader with frost-nipped ears and her right hand wrapped, walking on her own and daring anyone to amend that. Entry 22 was 60 if he was a day, and went up the ramp asking one of Petrov's orderlies whether anyone had watered the planters in his section, as though he were coming off a long shift instead of back from the dead. They had names, and the names had voices, and Cross stood at the foot of the ramp and proved he had learned every one. The captain made no speech. He met each stretcher and each walker at the same spot on the dust, and what he had for them was not oratory, but particulars. A first name, a shift nickname lifted off an exception report, a question about a daughter dirtside he could only have got by doing his reading twice. 3 days ago, Delgado had handed him 30 lines of consignment data. Now Cross handed the lines back as people, one at a time, and Delgado, slate forgotten against his chest, understood this was also work, and that he could not have done an hour of it. Petrov ran the receiving end of the ramp with 2 orderlies and total authority, sorting the walking from the carried with a doctor's flat tenderness. The tug's medic came down carrying one end of a stretcher, having refused to lie on one. At the top of the ramp, before anyone could relieve him of the kit he had kept alive through 2 weeks of captivity, he opened it and counted his splints back into their loops.
Petrov watched him finish the count, then took the kit from him with both hands and gave him one of hers.
Sarah came through the perimeter with a basket, and the watch crew either had standing orders about old Null women with bread or invented some on the spot. The smell of the loaves went up the ramp ahead of everyone. Tellin came down on the fourth stretcher, hoarse, thin, and entirely awake, his head turning at the bread like a compass finding north. "That's Sarah's," the Null said, to nobody and to the whole moon. "South end of the trench. 20 years I took the rest run down for the quarter market, and they put me in a can and brought me to her door." Two of the riders carrying him grinned, Sarah with 3 loaves in the crook of his arm without breaking stride, and said something in Null that made him laugh until he coughed. At the foot of the ramp he caught Imeth Sviv, and what Tellin of Tornell Station had to say after a fortnight as contraband at the bottom of a stolen corridor was, "The hoist man, second shift, North Dock. Has anyone told him I'm alive?" "I do not know the hoist man," Imeth said, level as ever. "Don't tell him." The voice was a ruin, but the grin came up through it anyway. "He owes me 60 marks, and by now will have drunk all 60 at my wake. I want to be standing in the dock office when he does the sums." "I will enter it in the record," Imeth said. 60 marks, payable with the interest of his fees. Tellin laughed again, less cough in it this time, and lay back, his eyes going past her, up between the cloud ranks to where the sky showed its blades of open black. High in one of them, a gray point of light crossed west to east on its patrol schedule, the Combine warden, Marchetti, keeping her account of all of it. "How many came back?" Tellin asked. He was not looking at Imeth when he asked it. "All 12 who were taken, and the tugs 3. And the others?" "Not yet," Imeth said. The bearers lifted, and the stretcher tipped up the ramp, 3 loaves riding on a recovered man's chest. Imeth stood where she was. "Visha," she said. 2 beats, low, gone almost before it was out, and set her hands flat at her sides. In 8 months aboard, through catch-rider fire and a captain's worth of bad nights, Delgado had never heard her language slip out of her on duty. He looked back at his slate, because some data you are not meant to keep. By late afternoon, he had attested 12 identities against the public record, and the ledger, which had carried 30 falsified movements without the power to refuse them, received 12 living corrections it could never lose. 18 lines on his slate stayed ink. 10 minutes, Petrov said, at the hatch of the medical bay. "She slept 4 hours in 2 days, and she'll talk all night if you let her, which is why you won't. The talking feels like helping. It is, but sleep would help more, and she's the only one of the 12 who won't take the sedative. A look. She wants to be awake if news comes. 10 minutes, Delgado." The bay was dim, the racks shaded, 15 people sleeping off 2 weeks of somebody else's arithmetic. The loader sat up at the far end with a blanket round her shoulders and her wrapped right hand on her knee, and watched him cross the bay with the unimpressed patience of a woman who had spent 11 years moving freight and knew a man arriving with a slate when she saw one. Delgado had her file. 11 years on Tornell's dock floor. 2 vestibular complaint reports in 14 months. Nausea during mistimed catch cycles. Written up, dated, dispositioned the way everything on that station was dispositioned. He had read her name weeks before he heard her voice. "You want when," she said before he sat down. "Everyone wants when. The doctor wants when did you last eat. The tall officer wants when were you taken. Fine, here's mine. When is somebody going after the rest of them?" "The moment I can tell the captain where they are," Delgado sat. "That's what the 10 minutes is for. I'll trade you when for when." The loader studied him a moment longer, then nodded, and told it in order, the way a person tells a thing they have already decided never to tell loosely.
Tornell had walked her across its own outbound bay at night with the lights down. Retraining yard, they said. 10 days, double rest pay. Medical at the far end. The unit smelled of new tape. She had counted time by scrubber swaps, 5. And through all 5 there had been the convoy circuit, the short-reach intercom those hulls carry for transfer work, and nobody had switched it off. Maybe they forgot, she said. I'd rather think someone at Tornell left it on us deliberately. Either way, it was the only thing in the dark that was anyone's voice. The voices had organized themselves inside a day, because dock crews do. Somebody sang, badly, by request. One man wouldn't speak at all, so the woman in the next hull read him stores inventories until he laughed. And twice a day a calibration hand named Pell called the roll by hull number and made every one of them sound off. First thing he ever said on that circuit, she said, and her mouth went sideways, was whoever packed this can stole the gloves and all. 2 years he'd been at the stores office about the second shift glove sizes. 2 years. You'd know him in the dark by the gloves alone. And he'd drawn the oldest can in the stream, said you could hear the air plant in it knocking like a tappet. So he made a unit number of it. The antique will now take the roll.
Delgado didn't write while she talked. The writing could come after. He'd learned that much watching Imeth work a market. Then the boats came, she said. There was no seeing it, she told him. In a can you get sound. A clang through the hull like the world's biggest latch. The swing and shudder of a toe taking hold, her stomach going over with it. Voices on the circuit calling hull numbers, not panic, dock discipline, who's moved, who's still on the line. And then, under it, one after another, hard little kicks of thrust that were nobody's tug. Collars, Delgado said. I know what they were now. Her wrapped hand flexed on her knee. What I knew then was the circuit stretching, the ones the boats had grabbed, us, 12, I counted the grapples, you do count. We stayed loud to each other. The rest got pushed off the line, and they went together, all one push, the voices thinning at the same rate. You hear me? Together, one push, not scattered. I'd swear it on 11 years of cargo. You're telling me, Delgado said, slowly, because the shape of it was arriving as he spoke, that the only tracking data anyone has on the split is what it sounded like? I'm telling you what I heard, and what I heard was 18 people going somewhere, alive, in good order, and the last loud one was Pell, because that old Canahes had the strongest set, or the man wouldn't stop. He was mid-story, his brother's place, dirt side. He was forever on about the brother's place, weather you could stand in, rain you didn't have to book. The story got further away, and nobody in it was afraid yet, because none of us understood yet. And that's the part I want written down, mister. They were still talking when they went past, still talking, like a ward at lights out. Down the rack, a man turned over in his sleep, and the loader waited, automatically, until he settled, 11 years of night shifts in the gesture, before she went on. My unit cracked something when their grapple took it. Air went sour by the second hour. I did what you do. The wrapped hand rose off her knee and dropped back. You'll have seen the dome. I measured it, Delgado said, before he could find a kinder shape for it. He heard how it sounded and pressed on, because honest was the only register he'd ever managed under pressure. The dents made the medical case for negligent endangerment about 4 hours before you woke up, for whatever that's worth. The loader looked at him a long moment, and then, this was the thing he'd carry out of the bay, she laughed, short, real, appalled. 11 years I write up the nausea, and nobody actions it. I punch a capsule from the inside, and it goes in a court file. The laugh went as fast as it came. The boy who cut me out looked younger than my son, had the face of the one who'd been robbed. That's when I knew the riders hadn't known. Whatever else they are, they hadn't known. Petrov's shadow arrived in the hatch, unhurried and absolute. They tell me you kept my unit, the loader said as he stood. It's in the hold.
Evidence now, it'll convict somebody. Good. She lay back at last, eyes already going, 2 weeks collecting its fee. Don't clean it. Afterwards, at the bench outside the bay, Delgado pulled the personnel fragments the riders had ripped out of the consist documentation. Most of the 30 files had come through the extraction as husks: headers, fractions, noise. Pels had kept 3 things: a complaint regarding second shift glove sizes, raised 11 times across 2 years, dispositioned not actioned; a welfare note that the subject ordered the printer's fried bread every rest day morning without fail, annotated by some Tornell medic with a mildness that read as a running joke; and a next of kin line, a brother, dirtside, a farming address. Delgado attested the loader's statement into the evidence store word for word and entered her account of the split, 1 push, together, same rate, into the trajectory workspace as a sourced observation, because it was one. The only instrument pointed the right way that day had been a freight handler's ear, and the method took its data where the data was. Cross came down to the hold at ship's dusk with Ackerman at his shoulder, and Delgado gave it to them, standing between the empty capsule and the workbench, because the geography of the two was the report. The fraud is finished as a question. That end I can hand the lawyers tonight. He touched the consignment plate, not gently. Hull provenance against manifest, 30 counts, and a living witness with a medical file and a dented dome. Strand's cover stopped being something I argue the day this came up the ramp. It's something I store. And the other end, Ackerman said. It was not a question. She had her stylus out. The other end. Delgado moved to the bench, where the board stood in a row like suspects. 18 capsules went onto an arc in 1 push, together. I have a witness, and I'll defend her as a data set to anyone. What I can't do tonight is point at the sky. 4 ways to try. He raised 1 finger. The certified ephemeris. Audited, bounded, and contaminated. I proved that at Tornell, and I can prove it better now because the rider's own nav cores carry the same diseases. Duplicated timestamps. Attested positions that can't all be true. Whatever's wrong with the clocks out here isn't Tornell's, it's the corridors. I can prove the certified solution is wrong, Commander, and I can't tell you by how much or in which direction. A ruler I know is bent, with no straight edge in reach. 2, Cross said. Maddox is offset, a number on a chip. Delgado set the chip on the bench, where it weighed nothing and sat like an anvil. No method, no instrument record, no provenance. To verify it, I'd need exactly the answer it claims to give me. I can't bound the error on a thing a man won't say how he measured. 3. The riders' boat logs handed over scrubbed, clean exactly where their own positions and burns would show. The split geometry lives in the holes. Maddox gave us everything that doesn't incriminate a hull he owns. He stopped at the calibration case, and his voice went down without his permission. 4. The real answer's in this box. Ruben Dewan spent months measuring the drift with independent instruments, the one data set in the corridor with a clean pedigree. The cores are damaged, half the archives encrypted under the calibration office's own keys, and the man who holds them is in one of the 18 halls I needed to find. The reconstruction's running. 3 days, maybe 4. If the encryption gives. I'll be on it every hour we're underway. Somewhere aft, the ship made the small sounds of a vessel being put back together for lift. How long have they got? Out there. Unit by unit, and I'd be inventing a figure if I gave you one. Those hulls are certified for occupied transfer with margin, and the margin was never written down for a use like this. Weeks at the kind end. Delgado made himself finish, because the survivor had wanted things written down, and so did he. The oldest haul's less. The man who took the roll call drew the oldest haul in the stream. He made a joke of it. Cross stood looking at the empty capsule, at the dents which he had plainly already been shown, because the captain read everything now. Whatever moved through him stayed below the waterline. What came up was orders. Maddox sold us the truth on condition we take it away from him, and I don't intend to test his patience or his neighbors. We lift at first light. Cross turned. Commander, I want the recovered down as crew on the rolls, not cargo. Names, next of kin, the lot, committed properly. They've been freight long enough. Delgado, the reconstruction is your only job. Whatever it wants, power, hands, my coffee ration, it gets. It mostly wants time, Delgado said. The one thing I can't requisition. Then we'll spend it moving. Cross took a last look round the hold, the crates, the case, the lying plate, and went up toward the bridge. Ackerman paused at the hatch with her stylus still out, reading the boards the way she read a parachute. You said it twice tonight, and I want it once on the record, plainly. Plainly. Delgado looked at the row of boards. Everything in this hold proves everyone's answer is wrong. Nothing in it yet proves what's right. 2 days ago, I'd have called that a failed result. Tonight, it's the best data set in the corridor because it's honest about itself, and I'm going to make it confess the rest. Noted, Ackerman said, assent this time, and left him to it. Alone, Delgado pulled the night's first status off the reconstruction. A single line of progress, 4%. The damaged cores giving up their indexes a grain at a time. From the slate, he copied the 18 names by hand onto the back of a maintenance sheet. Block capitals, Reuben DeWan's among them, and Pell's near the top, and pinned it above the bench where his curve sketches usually went. Paper on a digital ship. He wanted them where rounding couldn't reach. The counter read 4%. Delgado pulled a chair to the bench and settled in to watch it earn the 5th. Chapter 14. Launch Under Fire. The warning beat the storm to the apron by 11 minutes, riding a salvage crawler with its running lights off. Salazar marked it from the foot of the ramp, where the morning's hard arithmetic had him counting stretchers into the ship, 12 aboard, 3 to go. Because a vehicle moving dark on a moon that loved its lamps was a sentence with one meaning. The crawler came up the apron road flat out, and the gray-bearded man was off the deck before it finished rolling. No escort, no talking distance chosen and held. He came straight in under the Lodestar's bow, with the wind snapping his coat against his legs, and behind him, along the northwest horizon, the second blow of their stay on Senon stood up off the rails like a dirtier dawn. Roan's word went as far as the weather, the man said. It doesn't go further. Petar's house talked last night, the kind of talking nobody calls a vote, and Roan lost it. His eyes went up the ramp, to the stretcher walked through the hatch at that moment, and something in the apron's stone face moved and was put away. They've done the sums on what's in your racks. 12 people somebody already paid to make disappear, plus 3 with a tug registry behind them. A settlement's winter, sold to the right buyer. Devon's people are coming down the rails under the blow where your radar can't swear to anything. The only advice go in Geneva, be sky before it lands. Cross had come down the ramp at the crawler's first dust. The captain stood with his collar turned up against the grit and took it without a flicker. And Salazar, half a step right and behind, did the other job, the one his eyes were for. The ridge, the ring stairs, the market road, the roof lines. The town was closing itself as he watched, shutters swinging to along the amber wheels, awnings cranking down that had cranked open to sell them bread 2 hours ago. A woman gathered 3 children off the rail crossing with 2 short whistles, the way you'd call dogs you trusted, and the kids went, and that frightened Salazar more than the storm front did. Towns knew. Long before any instrument, they knew. And Roan, Cross said. Roan keeps the town out of it. That's what he's keeping. The gray-bearded man was already turning back to the crawler. Don't ask him for more, and don't leave him your opinion on the way out. He's spending more than you can see to stand still today. The crawler took him back down the apron at the same flat-out run, lights still dark, and the wind arrived then, the first true gust, grit going across the poured stone in hissing sheets. Doctor, Cross said to his collar tab, walking, how fast can you have everyone strapped?
They're strapped. Petrov's voice came back dry over the link, the racks audible behind her, a pump, cycling, somebody coughing in the careful way of a person whose ribs had opinions. A thing about the flying before the flying happens. These people spent days folded into capsules rated for hours, dehydrated, 2 with pressure injuries, 1 heart I'm watching beating like it's borrowing the time. Your inertials will eat a clean burn, what they won't eat is weather. Every fist that storm puts into this hall arrives in my racks the size it arrives on your bridge. The dryness went out of it. Gentle, Marco, as gentle as staying alive allows. Copy, Salazar said, and that was the last easy word he had in him, and some part of him knew it as it went out. The first Harkoon came in while the third from last stretcher was still on the ramp. It came out of the dust with no launch flash anyone could point to afterwards. A pod-rated salvage harpoon, 2 meters of forged intent, built to bite into falling freight, and it crossed the apron at a flat, shrieking angle and went through the abandoned loading crane 40 meters off the port bow. The crane's upper works came apart with a sound like a bell dying. Cable whipped. Down by the market road, the last of the stall holders stopped pretending to walk and ran. And the apron, a working surface with people on it a breath ago, was a stone table with a starship on it and the things shooting at her. Aboard! Cross didn't shout it at the stretcher bearers. He shouted it past them, at everyone, and put his shoulder under the rail of the last stretcher as he said it. Salazar went up the ramp backwards behind them, eyes out, and the storm wall crossed the trench head as he went. The world's edges going first soft, then gone. The rails, the rings, the town swallowed in that order, and inside the murk, low down, moving lights, crawlers, a line of them coming down the rail corridor with their lamps on this time because the time for dark had finished and the time for fast had started. The ramp sealed. The deck took up the drive's note, rising. Salazar crossed the bridge at a pace just under a run, dropped into the flight station, and had his straps closed before the chair finished taking his shape. Vinter was already in the relief seat, hands flat on his thighs, white at the edges, doing his level best to look like furniture. On the feeds, the apron had dissolved. The Lodestar sat inside a sphere of blind orange 200 meters across, and on the radar, the buried bones of the sling complex were rising again through the soil, every dead machine on the moon climbing into the returns to lie to him, with Devon's crawlers moving somewhere in the lie. A new contact opened on the legacy band, voice only, one they'd all heard once in a wheel above the town, holding court with the cards in his hand. Maddox sounded almost cheerful. Almost.
Captain Cross, you'll have worked out the ones shooting are not mine. A slug hit the apron somewhere to starboard as he said it, a flat crack and a skip whine fading. Mine are standing on their roofs watching you, which I'd call restraint and you'd call the bare minimum, and we'd both be right. Petar's house liked the maths better with you staying. I gave you the people. They think I gave away their pension. That's mine to settle.
The cheer came off the voice the way the patter had come off Salazar's once at a trench lip.
Get off my moon, Geneva, fast and whole. And remember when you're up in the clean dark, Which thief handed you what, and which thieves tried to take it back?" The channel closed before Cross could spend a word on it. "Lieutenant?" The captain's voice from the rail. Nothing in it pushed. "Get us off this moon."
Straight up was the honest way out, and the honest way out was a firing range. The geometry sat on Salazar's board in two ugly strokes. A climb through 30 kilometers of blind storm at the gentle pace Petrov's racks could survive meant hanging the ship broadside on the whole way in front of a rim full of harpoon teams who'd spent their lives hitting faster things in worse weather, like washing. The alternative ran along the bottom of the radar, 400 meters wide and 100 deep, and dead straight for 60 kilometers. The trench, below the harpoon arcs, walls to either side, the Venturi wind funneling down it at their backs. "Down or up," Cross said. Not a debate, an offering of the ship. Down. Salazar took the Lodestar off Sennen at 3 meters of altitude. The cruiser crossed the apron in ground effect with her own efflux boiling the storm beneath her, slid over the trench lip where the shear had punched them on the way in, and dropped her length into the cut. The walls came up to either side. Terraced scaffold, pipework, the dead driver rails flicking past under the belly. And the wind got behind her, the trench breathing them northwest, adding 40 knots of free speed that cost the racks nothing. The blind orange overhead became a ceiling instead of a world. Contacts on the rim. Imeth from operations, level as standing water. Crawler-mounted launchers both walls. They're traversing to track us. The trench geometry denies them a down angle for another 9 kilometers. After that, the walls begin to step back. Cable. Ackerman said it the way other people said incoming. She had taken the defense board without being asked, her cursor already on what the forward radar had resolved out of the murk. Hard, thin returns strung wall to wall across the trench ahead, sagging and shallow arcs. Catch cable, strung overnight by people who knew exactly which door the Lodestar would have to leave by. 2 spans at the 11-kilometer mark, a third behind, height staggered. Nobody asked Salazar what he wanted to do. The point defense mounts trained forward under his cue, and Vinter looked from the cable returns to the man at the yoke and back, and learned something about silence, that one kind meant nothing was happening, and another meant everything was, and the crew told them apart by the lieutenant. The first span got a tap of point defense at 4 kilometers, a stitch of light, grams of ablation laid on the cable's anchor housing, and the span let go of its western end and swung down the trench wall like a vine cut at the root. The second took 2 taps. The third was smarter, anchored low in the scaffold where the shot angle was filthy, and Salazar didn't shoot it at all. He rolled the Lodestar 19 degrees, put her narrow, and flew her through the gap between the cable sag and the southern wall with 11 meters to spare and the rivets, Hartley said later, audibly praying.
Then the walls began to step back, and the rim found its down angle, and the harpoons came. They came in 2s and 3s, flat shrieks crossing the trench from both rims, some trailing cable, some trailing fire. And Devon's people were not shooting to kill her, the arithmetic Salazar's hands knew before his head caught up. Every shot led the drive section, the lifters, the legs of the thing. They wanted the Lodestar lamed on the trench floor and bought back, one settlement's winter at a time. Point defense stitched and stitched. Ackerman called arcs in a low, fast monotone. The cruiser went down the last 20 kilometers of the cut at 600 knots in a moving cage of intercepts. One got through. A charge head, not a cable shot. It burst short, beneath and behind, a hard orange blossom the storm ate at once, and the blast came up off the trench floor and through the field and put its fist where Petrov had said all fists arrive. The deck kicked.
The hull rang, ventral trunking taking heat the cleaning cycles would still be tasting in a week, and from the open medical channel came a sound Salazar would keep longer than the damage report. Not screaming, just 12 people in racks breathing in at once, and a pump alarm beginning, and Petrov's voice going through it flat and fast and certain. "I have it. Fly the ship." The trench threw them out of its far throat at no altitude at all, and Salazar pitched the Lodestar's nose into the blind orange and climbed. The storm fought the whole way up, as it had fought the whole way down the day they came in, sheer, stacked on sheer, and he flew it gentle, the harder thing, though nobody who hadn't held a yoke would believe it. The fast way out of a gust was a snap correction the racks couldn't pay for. So the lieutenant rode each punch instead of slipping it, gave back altitude in slow change rather than sharp, and made of a combat climb something closer to carrying a tray of glasses up a moving stair. Sweat stood on him. His hands moved a centimeter at a time. The crew watched the storm beat the ship, and the man refused to hit it back. "Returns above the weather," Imeth again. 40. Now 60, blooming in rings around our projected exit. Decoys, thermal pots sewn across the storm top to bury 3 real guncraft in 60 false ones, the rider's oldest trick. The boards bloomed with them, and Imeth went at the bloom with the patience of a woman shelling something, and her method came in one sentence. Discard everything that drifts with the wind. A decoy floats. A hunter holds its line across it. A breath. 3 holding. There and there and there. 3 light craft, fast and predatory, sitting above the storm top where the trench's bearing said the Lodestar must break out, the way you'd wait at the one door of a burning house. "Same firing doctrine as the rim," Ackerman said. "Drives and lifters, they want us limping, not dead."
"That's their problem," Salazar said, his whole budget. Winter glanced over at the sound of the voice, at how little of the lieutenant was in it. The Lodestar came out of the storm top doing what the trench bearing promised, and then, in the same breath, not. Salazar had spent the last blind kilometer easing onto a new line, a cheap deception the racks never noticed, so the ship broke clear 4 kilometers east of her own shadow, with the dawn behind her, into hard sunlight like a thing being borne sideways. The nearest rider craft got a shot away anyway. Good cruise. The burst walked across the port quarter, and one round found trunking. The hull rang again, and a row of telltales went amber on Hartley's board, and stayed there. "Port trunking's hit." The engineer, on the open channel, dry as ever and twice as fast. "Sealed, nobody hurt, but the run home will breathe shallow on that side, Captain, and I'd rather not be shot in it twice." "Then we won't be," Salazar said, and flew. What followed never became a battle because Salazar declined to fight one. A battle was geometry both sides agreed to, and he agreed to nothing. He gave the 3 craft a climbing target that was never broadside when the firing solution matured, never where the last 30 seconds promised, expensive in fuel and cheap in G, every evasion survivable for a heart-borrowing time 4 decks down. Point defense tapped incoming twice more. The riders hung on with real skill, and the Lodestar walked away from them anyway, a meter a second at a time, the way a strong swimmer leaves a tide. No single moment of escape, only accumulating distance and the moon's grip thinning until the storm was a smear on Sennon's face below, and the sky ahead went to black, and the first of orbit's cold stars came out of it. And sitting in the black, parked across the outbound lane with the patience of a toll gate, the Combine wardenship resolved on the plot. Marchetti had them locked before the storm was off the hull plates. Salazar read the solution as it painted them, because reading it was his trade, and his trade told him it was beautiful work. The warden sat at perfect station on the lane's choke, sunward, her gunnery already wrapped around the Lodestar's lamed port quarter, the hole the riders had put in her, found and chosen inside a minute. One precise tap, momentum laid on momentum,
and the run home Hartley was nursing would end here in a slow tumble that killed nobody and stopped everything. Whoever ran Marchetti's guns deserved their pay. The lock did not pulse, did not posture. It sat there complete. Behind the Lodestar, the three-rider craft slowed out of the chase like men remembering an appointment. They didn't run. They hung at the edge of the warden's traffic volume, and Salazar read it as he read his own board. The Combine will do our work for us. The warden holds the Geneva ship, the cargo question reopens, and we are owed a percentage of however that goes. The hail came in flat and without preamble. Lodestar, Marchetti. Captain. Cross stood at the rail. On the databand, Tornell's corridor desk was arriving in installments, the headers stacking on Imith's board, each angrier than the last, queuing like men outside an office. Tornell desk has sent me 3 messages inside the hour. Marchetti's voice carried the same flattened frontier weather it had carried over every link since the Rivas line, unimpressed, unhurried, nothing in it for sale. The first says you conducted an unauthorized armed landing on a Combine moon. The second, that you're removing Combine material from a Combine corridor. The third instructs me to hold you for inspection and recovery of it. A pause with the size of a decision in it. I have a firing solution on your damaged quarter that my gunnery officer is unbearably proud of. Tell me about the material, Captain. 12 corridor workers, Cross said, and gave it to her the way Ackerman gave numbers. Found alive in personnel capsules manifested as inert freight. 3 crew of the tug we were sent to find. The same lure, the same hands. 1 empty capsule with the false manifest still in its plate, which is the evidence, and 1 archive belonging to a man still missing. My medical bay is carrying all 15. Scan us, board us if you have to. The only thing I'll fight you over is the time it costs. The link went quiet. On Salazar's board, the lock sat unchanged, and the 3-rider craft hung at the volume's edge waiting for the hold order to do their work for them.
"My survey's been on you since you cleared the weather," Marchetti said at last. 15 life signs in your bay that weren't aboard when you landed. Either Geneva has invented contraband with a heartbeat, or somebody wrote living people onto a freight manifest in my corridor. Something came into the flatness then. Not warmth, pressure, the sound of a person standing on a thing to keep it shut. I've spent a career believing the order to keep this corridor open and the corridor itself protect the settlements I come from. You're about to make that 2 different jobs. I know, Cross said. I'm sorry for it. No, you're not. You're glad of the evidence and sorry I'm in the road. Those are different. A breath of static. The headers from Tornell went on stacking. Warden's log will read as follows. Vessel surveyed by remote inspection. Cargo confirmed as recovered persons under medical care. No lawful grounds for hold. Transit cleared. And the lock came apart. It did not lapse, and it did not blink off the way a system drops a track it has lost. It came down element by element, gunnery first, then the fine track, then the ranging, each released in sequence and in plain sight of every sensor the Lodestar owned. The way a person uncocks a weapon in front of you, so you can see the choice travel all the way down their arm. Salazar watched it done, and knew he was meant to, and knew Cross knew, and sat still with the understanding, which was the largest thing anyone had handed them since Maddox's chip. Senencrast, Marchetti again on the open band now, the flatness gone fully to stone. You are loitering in a warden traffic volume with weapons recently fired. You have 30 seconds to be a memory. The 3 contacts considered their percentage, found it revised, and fell away down the dark toward the moon, unhurried to the last, salvage men to the bone. The lane ahead stood open.
Senin turned below with the storm still crawling on its face, and beyond the wardenship the corridor ran out toward Tornell, toward the Revis line, toward the great patient mountain of the cargo train sitting on the long scan where its schedule said, the most ordinary number in the sky. Captain Cross, Marchetti, once more, private band, quieter. When you find the name that signed those manifests, and you will, the ledger keeps everything. I want it. Not the report Geneva writes after the lawyers. The name. People on my corridor were freight for 6 weeks, and I signed off the logs that carried them. That belongs to me now, too. You'll have it the hour I do. Then get out of my corridor before Tornell sends a 4th message, because that one will have a counter-signature I can't survey my way around, and close the link.
Salazar put the wardenship astern and the burn on the boards, gentle, shallow, everything in him still flying for the racks. Hartley's tally came up as the moon let them go. Ventral trunking scorched the length of the keel. Port trunking holed and sealed and breathing badly. Optics sanded twice over. 2-point defense mounts down to half their feed. A hull that would need a yard and would not get one soon. Battered. Whole. Out. In the racks aft, 15 people who had been cargo were patients. In the hold, an empty capsule rode home with its lies still bolted to it. And in Delgado's lab, a damaged archive went on reconstructing at whatever pace it chose, holding the position of 18 more. Cross came to the flight station while the drive note settled, and stood where Salazar could see him without turning. "Lieutenant," Cross said, "that was the finest flying I will ever pretend I wasn't terrified by." Salazar looked at the plot, at Senin falling away, at the corridor opening, at the 18 returns that were not on it, and were out there all the same, dark, breathing, somewhere along a line no chart aboard could be trusted to draw. 18 still out, Captain," the lieutenant said. The first full sentence since the trench, and nothing in it joking, and the crew clocked the absence the way they'd clock a missing engine note. "Tell me when you've picked the sky to search. I'll have us under it." Cross put a hand on the back of the flight station, briefly, and went to find Delgado. Vinter was still beside him, hands finally off his thighs, the white gone from his knuckles. The ensign opened his mouth, and Salazar caught the question coming, the young one, "How do you fly like that and not shake?" and shook his head once, not unkind. "Later, Bergen," Salazar said. Senin grit had worked into the seam of the yoke under his right thumb, fine as flour, all the way from a market road where a girl on a strut had scored his landing, and a woman with floured elbows had fed them without asking. He worked at it with his thumbnail while the moon got smaller in the aft feed and didn't get all of it out. The joke about that was in him somewhere too. It wasn't ready, and he flew on.